ago there, they really did crack on with things in their last match, and therefore we have an intriguing round of games this week against some key matches before we take a break, and then we're back again in September. So what is going to happen this week? One of the key matches is the match between Hampshire and Essex. We'll go there in just a second. Your choice, as always, to pick and choose your match that you want on the BBC Sport website and app. There are 7 games going on, Division 1 and Division 2, and the live text service. In terms of what you'll hear on Sports Extra today, we've got plenty of cricket, and we will be taking a break at 5 to 12 with swimming, the World Aquatics Championships from Japan. That is coming up in an hour, of course, continuous coverage online, including this game here, and very quickly.
For this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Essex. It is 3rd versus 2nd as we head towards the back end of this competition. 4 matches left for both these sides. Essex with 147 points, sit 14 points currently behind leaders Surrey, and Hampshire on 132. Sit 29 points behind the leaders. So 4 matches left for these sides. Starting today, I can tell you that Essex have won the toss and they are going to bowl first. So the home side are going to have a bat. I'll run through the 2 sides for you in just a moment, but the big news of the day as far as this ground and the wider Hampshire community is concerned is that a little earlier this morning, Hampshire Chair Rod Bransgrove announcing that he is to step down as chair at the end of the year. That will end a 23-year stint as the Hampshire chair, and well, it's amazing to think what has happened here in the time since he took on the role. When he took on the role, Hampshire Cricket were just about no longer. They were on the brink. And that's not going over the top. They literally were. And Rod Bransgrove stepped in. The move from the old Northlands Road ground to this beautiful venue here was putting the club out of business. And Rod Bransgrove stepped in and put the club on a better footing, build this stadium to what it is now. And he will still be around. He will be he's still the majority shareholder here, and he's still going to be on a couple of boards, but as far as the day-to-day involvement as a chair, that will no longer be come the end of the year. Right, having said that, the 2 teams then, as the 2 umpires make their way out into the middle. Hampshire have made 1 change from the side that beat Notts. In comes fast bowler John Turner, and out goes left-arm seamer Keith Barker. So Hampshire are Ian Holland, Fletcher Middleton, Nick Gubbins, James Vince, Ben Brown, Liam Dawson, James Fuller, Felix Organ, Kyle Abbott, John Turner and Mohammed Abbas. Essex, they've got a couple of players into their side. Michael Pepper, the batter, and Shane Snater, the seam bowler. They are Nick Brown, somebody called Alistair Cook, I've never heard of him, Tom Westley, Matt Critchley, Michael Pepper, Paul Walter, Adam Rossington, Simon Harper, Snater, and the 2 seam bowlers, Sam Cook and Jamie Porter. That's how we're looking. Your commentary team today, we have in a minute the familiar voice from BBC Essex of Paul Newton. You're stuck with me as well today, Kevin James. But we have a new voice joining us here at the Ageas Bowl. He's a member of the England Disability Cricket Team. He also plays for the Hampshire Disability Cricket Team. He lives in Hampshire, which is even better. And we've got Anthony Clapham with us, who's making his commentary debut. Very much looking forward to that. He'll be with us in about half an hour's time. I don't think I've left anything out. If I have, apologies. As the sunshine is out here, the members were assembled early to hear an address from Rod Bransgrove. So a lot of them have been here quite a bit of time already. And we are just about to get things underway. It'll be Ian Holland facing, who is back opening the batting, and to celebrate that in the 2nd innings at Trent Bridge, he hit 100. First Hampshire opener this season in the championship to hit 100. And he's going to be facing the first delivery. Looks like Jamie Porter from the Rod Bransgrove Pavilion end. And there's going to be 3 slips and a gully. And here we go, first ball of this match, first ball of the morning. Jamie Porter, right arm over, way down the leg side, and it bounces a second time through to keeper Adam Rossington. So Fletcher Middleton is the other opener for Hampshire. And as I said, Ian Holland restored to opening the batting. He kept his place in the side at the start of this season, but was dropped down the order, playing more as an all-rounder. Felix Organ, Fletcher Middleton given the job of opening the batting. Didn't quite work with Felix Organ. They tried Joe Weatherly, didn't quite work with that. And now Ian Holland is back, facing Jamie Porter. Length ball, it's on the back foot, just a little bit of a jumpy shot. So we're on the BBC Sport website and app, and we are also on the live picture feed, which is on the Hampshire Cricket website. It's also on the Hampshire Cricket App, which is free to download, so I can promote that. And it is also, the pictures are also going back to the Essex Cricket website if you so prefer to watch in that way. Porter at the top of his mark from the far end of the ground. We're at the northern end, the hotel end. Slightly to the right, in fact well to the right as well, as a length ball to Holland. Pushes that out quietly on the onside. So we're to the wicket is cut to the west side of the ground. That's to the right as we look. To the west of the ground is, as you look over the trees, is towards the New Forest and along the coast there. And to our left, or to my left, it's sort of Portsmouth in the distance. The motorway, the M27, which runs along the south coast behind us as Porter comes in again and bowls, and Holland gets another length ball. He's off the mark, turns that away square on the leg side. And the Hampshire innings underway after being asked to bat first. Essex win the toss and asking Hampshire to have first use. I have to say, from a distance, this wicket looks 2 colours. There seems to be sort of bands, lines of light grey interspersed with some shades of green. So I guess it depends on which part of the wicket this ball hits as to how it will behave. That's played to mid-wicket by Fletcher Middleton, and there is no run. So Fletcher Middleton, who was introduced to the Hampshire lineup this season, made his championship debut. Runs are starting to get a little harder for him in the last few games, but he's over 450 runs, averaging 28. He's the 21-year-old, made a very promising start, but maybe just finding life a little tougher at the moment, but he can play. He's a good player. That's full. He's worked through mid-wicket. That's a nice shot. Now, that may just go all the way. It's quite a big boundary. It does. It keeps going, the ball. Lovely shot, over-pitched from Jamie Porter. And Fletcher Middleton with the first boundary of the morning. That comes in the first over of the morning. And Hampshire are 5 without loss. Paul Newton has just used some new technology for the first time. Has just given me the thumbs up, so that's good news. We always like to look after our guests. Paul, welcome.
Well, you deserve every credit, because it's not just that you lent me your equipment to do it with, but I am the biggest technophobe of all time, so the fact that you explained it well enough for it to work is even more amazing. Thank you very much indeed. I think everything went okay, and well, good start this for Hampshire. Jamie Porter ending the over with a slightly over-pitched delivery on middle and leg, a little bit too straight, beautifully played away to the boundary. We're probably going to see one of the best bowlers in the country who hasn't played Test cricket yet, in Sam Cook. He's perhaps not quite got as many wickets as he usually has by this stage of the season, but he bowled mighty well against Kent the other day. So if Hampshire have a danger, I think he's going to be the first of them anyway. Obviously Simon Harmer is in the side as well. Be interesting to see if there's any help for Simon Harmer in the pitch.
Yeah, he's been a good bowler for a few years for you guys now, hasn't he?
Indeed. So Sam Cook runs away from us and bowls, and this ball is just defended into the offside. There's no run. Ian Holland on strike at the moment. He has 1 to his name. Fletcher Middleton at the other end hit that boundary, so Holland got the first run of the match, and Middleton followed up with a lovely boundary to mid-wicket. Glorious sight here at the Ageas. The sun isn't shining at this precise moment, but it has been for most of the last hour since Kevin and I arrived. And 3 slips and a bat pad, the close field. Cook is in, bowls, and this ball is steered out to backward point. There's no run there. Slightly surprised to see Nick Brown playing. You may recall, if you were following the previous game against Kent last week, he took a nasty blow on the head, and that was on, I think, day 2. It'd be about last Thursday. Now, on my understanding, the ruling is that if you're ruled out for concussion, and he took no further part in the game at the end of day 2, then you're supposed to stand down for 7 days. Well, I think this is only 6, but anyway, he's there in his usual position as the next ball is batsman taken on the pad, Ian Holland, and score remaining at 5 for no wicket. But certainly Sam Cook has begun well here and already causing the batsman difficulty.
Yep, 37 wickets for Cook at 18 apiece. I mean, I always think, when I think Essex, and I think Essex bowling, I think of Cook, I think of Porter. I do think of Harmer. I try not to. But in terms of seam bowlers, I mean, they're Essex through and through, the guys, aren't they? But they've done you guys well, haven't they? They've done you guys
they
well.
have. As the next ball just played to mid-wicket and Paul Walter, and there is no run there, so 5 for no wicket. Yes, I mean to say that Porter and Cook, Porter came through in 2014, Cook in 2017, and it was in about his 3rd or 4th game that Sam Cook took a 5 for here, as Essex probably turned the match round and bowled Hampshire out. Hampshire only needed a small amount to win, 150, somewhere like that, and Cook ran through the Hampshire middle order like a dose of salt as he comes in now and bowls, and this ball is again played to Walter at mid-wicket. 5 for no wicket on the board. First impressions, the pitch tad on the slow side, I would say, from first impressions, but plenty of time for that to change.
Yes, it's an unusual looking wicket for him.
It is.
It's sort of like circles where the outer part is brown and the inner part is green.
Yes, it's sort of mottled effect.
It is, yeah. Crazy paving bit.
Indeed. Cook up and bowls. Oh, and that's a good delivery. Left the batsman off the pitch just past the outside edge without taking it. But that's a maiden over and a couple of really good deliveries in that over. Just all the time there'll be people logging on. So teams again: Hampshire, Holland, Middleton, Gubbins, Vince, Brown, Dawson, Organ, Fuller, Abbott, Turner and Mohammed Abbas. Essex, Alistair Cook, Brown, Wesley, Walter, Critchley, Pepper, coming in for Doug Bracewell, Rossington, Harmer. It's actually Snater who comes in for Doug Bracewell. Pepper's in for Dan Lawrence, Sam Cook and Porter.
Why no Dan Lawrence, do you think, Paul?
Well, that I don't understand, to be honest with you, but it's always strange, you know. He did play in the closing stages of the T20 when I didn't always expect him to.
Here's Porter. Oh, he's beaten outside the off stump. Beauty of a delivery. Lifts and bounce from Jamie Porter.
But I suppose it's down to the England organisation when they choose to make Lawrence available. Certainly Essex will miss him. He's been in terrific form until he didn't have a good T20 finals day at Edgbaston just over a week ago, and not a particularly outstanding match in the Kent game.
Here's Porter from the pavilion end, bowls to Middleton, beaten again outside the off stump. Again, a beautiful delivery as it just pitches and leaves Middleton. Our friend Kevin Howes from BBC 5 Live, who's here behind us, has just offered an explanation for Darren Lawrence's omission. With the test match starting on Thursday, says he's part of the England setup.
Oh, of course, yes.
So there we are.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Howes. His first of many meaningful contributions throughout the day, and it's not even 10 past 11. He's on the ball. Here's Mr. Howes as in comes Porter and bowls. That's a little straighter. Worked to mid-wicket by Middleton. No run.
Yes, it was a fascinating situation in the Kent game, Kevin, because Lawrence wasn't available on day 1. So Robin Dass played and would stand down after day 1 to enable Lawrence to play on days 2, 3 and 4, regardless of whether he made a contribution. Meanwhile, Brown was hit on the head and not allowed to take any further part in the game. Lawrence duly come back to that point.
Here's Porter to Middleton, just stabs down on that one as the ball goes out on the offside.
So Lawrence did come back to take Dass's place, but Dass in the meantime became concussion substitute for Brown, who was left retired hurt on 31. And the other thing Kevin may be able to help us out with, I'm just puzzled when it says that if you have a concussion, you shouldn't play for another 7 days. It was on at least day 2 of the game where he was hit on the head, so I'm surprised that he is able to play here.
That's true. Day 2 would have been Wednesday last week, would it? No, Tuesday. Wednesday, yeah. Porter bowls. Middleton pushes that towards mid-wicket.
Now, as Kevin's saying from the back, it was Thursday, day 2.
Thursday,
it went Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So, yep, just seems a little bit odd, but that's not to try and make Nick Brown feel unwelcome. You know, he was hit on the head, and I felt a little too quickly, said, no, he's okay. And then he suddenly stopped with 1 ball of the day to go, and for a minute or 2, he's just bent double.
Here's Porter to Middleton, full. Middleton works that good diving stop there from Paul Walter. Diving low to his left, stopping any chance of runs, or in fact, he nearly did, but the throw that came in has somehow ricocheted down towards fine leg. It'll be pulled up just inside the rope. I think the supporters down there feel that that may just have been pulled back with the fielder slipping over. But he was okay. But anyway, what looked like to be a very good stop and no runs actually ended up being some runs, and Hampshire move on to 8 without loss.
Yes, I suppose you can say save 1 run in the end, because the ball would have gone. It was beautifully struck. Slightly loose delivery, same sort of delivery that went for 4 in the first over from Porter, just too straight and slightly over pitch. In fairness to Jamie Porter, he pitches up because he's looking to take the edge, so if he gives a few runs away, I think that's fair enough. What isn't fair enough is giving 3 runs away in buzzers, as Nasser Hussain likes to call overthrows. We've got Sam Cook already on his way up to bowl the 4th over of the day. Essex put Hampshire into bat, and that ball has been run down perfectly safely and deliberately towards the 3rd man boundary. There's a long chase out there, and it's just tucked back, and they'll be able once again to come back for the 2nd helping of 3 runs. Pepper having a lot of work to do in these early stages. 11 for no wicket, with 10 to Middleton, and Holland is on 1, and he got the first run, hasn't scored since, hasn't had that much of the strike either, but a decent start for Hampshire. But there have been at least 3, in fact 2 each, one helping of 2 deliveries from Cook and 2 deliveries from Porter have beaten the bat, as Cook is it. Bowls, and this ball again is run into the offside, but defensively on this occasion there will be no run, and Pepper again with the fielding. Michael Pepper, who is a wicket-keeper as well, and our more observant listeners may remember a game here which Hampshire won by a colossal number of runs in spite of a Bopara century in 2019, first game of the season, only game Essex lost that season when they were champions, and each side fielded 3 wicket-keepers in the same game. Pepper was 1 for Essex, Buttleman another, and Adam Wheater got an early injury. Here is Sam Cook in and bowls, and this ball is just dropped into the onside. There's no run there, and the score remaining 11 for no wicket, Hampshire having been put into bat.
Yeah, that was the first game of the season, wasn't it?
It
2019.
was, yeah.
Hampshire winning by an innings and 87.
Yep, colossal victory, and Essex, I think, would have felt they had to pull their socks up at that stage, and lo and behold they did, or they must have done, to win the title with the help, a little bit of help from the elements in the final game at Taunton. And must admit, I was slightly amused at the locals' depression that 2.5 days were lost, as this next ball is played into the offside. Wasn't really where Holland was aiming it, but not to matter, it went straight to ground. Reminding you all the time of the 2 teams: Hampshire, Holland, Middleton, Gubbins, Vince, Brown, Dawson, Organ, Fuller, Abbott, Turner and Mohammed Abbas. Essex, Alistair Cook, Brown, Wesley, Walter, Critchley, Pepper, Rossington, Harmer, Snater, Sam Cook and Porter. Probably Doug Bracewell has played his last game for Essex, because he won't be around in September and he's not playing in this game. Sam Cook's in and bowls. Ball that leaves the batsman off the pitch, but just too short to have the batsman obliged to play a shot. 11 for no wicket.
Well, Bracewell was supposed to play up until the end of July for you guys.
He was. Yep. No, it's whether he's got a slight strain, I don't know. He to be honest, wasn't a great success as an overseas player for Essex. His best game was the one at Blackpool, where he got a belligerent 61 not out with the bat and took a very important 3 for 50 with the ball in Lancashire's second innings. But by and large, I think he found wickets difficult to come by and didn't score a lot of runs. Cook is in, bowls, and that one would have gone down leg side, so although it hits the batsman on the pad, there's no appeal there. Cook doesn't tend to waste appeals. Holland has 1, Middleton 10, Hampshire put into bat after 4 overs, 11 for no wicket on a pleasant morning on the south coast.
Oh, it's always a pleasant morning on the south coast.
Indeed. It's the afternoons that are the problem.
It is when the sun shines in here. Just to repeat, as we mentioned in the teams a few times, just to repeat the early morning announcement, there's that the Hampshire chair, Rob Bransgrove, standing down from his position as chair after 23 years. And one or two of you on the Twitter feed at Solent Sport asking if the interview is going to be played out. Well, there's 2 things on that, really. That interview will be going up on the Solent Sport Twitter feed at Solent Sport shortly, as a length ball from Porter brings Middleton forward, goes out to backward a point. And I believe on 5 Sports Extra at tea time, Kevin House will be speaking to the said man, and that will be in the tea break here at the Ageas Bowl. So listen out for that. Kevin House speaking live to the... Well, he's still the Hampshire chair. He is until the end of the year, but stepping down at the end of the year. And Kevin House will be talking to him about his time here, and maybe 1 or 2 other things as well. As Porter comes in and bowls, Middleton was going to leave that, comes off the face of the bat, into the ground, fielded at 3rd.
Yes, Rob Bransgrove, the man who brought the great Shane Warne to the Ageas, amongst other great feats, not least the new ground here.
Yes.
But Shane Warne, it's nice to give him a mention. For me, the most influential cricketer of all time. People talk about Bradman. He was a great batsman, but I don't think he influenced the game as much as Shane Warne did. Incredible man. Certainly
is. We'll talk a bit about him as we go along. Let's flick down to fine leg by Fletcher Middleton. That is not going to be picked up. It went quite quickly down below us. Sam Cook couldn't quite get there. Hampshire move on to 15 without loss. Middleton on to 14. Now, other games going on, of course. I'll just mention one for now. Warwickshire taking on Middlesex. Warwickshire 11 for 3 in the 4th over. Already gone Davies, Rhodes and Hayne. A couple of wickets for Toby Rowland-Jones, 1 for Ethan Bamber. Thank you. Other games that are going on can also be picked up on the BBC Sport website and app, where they've got just as good commentary, probably not as good as here, but close, all around the country. Yeah, they'll do well to match us, Paul, won't they? As here comes Porter, and Middleton is forward, and that's gone back up the pitch, and there is no run. So 15 without loss. Yes, the same Warne stand.
Yes, they'll need a few. They'll need a few ringers, I think, to be able to match what you're getting here. But great to have everybody on board here, including 5 Live Extra listeners. And it's an important game with Essex 14 points behind Surrey, but Hampshire are sneaking up on the rails. Further 15 behind Essex in 3rd. Warwickshire looked to have a bit of an easy game today. Made a very bad start.
They certainly have. Oh, he's bowled, leaving it alone. The off-stump knockback. Porter claims the first wicket of the morning, and Fletcher Middleton it is, goes for 14, not offering a shot, just pads down the wicket where he thinks the ball is pitched. If you're watching the live picture feed, that has nipped back. Good delivery there from Jamie Porter.
Yep, he's rather good at the off-cutters, Jamie Porter, and Middleton not the first man to be done in exactly that way. I was just thinking, actually, that Hampshire had made a pretty decent start here, but we had seen the ball beat the bat 2 or 3 times. So, well, it never looks good when you leave a ball that knocks your castle over, but that's the game. 15 for 1 is the score on the board, and I was just thinking that, bearing in mind Essex had chosen to put Hampshire in, Hampshire had made a useful start because obviously the field is a fairly attacking one, and it means that as soon as the ball gets past the infield, it's quite likely to go to the boundary. Although we have had a relatively wet July, but outfields tend to still be pretty quick.
They Certainly do. Wicket number 38 of 2023 for Jamie Porter. Moves one ahead of his opening bowling partner, Sam Cook.
And that actually, Kevin, represents... I was describing Porter the other day as a born-again Jamie Porter, because he made a tremendous impression when he came into the Essex side in 2014. Was Essex's top wicket taker, even more so than Simon Harmer when Essex won their first title in 2017, first title for 25 years. He got 74 or 75 wickets that season. Opinions seem to vary which it was. Harmer got 72, but the last 2 or 3 years he's looked a rather sad figure, trooping around, not always even getting in the side, and certainly not matching Sam Cook. But here he is this season. He's having a good time. Great to see him back doing well, and now has just edged in front of Sam Cook in the wicket-taking column.
Certainly has. His 121st first-class match this game, and he's closing in on 450 career wickets in the Championship, or first class, averaging just under 25. In the other matches that are going on in Division 1, much quieter starts. Warwickshire moved on to 15 for 3, by the way, against Middlesex. Somerset are 12 for 1 against Surrey. Nottinghamshire 2 without loss against Kent. Northamptonshire 9 without loss against Lancashire. Those are the Division 1 matches going on right now as Porter switches to round the wicket to the left-hander Gubbins. Gubbins is forward, pushes that out square on the offside as the sun gets a little stronger here at the Ageas Bowl. 15 for 1 then, Hampshire, having been put into bat.
Yes, last time Essex were here, it was a thrilling T20 game where Essex made the most tremendous start after a partnership of about 139, I think it was, between Dan Lawrence and Feroz Koushi. But it all rather fell apart in the second half of the Essex innings, and Hampshire got up close home. Because I'm writing out, we haven't got an official scorecard, the names of the Hampshire players, and James Fuller, I come across, played a superb hand that game. When Essex dismissed James Vince relatively cheaply, which I think he's still got a half century, but even so, relatively cheaply, it looked as though Essex were well on top, but James Fuller was superb that day.
Yeah, he's been very good all round, Mr. Fuller.
Cook against the 6th over. Put into bat, Hampshire 15 for 1 before that delivery and after it, because it was just played defensively into the offside. Michael Pepper fields from backward point running towards cover. Score remaining at 15 for 1. Terrific game between the two sides in the Championship toward the end of last season. And Essex seemed to be well on top for the whole match, but Hampshire very nearly won it. Yeah. And were doing, with Keith Barker playing a tremendous hand in the closing stages, as here comes Sam Cook in. Bowls, and this ball just favouring leg stump and turned down to long leg for the token single, 16 for 1. And it's 2 runs now to Ian Holland. That's his first run, actually, since virtually the first ball of the match. And Nick Gubbins will come into strike yet to get off the mark. And Keith Barker, tragically, having played quite brilliantly, suddenly took Simon Harmer on and holed out to long on, when if he just kept playing the way he had been doing, he'd have taken Hampshire to victory.
Yeah, it was quite disappointing, wasn't it, really? But yeah, it was a great game. Actually.
It was.
Even though Hampshire were on the wrong end, it was still a good game.
No, it was a very good game. Around the wicket comes Cook to the left-handed Gubbins, and they're going to get one, I think only one here, and indeed that is confirmed as Tom Wesley, the Essex skipper, been scoring a lot of runs this season. Tom does the fielding at deep mid-off. 17 for 1, first run for Gubbins. Holland has 2, the man out, Fletcher Middleton, bowled by Jamie Porter, leaving a ball that cut back sharply and bowled for 19. Score then was 15, it's now 17.
Fuller, that game you were mentioning, the T20 here, James Fuller, 57 of 29 deliveries.
Terrific. Here is Sam Cook in, over the wicket to the right-hander. Plays this very nicely for 1 run into the covers. Shane Snater runs round to do the fielding. Snater, whose place has been a little bit usurped of late. Normally Essex have preferred to play their overseas player Doug Bracewell, but I don't know why he's not in the side today. It should have been his last game. Looks as if he's now played his last game in the match against Kent the other day. But Snater had a brilliant season last, hasn't quite been as good this. He's been bowling well of late. Look forward to seeing him bowl. Single there, 18 for 1. And 3 now to Holland, and 1 to the man now on strike, Gubbins, as Cook once again goes round the wicket to the left-hander. 3 slips in the back pad, the close field. This ball is run down to Paul Walter at point. There's no run. 18 for 1 remains the score.
And of course, the real epic game here, Paul, was back in 2017 when Hampshire made Essex follow on, and Essex won the game. Yes, indeed. There's been some terrific games between the two sides, and on the whole they do better in their home games than their away games, but there are exceptions. Here is Cook in, bowls, and that one, well, Rossington does well to prevent it going for 4 byes, but he can't prevent it running down off his gloves behind him toward the straight boundary. They get a couple of byes, taking the score to 20 for 1, first extras of the innings, and Holland remains therefore on 3, and Gubbins 1. Not such a good over, that particular one from Sam Cook. It's the first one he's bowled where you couldn't say any of the deliveries had looked liable to take a wicket, and a rather loose delivery to end it. Yeah, I mean, the wicket looks like it's playing okay at the moment. I see there's 1 or 2 people taking a snapshot of their picture feeds at home or wherever they are, and saying that the pitch looks interesting on the live pictures. Well, I mean, it's a little different, as we mentioned earlier. Patches of light brown interspersed with some patches of green, but it's not so pronounced that it does stand out. We can see it, but it's not. I think sometimes pictures do actually make things look a lot worse than they actually are. Here's Porter bowls, length ball to Holland. I don't think we're seeing anything out there, Paul, after 26 minutes of play that you wouldn't expect on the first morning of a championship game. Yes, there's a little bit of movement for the seamers. These are very skilled seamers. Yeah, I mean, I think it can be overdone a little bit at taking a look at a pitch and forming conclusions. You can only really know what a pitch is like, when you've had a few hours cricket on it. Yeah. So, the fact it may look slightly unusual doesn't mean there's anything wrong with it. That's right. Bounce looks pretty even so far as Porter comes in. Off the back foot there is Holland, pushing it out wide of mid-off. One point we were both agreeing on, Kevin, as we walked up the stairs to our vantage point in the heavens here, is that, we like result matches. We do. And, I was just saying to Kevin that, those games where each side scores 500 and the side that batted first has about 1 session's batting before the 4th day is over, they really are deadly. Yeah, not much fun those, as Porter comes in. Holland gets another length ball which he pushes out just to the left of short leg. So accurate bowling going on the whole. A little bit of movement, but generally, as I say, nothing that you wouldn't expect on the first morning of day 1. Essex winning the toss, selecting to bowl first. Paul Newton here with Kevin James, and Anthony Clapham will be joining us in a few minutes for BBC Essex, BBC Radio Solent and 5 Live Extra. As that's Paul, who's playing a miss. No, he's edged through to the keeper, and Holland trudges off. Just took a little bit of time there. That was quite a full delivery. He was trying to work that up to mid-on. If you're looking at the picture feed, have a look now. Here it comes, and he's just straightened on him from a full length. Good delivery that from Jamie Porter. Hampshire lose their 2nd wicket. Holland has gone for 3, and Hampshire then are 20 for 2. Well, I think it surprised the batsman, the amount of lift there, which I like to see actually in a cricket pitch. If it's sort of keeping low from an early stage, you wonder whether anything's going to carry to wicket-keeper or slips. And Rossington took that. He was almost knocked backwards with the way that ball lifted. And I think that's what did for Holland there. He walks off a tad disgruntled, but it's another breakthrough for Essex. 20 for 2 for the most part. The ball has come through at a nice even height. But that one certainly not only lifted, but it was a sharpish delivery from Porter. We know he's not express pace, but he bowls a heavy ball. He digs it in, and therefore he can surprise batsmen actually with the way it comes through. But anyway,
interesting start to the match with both Hampshire's openers now back in the pavilion. 20 for 2 up on the board, and we're going to see one of the great batsmen in England at the moment, James Vince, make his way to the middle. He holds the record as the most prolific scorer in the T20 game. He's very, very good in the county game as well, and would have to go down, I think, as a bit of a mystery as to how he hasn't been able to establish himself as a fully fledged test player, because when you see the way he plays his strokes, you are really pushing it to think of many better players that you've seen in the county game in the last decade.
He's just about Hampshire's leading scorer in the championship this year, just ahead of Nick Gubbins, 667 Vince, averaging just over 50 in the championship, which is a pretty decent return.
It is indeed, because it means if he gets a duck, he gets 100 next time if you average 50, and I always like to look at it that way. I mean, Alistair Cook, for much of his career, was averaging 50 for Essex. Gets a duck, he'll get 100 next time.
That's right. That's what you want, isn't it? Here's Porter then. First delivery to Vince, who leaves that one alone. That's a good ball. Just shaping away from the right-hander, and a good leave as well.
But although, okay, you know, he's out of the reckoning at the moment, but, you know, there is no shortage of players. I mean, England have already got a very formidable batting lineup, but with the likes of Dan Lawrence and James Vince on the fringes, you know, if anybody gets injured, there's some good replacements available.
He's still playing a little bit of white ball cricket. Did in the winter for England. Here's Porter. 3 slips and a short leg. Vince edges past the diving third slip. It's going down towards third. That'll be 4 runs. Another good delivery there from Porter. Absolutely on the money with those 2 deliveries at the new batter. Vince gets away with that one. Moves on to 4. 24 for 2 Hampshire.
Yeah, had there been a 4th slip, it would have been low. Whether it would quite have carried, I'm not entirely sure. But Vince, a streaky start, but there's nothing wrong with that. Whatever luck you can have out there, use it. 24 for 2 put into bat are Hampshire, and the 2 men out, Fletcher Middleton bowled by Porter, and Ian Holland caught Rossington, bowled Porter 3. Can you just remind me how many Middleton got? I've put the wrong...
Middleton got 14.
Thank you.
14 out of the 15.
For some reason I put 19 down. My apologies.
Well, we'll take 19. He'll take 19.
Yes. So, Sam Cook preparing to bowl the 8th over of the match from the Meon Valley end is one possibility. What's it officially called?
Hotel End Northern End.
Hotel, yep. So this ball is very pleasantly played through the covers. It's on its way out to the boundary and will just be knocked back by Paul Walter, and they can get back for a couple of runs there. Lovely shot through the covers. Most of the runs we've seen have tended to be either behind the wicket or leg side, so nice to see 2 stylish runs from Gubbins' bat into the offside there, within literally inches of touching the cover boundary there. He has 3, Vince has 4. Hampshire put into bat, 26 for 2. Still, we've got plenty of blue sky around. Forecast that we might get some showers later this afternoon. Cook is in, bowls, and this ball is pushed into the offside, and good sprawling stop by Snater at mid-off. Deflects it into the path of Tom Wesley at mid-on, and the net product is there is no run. Hampshire 26 for 2. So, as Kevin briefly leaves us to update BBC Radio Solent, let's continue commentary here. And Cook is in and bowls, and this ball goes
for 26 for 2,
stump, and there is no run.
26 for 2 Hampshire. The 2 batters out, Fletcher Middleton for 14, Ian Holland for 3. Jamie Porter, the Essex seam bowler, has picked up both of those. Hampshire put into bat this morning. James Vince is out there, he's off the mark, got an edge through the slips with that one, although it was along the ground. Nick Gubbins is on 3. Hampshire have made 1 change. No Keith Barker, the left-arm seamer all-rounder, and John Turner, the quick bowler, has replaced him. Hampshire 26 for 2.
Cook bowls outside off stump. Rossington takes, and 26 for 2. Apologies, Kevin. I was slightly misunderstood whether you were doing it separately or on mine.
I was supposed to have done it separately, but we'll worry about that the next time.
So Sam Cook has actually played second fiddle to Jamie Porter here, who's now gone 2 in front of him. 39 plays 37 wickets this season, respectively, but 76 between them. 2 very, very useful opening bowlers as this ball from Cook. Hasn't so far, Cook, quite got his direction right at the left-handed Gubbins, and Gubbins remains on 3, just leaves this one outside off stump. Vince has 4, rather streaky 4, from Jamie Porter, who's coming down the slight slope from the pavilion end, and he has just looked the more dangerous of the 2 Essex bowlers so far this morning, as Cook's in. 3 slips and a back pad still to field. Pill for LBW, it's got to be close. It's going to be given not out, but certainly well worth an appeal. The umpires are Mike Burns and Rob White, with Wayne Noon as the 3rd umpire. That's the end of the 8th over. Cook 26 for 2 on the board, and I think it's time to welcome Anthony Clapham to join Kevin James.
Yeah, just looking at the live picture feed, the replay there. He just looks like Gubbins has probably got out of line there. He's well forward, maybe just outside of off stump, but certainly well forward. I think for the umpire that's just a little too much to be assured of, or to be sure that that's going to be out. So Anthony Clapham, the England Disability Team, plays for the Hampshire Disability Team as well as his commentary debut. Anthony, welcome.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. It's great to be here.
Yeah, well, it's nice. Nice that you're around, and I know we've spoken a couple of times, and I know that you've been making sure that you're up to speed with what's going on. Here's Porter bowls, and that's pushed up to mid-on, and there is no run. What have you made of things so far?
Yeah, it's been a good start this morning. Essex certainly bowled in the right areas. Seems like Jamie Porter's getting a bit more bounce from the pavilion end. And Sam Cook, actually, who hasn't had much luck against the left-handed Gubbins so far, but is bowled very, very straight, made the batsman play, certainly on the right-handers, so as Porter runs in.
Here's Porter bowls, and that's a length ball, which is pushed out on the onside. Just adjusting your mic there. How's that? Does that sound better?
Yep.
Oh gosh, that's
better.
It sounds like you're next to me rather than sort of the other end of the gantry.
Saying as Porter's running in, he seems to be getting a lot more bounce from the Rod Bramsgrove pavilion end. And I know early on, I think with James Vince, they'll be trying to find that outside edge, which they've already done so far this morning. So I think that'll be the plan.
Now we're going to get you to introduce yourself to everybody, because many people will be listening to you for the first time, as that's turned away into the ground on the leg side and there's no run. So tell us a little bit about yourself. So you're Anthony Clapham, you play for the England Disability Team. How long's that been going on?
So I've been involved for just over a year now. I've been involved in the sort of disability cricket setup now for about 3 years. So I was born with something called talipes, which is a club foot on my left leg. Didn't realise I qualified. So yeah, it's been an amazing experience so far, and Porter's just running in now.
Comes in and bowls forward. He's Vince, probably just an inside edge onto the pad there, which got 1 or 2 behind the batters excited. How long have you been involved with England?
Just over a year. So we've been training a winter. So we do our winter camps down at Edgbaston, or up at Edgbaston. So yeah, we have a good squad of 15, 16 players, and we're looking to go on tour to India actually. So hopefully early winter next year, which will be an unbelievable experience.
Wow. Now I remember being up in Southport, and your captain up there, is it Callum Matthews? No, Callum has played into the ground, fielded at short leg. Callum
Flynn.
Flynn, that's right, yeah, sorry. And he was saying about he was hopeful that this tour was going to go ahead.
Yeah, so he's actually doing the Lancashire Northants game today. It's been postponed a couple of times. I think BCCI, it's been a bit difficult to get some dates in, and obviously you've got the World Cup there this winter, October, November time, I believe. So fingers crossed we can get across to India in January.
Fantastic. Here's Porter again from that pavilion end. Vince walks into that shot as he pushes it out into the gap in the covers. And that'll be a single. It moves on to 5, 27 for 2 here, Hampshire, having been put into bat. End of Jamie Porter's over. He has 5 overs, 2 for 17. Sam Cook, 4 overs, none for 8. Anthony Clapham alongside me, Kevin James, for his commentary debut. And you play for the Hampshire Disability team as well?
Yeah, when I can. You know, when you play club cricket and then you have sort of county England. ECB have also launched a Disability Premier League, which essentially forms deaf, learning difficulties, physical disabilities all together. So they've got that tournament as well, which is end of August, which would be really, really good. And it looks like there's a change of bowling here. Is that Snater?
Yep, Shane Snater. Now, so you're making your debut. I think you should make your commentary debut this over as well,
Okay.
Anthony. We're going to throw you in at the deep end. We don't take any prisoners here.
Yeah, so as I said, Shane Snater here is just come on at the Hilton end. It's just running up now. Oh, that's a classic James Vince cover drive there. Outfield's a bit slow. And it just gets dragged in under the rope there. And that's an easy 3. But that, if you think about a classic James Vince shot, other than the cut shot, which I think is his bread and butter, I think the cover drive just suits him perfectly, doesn't it?
That settled the members down.
Yeah.
They've come in early to listen to Rod Bransgrove this morning. They will have been disappointed that the Hampshire chair is standing down at the end of the year after 23 years, but they would have been buoyed just an hour or so later watching that James Vince cover drive. Everything's back to normal.
Yeah, definitely. And Shane Snater's just going to come around the wicket here with Gubbins on the strike. And as you mentioned earlier, Kevin, these two batters are very, very similar runs per season, I think. So I think Vince was 4 ahead of him. Shane Snater runs in now. Oh, and he's flicked off his leg straight to mid-wicket. Just seems a bit of shape into Gubbins there.
I must mention that one particular game going on in Division 1 at the moment. I mentioned Warwickshire 15 for 3 a little earlier. They are now 26 for 6 against Middlesex. Thank you to sponsors, solarcricket@gmail.com. It says there might be a pitch inspection there by midday. I should think they're already eyeing that one and booking their travel arrangements, the pitch inspectors.
Shane Snater's just running in again to Gubbins, a bit wider of the crease. Flicked again through mid-wicket. That's actually gone through, and that should... Oh no, it's very slow outfield out there, isn't it? Out towards the nursery ground. And that's picked up and thrown in by Michael Pepper.
Yeah, one of a couple of changes in the Essex side from the side that beat Kent at Chelmsford in their last game. Shane Snater and Pepper into the side. No Dan Lawrence, no Doug Bracewell for Essex.
Shane Snater was definitely the hero in the final, in the semi-final there, I think. Just got him over the line.
Yes, at the finals day. Yes. Essex beating Hampshire.
Quarter-finals, apologies. Shane Snater's just coming back over the wicket now to James Vince. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Straight down the ground. Shane Snater did the best he could to, I think, get out of the way of that. That is hidden with some power there by Vince. Straight through to the long off boundary for 4. Moves on to 12. Good start from Vince this morning.
Yeah. 37 for 2, just easing a few fears. 20 for 2 Hampshire were when Ian Holland fell. 15 for 1 when Fletcher Middleton went.
Well, Fletcher Middleton looks really good, actually.
He has actually, Anthony, and he started the season very well, considering he'd just been brought in, you know, as a 21-year-old. And right, we'll let you open you'll open the batting, and it's your championship debut season. But he's just found runs harder to come by now.
Oh, Shane Snater there coming back over the wicket to James Vince, and it just nips and beats James Vince's inside edge there. Doesn't seem to be that much bounce from this end where we are, but does seem to be sort of nipping around a little bit.
I just think it depends on whether it's hitting those sort of green patches, doesn't it, or those other sort of brown patches that are running through the wicket. If you're looking on the live picture feed, it looks a little bit like crazy paving. It looks a little bit like that to us up here.
Have you been down to see the
I didn't get a chance, no. It was all about Rod Bransgrove this morning.
Of course.
Oh, what's happened?
Shane Snater. Oh, this does not look good for Shane Snater here. Is that a calf or Achilles? He's gone down. Oh no, he's in trouble here. I think, Kevin, there'll be a change of bowling here. That is a shame.
Well, he was what, 3/4 of the way through his run up, and then just pulled up, and then just went to ground. That, I mean, you're not bowling that off, are you?
No, that is. He had one ball to complete the over, but he looks in trouble here, unfortunately.
Wow. So Essex are going to be a bowler down here, which isn't going to help their cause. And yeah, he's in trouble. He's lying flat out with the Essex players standing around him, and.
This brings up the question, you know, obviously we have the concussion rule now where you can substitute players. I mean, I think, you know, we're in the first session of day one here, and potentially Essex are down a bowler. What do you think about sort of subfielders? And
I don't know, will we ever see that? I suppose at some point somebody will dream it up and say, let's have a go. This would be a classic case now, isn't it, of being substituted, but yeah, the way they all stand, you can't, can you?
No,
you play the rest of the game, which is, as you say, about 95% of the game now. Essex is going to play with a bowler down. I can't see him recovering from this, can you?
No, that looked a real bad one, if I'm honest. Like I said, that looks like he's grabbing his calf or his Achilles, which if it is, I can't see him playing any part, especially bowling in particular anyway.
Have you ever done anything like that?
Fortunately not, touch wood. There's been a few sort of quads or hamstrings, but not anything sort of calf or Achilles. And if it is Achilles, then they tend to be a bit more serious.
They do. You can't really play through them, can you? Because you're just making everything worse. So, well, we've got this break in play, and Shane Snater is going to get a bit of treatment, and ultimately, we think, is going to leave the field. Tell us a little bit more about you. What do you do? You all-rounder? Are you batter bowler?
Yes, I like to say I'm a batting all-rounder. I think my role in the England squad is slightly different. I think I've got to sort of, I guess, take my chance when it comes. So, sort of middle order batsman and try and sort of bowl at the end, whether it be change-ups, cutters, slower balls, Yorkers. A bit different to my club cricket. I don't really bowl in the club cricket. Yeah, there's a lot more better bowlers, I'd say, in our club in particular. I play for Wokingham, which is based in Berkshire, so our first team play in the home counties, our second team in the Thames Valley Div 1. So yeah, it's a really good standard, and especially in the England side as well. You've got a lot of Premier League cricketers. I think there's been a lot of talk about, obviously, Rod Bramsgrove today about what a great job he's done at Hampshire, and I think the biggest motto for the guys in the England squad is leaving the shirt in a better place. And I think, I know, moving on to away from myself onto Rob Bramsgrove, he's definitely done that here at Hampshire. If you look at the facilities we've got today, you know, I've played on the nursery ground. I'd love to play on the Ageas Bowl myself, but it's just a stunning ground, and I think he's done a fantastic job for Hampshire, hasn't he?
Sure. So as Shane Snater is being led to the field,
that's a slow walk.
Yeah, that's horrible. So you played on the nursery ground to our left. Was that with the Hampshire Disability Team?
No, that was actually at college. I played. I went to college in Basingstoke. We had a final here against Alton, I think. So we had a Hampshire left arm seamer. Chris Wood got me out actually.
Right.
So
there's no shame in that.
No, I'll take that. But no, he's applauded off the field there. That's a shame. And it looks like Paul Walter's going to bowl the final ball of the over here.
Yeah, left arm seamer.
Flowing blonde hair.
Tall.
Yeah, he is.
As well. But you live in Basingstoke as well. Welcome back to Sports Extra. Listeners, we've just had a break in play where, unfortunately, for Shane Snater, he's been led from the field. He was just running into bowl, and in fact, his sixth ball of his first over, and about 3/4 of the way to the stumps, just pulled up. And we think, myself, Kevin James, and next to me, Anthony Clapham from the England Disability Team, we think it looks like Achilles, and he's not in a good way, and he's still being helped up the dressing room stairs by a couple of the Essex support staff. So it's Paul Walter to carry on.
Yeah, Paul Walter left arm over to James Vince. That's a pretty good start. Just hitting a length, hitting James Vince splice of the bat, and that concludes the over. So I think it was 10 off the over there. It's a bit of a shame to see Snater walk off there, but I think for Hampshire they'll be looking to try and make hay now. I think if they can try and get maybe Jamie Porter and Sam Cook to bowl a few extra overs, a few more miles in their legs, then hopefully they can cash in later on in the day.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, certainly going to put more pressure on those two, and Paul Walter, who's come on to complete that Shane Snater over. It was Jamie Porter that's made both inroads on the Hampshire batting after being, or the home side being asked to bat first. Fletcher Middleton bowled, not playing a shot to Porter for 14. The score then was 15 for 1. And Ian Holland got a beauty, didn't he? Pitched up, just drew him into a shot, and the ball just left him off the pitch. And he was caught behind by Porter, or off Porter for 3. Here's Porter again, and that's Gubbins, who's got a thick outside edge along the ground, goes down towards third. And Gubbins will pick up a couple, moves on to 8. Hampshire 39 for 2 now. Porter then into his 6th over has figures of 2 for 19. Sam Cook was accurate but didn't pick up a wicket. He had 4 overs, none for 8, bowling a commentary end. That's the hotel end here at the Ageas Bowl. And just a reminder that if you're just joining us, the big news from these parts and on this ground earlier this morning was that Hampshire Chair Rob Bransgrove announcing that he is to stand down from his position as Chair at the end of the season. 23 years he's been in that role, and actually he coupled the role of Chief Executive for a while as well. He was Chair and Chief Executive for a while here. That was up to about 2010. Gets wrapped on the pad there, Nick Gubbins, as the ball just jags back into him. Porter staying around the wicket.
Just into getting a bit more bounce, as I said. That's twice now. That's twice this over now that he's just got a bit of lift there, and I think the first ball just finding the outside edge to Gubbins, who went down to third man for 2, and that one just climbing on him and hitting him in the thigh pad. So
yeah. It is that sort of pitch here, really. It's not bad. It's a good one as Gubbins drives down straight down the ground. That'll be 4. Good stride in from the left-hander. Drives that up to the Rod Bransgrove Pavilion. Rather fitting on a day when, as I say, he announced he's stepping down at the end of the year. 43 for 2. Yes, the wicket has patches of sort of light brown and a few patches of light green as well, interspersed, a bit like crazy paving. But I don't know about you, Anthony. For me, the pitch is played just like a normal morning first day wicket, really, on the whole. Bit of movement for the seamers, but nothing.
Yeah, I agree.
Nothing untoward. But it may look a little bit worse than that on your live picture feed if that's how you're watching, as that's pushed out behind square on the offside. Of course, if you're listening on the BBC Sport website and on Sports Extra, you have to take our word for it.
Yeah, I think looking at the way Fletcher Middleton, the way he got out, he did. I think he did leave it on length. As I said, Porter is getting a lot of bounce from the pavilion end. So, but I think you're right. It looks like it's playing quite true. There's a bit of swing as you could expect with a new ball, but all in all, it's always going to be pretty good down here at Southampton Ageas Bowl to bat on anyway.
Outside the off stump, and Gubbins leaves that one alone. And score remains on 43 for 2. Anthony Clapham next to me, who's doing commentary and on air for the very first time. So we revealed he's played here, but he's on the nursery ground. Chris Wood got him out on the nursery ground, so no shame in that. And have the England disability team got any fixtures this summer?
Yeah, we've actually finished our fixtures. So we've had a number of fixtures played against some academy sides. That's
Gubbins pushing that up to mid-on. That's the end of Porter's 6th over, 43 for 2, Hampshire.
So yeah, we played Leicestershire Academy sort of early on in the season at Loughborough. We beat them. We actually beat Surrey and Hampshire under 18 academies. We played the MCC. We played the Army. We tend to play sort of similar fixtures each year, but I think we are looking to try and play, I guess, stronger sides. Like I said, the standard from the guys in the England squad is getting much better. So I think we do want a bit more sort of competition, I guess.
Yeah.
And it was a really good test to see, or to see how we could cope against county academy sides. We saw with them, especially in the Hampshire team, a lot of youngsters with fantastic technique, but I guess their bodies are still growing. Probably not as strong as, well, definitely not as strong as what they will be. So no, looking forward to what we can do next year, really.
That's yours.
Yeah, and the Walter's coming in there. That's, again, it's a bit more bouncy. He's a tall man, is Paul Walter, and that's just hit the thigh pad of Vince, and they come through for a single. A shape towards Vince there. But yeah, so we've, like I said, we've got the DPL tournament, which is towards the end of August, which is always a fantastic event that the ECB put on for us. We have a winter schedule, which again is great. When we're with England, it feels like we're professional athletes. So it's a great setup. And Walters coming in again. Short, and Gubbins, that is for out to deep square leg. And I think he would like that there all day. That's a fantastic shot there from Gubbins. Classic left-handed batsman Gubbins. Anything on his legs or short, he will put that away all day.
He's having a good season this year, Anthony. I know you've done your homework.
Yeah, he's now level with Vince, I think, on runs the season. So 4 ahead.
Average is slightly less, just under 50.
And Walter comes back in, and that's again short of a length. Gubbins rocks back and punches that to mid-on, where Robin Dass, who is the substitute fielder for Shane Snater, who unfortunately couldn't complete his first over of the day. Looks like he's injured his Achilles or his calf, so he's off the field now, unfortunately. Robin Dass is wearing a looks like a training or a T20 cap, so a bright red cap. Ooh, that's up-ish. So Walters there bowled again, length, getting a bit of bounce here from the hotel end, and Gubbins is slightly earning on that aerial drive to mid-off, but it just falls short.
Well, I'm looking at Paul Walters' performances with the ball in the Championship this year. It's fair to say he hasn't bowled a lot of overs, just 26 before this game, but his 6 wickets have cost just 13 apiece, which suggests he should do a bit more bowling.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a pretty interesting start so far. It's definitely banging the ball into the wicket as he comes in, and that just shapes away from Gubbins. Well played, just drops it into point there. And the score is 48 for 2 as we're just approaching the end of the 12th over.
Yeah, sorry, Anthony. Right. Yeah, we see Walter sort of bowl in T20s a little bit more. I see him bowl in T20s against Hampshire, but yeah, that record suggests he should be doing a bit more red ball bowling, surely.
He's a big boy, isn't he?
He is tall.
He's a big boy, so as Walter comes in, bit more floated, and that is I'm going to give the credit to the bowler there. Gubbins has gone for the big drive, and it's just hit the outside edge and gone to backward point for 4. So that's Hampshire's 50 runs coming in 12 overs. That's pretty. I think they'll be pretty happy with that. Obviously, be a bit disappointed to lose the early 2 wickets, but I guess these are the 2 informed batsmen. So yeah, I think Essex will be doing their best to get one of these out, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Mr. Harmer on very soon.
Yes, a certain Simon Harmer. The scourge not just of Hampshire but of many counties over the years. Maybe not quite so much away from Chelmsford, but Hampshire have that trip to look forward to in September.
Yeah, he's picked up his 400th wicket last week, Simon Harmer, so he's been incredible for them since 2017, really. A little stat for you.
Oh,
question,
yes.
Maybe for the listeners, if they can email in.
Go on.
So 3 of the top 5 wicket takers in the county championship since 2017 are playing today. Obviously, you can't tell me who you think just yet. Maybe we'll give
I'm not sure
5-10 minutes.
Anthony Clapham has set the question. solentcricket@gmail.com or @solentsport. Let us know. Here's Jamie Porter continuing from that pavilion end. Oh, it's Sam Cook, I tell a lie. They're both very similar to me. As Cook takes over from Porter. That's pushed on the onside by Vince for a single, and he moves on to 13, 53 for 2. So just repeat the question, please, Mr. Clapham.
Yeah, so since 2017, there are 3 bowlers playing in this game today between Hampshire and Essex who are in the top 5 wicket takers in the county championship. Who are they?
There we go. solentcricket@gmail.com on the emails at Solent Sport. Sorry, that's Solent Sport on the Twitter. Yeah. Cooks round the wicket to the left-handed Gubbins outside the off stump through to Rossington. Gubbins does not offer a shot. Yes, Fletcher Middleton for 14, Ian Holland for 3. The 2 batters to go.
Do you think he's changing just to see if he can get a bit more bounce? Because I think he certainly made the batsman play more, I'd say, than what Porter did. But I think with Porter getting a bit more bounce from that top end, the pavilion end, maybe Sam Cook's going to see if he can get a bit more himself.
True. Yeah, maybe maybe there's a little bit more carry, maybe, just maybe. But of course, Essex are now one bowler down with no Shane Snater as Cook bowls. That's turned away towards mid-wicket by Gubbins. Yes, Shane Snater, just a few moments ago, having to leave the field with what looks like to be an Achilles injury. Running up to bowl and then just pulling out just before he got into his action, and was helped from the field with 2 of the Essex support staff. So I think it's fairly obvious that he won't take any more part in the game. And I suppose looking further ahead, it's whether Shane Snater is available in the short to medium term. You never know with these things, but Achilles, as Anthony Clapham says, are never the best things to suffer from, as are many injuries, but some are just a little bit worse than others. Yeah, but what have we got? We've got a helmet coming on. We have at the far end.
Is that?
So we're going to have a short leg, are we?
I think Rossington's going to stand up to the wicket, which I guess goes against what I was saying, where I think he was maybe coming from the pavilion end to see if there was a bit more bounce. Clearly not. So Rossington's going to try and stand up to the wicket and build a bit of pressure, which means that Sam Cook will try and probably target the pads and the stumps a bit more here.
Yeah, Gubbins won't be able to sort of stand outside the crease or get too far forward. It's a length ball. Gubbins plays that up towards extra cover. So you've talked about England, the disability side, Anthony. I mean, you say you play a bit for the Hampshire disability side. How many? What's their sort of programme of fixtures like, and how many have you played this season? Yeah,
so let's talk about last year first, because we actually won the national competition, which was fantastic.
Oh, right.
We're a really strong side actually. We've got, I'd say, 6 or 7 of the England guys are playing for Hampshire, which unfortunately in turn impacts us when we're away with England and we can't support the Hampshire guys, which is...
That's pushed away by Gubbins, square on the leg side. There'll be 1. Oh, they're coming back for 2. That's good running.
Which is a short boundary on that leg side, so that's a really well run through there.
Robin Das, the substitute fielder, on there doing the fielding.
So yeah, so we've struggled a bit this year actually. I haven't managed to get any games in this year, as I said, with being away with England, but yeah, we're actually away at Essex this Sunday, which would be a little double header for you.
Oh, something to look forward to. Whereabouts is that game?
No,
in Essex. Oh, I'll put you on the spot.
I'll check my emails.
He's going to have a look. It's too far in the future. As Gubbins pushes that back to Cook, and that'll be the end of the over. Cook has bowled 5 overs, none for 11, 55 for 2 Hampshire, having been put into bat.
So the game is at Harlow Town, so if there's any local Essex avid cricket supporters want to go down and support their county, honestly I think just trying to get more people down to watch disability cricket, because the standard's a lot better than what most people think, and I know certainly last year we were on Sky Sports in the final. We had some good comments and good feedback, which is fantastic. And again, the final will be held at Derbyshire. Again, I think it's 4th of September, and we'll be playing a double header with the England ladies.
Oh, right, so lovely.
Obviously, fingers crossed we get to the final.
Now, if I remember Harlow Town Cricket Club, it used to be next to an old gin factory, or I don't know if the gin factory is still there, but years ago there was. All yours, Anthony.
As Walter comes back on for his second over, outside off stump to Vince. Leaves the ball straight through to Rossington, who is stood back to Walter from this end.
So at the end of this over, Anthony, I'm going to get you to come over to me, and Paul Newton will come in at your side. So just so we know where we all are.
And Walter's just running in from the hotel end. And bowls it sort of middle of the leg, pat it back to Vince, to mid on, where Das picks up and throws it back into Rossington. Its shape seems to be slowing down a bit, so there's not much swing just yet. So that's an hour into the game. I think this is a really big hour before lunch now. I think these 2 batters will be looking to put on a bit of a big partnership here, as Walter runs into James Vince. A bit shorter. Vince tries to clip that off his hip, unfortunately straight into the ground where short leg would be, and Walter picks up the ball and trudges back to his mark. The weather's been pretty bad over the last few weeks. I was wondering what the situation of the pitch would be, but it looks a lush outfield here at the Ageas Bowl. The wicket, as I said, it looks a bit patchy, but it's playing pretty true at the moment.
Certainly is.
As Waters runs in again to James Vince. He's hitting a hard length here, Walter, and Vince sort of just goes back and punches it back into cover for a dot ball.
As I'm going off in a minute, just let me get through one or two tweets here as well. Paul Williams, who's asking about the interview with Rod, is it going on during the match? There is an interview with him on the BBC Sport website right now. My audio interview with him, I think, is going up on Solent Sport Twitter feeds shortly, but is not there yet. But BBC 5 Live Sports Extra are speaking to him at tea.
As Walter comes in there and bowls outside to James Vince, who leaves the ball. Seems to be getting a bit more rhythm now. He's hitting a hard length here. That was a much better line for me, that, especially to James Vince.
Certainly was. Right, Richard Vaughan at Solent Sport. We were talking earlier about Nick Brown and the concussion. Richard Vaughan says Brown was hit on day 1, which was Wednesday, so perhaps today is considered day 7 if you include Wednesday, and is therefore okay to play.
Walter runs into James Vince and he clips it off his leg. They look to push for 2. I think that'll just be 1 though. And that's picked up by, looks like, Sam Cook over there for a single.
Ian East says, does Rod standing down means we're about to start the Kevin James reign of terror as chair? No chance of that. Ray at Solent Sports says, I know that Rod Bransgrove will still be in charge of development at the Bowl. That's right. Hopefully he'll arrange for a roof to be in place before we host the Ashes Test in 2027. Well, it's certainly not Manchester down here, so I don't think we need to worry too much about that. Anthony, that's the end of the over. What's your Twitter feed?
At Anthony Clapham, ANTHOMY, Clapham like the junction.
There we go. So Anthony's question earlier.
Yeah,
about the 3.
I've had a few texts from listeners so far, so yeah, please tweet me or drop a message in the live chat and we can I won't release the answer just yet.
Right, well, no, so you can control that because you're getting the messages. Right, so we're bringing Paul Newton and then Anthony's going to come in for me in a moment, just as we watch this first delivery from Sam Cook from the pavilion end. Yes, that's yours. That's outside off stump, and there is no run. Adam Rossington taking that one. So Hampshire 56 for 2. We've had 14 overs, about just over an hour and 5 minutes. Here's Paul Newton, and Anthony Clapham will continue.
Thank you very much, Kevin. And 56 for 2 put into bat. Loss of the 2 openers fairly early on, but the current 2 batsmen, top-class operators. With James Vince on 14, Nick Gubbins has played some lovely shots today, and always good from a batting side's point of view to have a right-hand, left-hand partnership. Sam Cook's on his way in from the pavilion end, bowls a ball that leaves the batsman off the pitch. Tends to happen with Essex nowadays. They quite like to bowl Porter and Cook for the opening spell, then Cook comes off first of the 2 and eventually takes over from Porter at the end from which Porter's bowling. So Cook now coming down the slight slope. 2 men out. Fletcher Middleton bowled by Porter for 14, an off cutter that broke back, and batsman not really playing a shot, and Holland caught Rossington bowled at Porter for 3. It was 20 for 2, it's now 56 for 2 and remains so after the next delivery, which James Vince plays to mid-wicket. There's no run there, 56 for 2. You were mentioning Harlow, Anthony, and Essex did once play a John Player League game there. I didn't see it, but some of these outgrounds back in the day, all sorts of counties used to play at the most improbable grounds.
Okay, nice ground, good facilities?
Well, I've not been there myself, but it as I say, I think was nice. Essex in those days liked to take the game around the county, and I think there's an inside edge here as Cook bowls to Vince, and he started to appeal, and one of those where I think no sooner does he start to appeal than he realises that the ball probably has just nibbled the inside edge into the pad of the Hampshire skipper, and score remaining 56 for 2.
Interesting, you mentioned obviously Porter finishing and then Sam Cook coming on, literally giving the batsman no respite at all. Both on 36 wickets, now 38 wickets for Porter.
As this ball leaves the batsman outside off stump. Apparently, I'm told it's 39 to Porter and 37 to Cook. They started level, but Porter's got both the wickets to fall. Sadly, one man who won't be adding to his season's tally is Shane Snater, who was in his first over and about to bowl the 5th ball, and he just keeled over. We think maybe an Achilles. He may even have gone over on his ankle, but
It didn't look good, did it?
no, it didn't. I don't think we'll be seeing him take any further part in the game unless the physio really manages to work a miracle. Cook bowls one that leaves Vince off the pitch. Vince saw it coming, left it alone. The end of another tight over from Cook. We'd have to say not one that particularly looked as if he was about to take a wicket. 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 11. And even when Cook isn't taking wickets, he's still a difficult man to get away, going at just under 2 runs and over.
Yeah, interesting that with James Vince on strike there, the keeper Rossington stood back. I think he's coming up to the wicket with Gubbins on strike when Cook's bowling. So I think he's trying to trap Gubbins LBW potentially. So we're back with Paul Walter now, who's going to start his 3rd over from the Hilton Hotel end. Running into Gubbins, outside off, nice shape there, left alone.
Well, remarkable goings on at Edgbaston, Anthony, as you know. Believe it or not, Warwickshire, who have got more than a passing interest in winning the championship this season, but against a Middlesex side who can't seem to beat anybody, Warwickshire are 43 for 8.
Wow.
5 wickets in a row for Bamber, and the first 3 went to Toby Rowland-Jones.
Walter just into Gubbins again and again. Similar ball, just sort of outside off stump, nipping away. Yeah, I mean, have they left the covers on since the blast final there? That seems.
Well, certainly it's there's been a lot of rain since, inhibiting the groundsman's work, to try and prepare the pitch. Mm-hmm. We do hear from one of the Warwickshire commentators at the game that 5 of the dismissals have been unplayable.
Walters running in again to Gubbins again, similar ball left just outside off stump, nipping away. I mean, they were Warwickshire were 20 for 6, so I'm not going to say it's a comeback, 43, but they've more than doubled their score there. And
yes, marginally less appalling, I think, is the situation for Warwickshire. But always remember that maxim: you can only judge one score by what the opposition subsequently get. Maybe Middlesex are going to struggle every bit as much. Heaven knows their batsmen have no reason for any great confidence.
This is a good tidy over here from Walter, building a bit of pressure here to Gubbins. Sort of slowed down, had a really good start, Gubbins. Flicked off his pads, nice pull shot. A bit of a skew whiff drive down to backward point for 4, but Walters seems to have found his areas here and just building a bit of pressure. As Walters running in now to Gubbins. Yeah, he hits a real heavy length, doesn't he, Paul?
Yep.
I haven't really seen much of him, I must admit, especially certainly in the county championship. I think this is his 6th game.
Yes, nobody's seen much of him because Essex have underused him, and I think it was just last season when he played in the 100 and had a very good campaign. His team got to the final and he had a lot to do with it, with useful runs, and his side bowled him far more than Essex had been doing. He picked up a lot of wickets at a low cost.
Walter comes in and yeah, that's a really tidy over that, and that's a maiden. And that brings us just an update on the score here. That's 56 for 2, Hampshire. It's a really tidy over. Yeah, I guess with any cricketer, the more reps you get, the more overs you bowl, the more time you spend out in the middle, the more confidence you get. And I think
exactly.
He's going to get used like that for 100.
That's right.
Confidence.
So Walter, 3.1 overs, 1 maiden, none for 9. And the reason why it's 3.1 overs, even though he's just finished his 3rd over, is that he had to complete an over begun by Shane Snater, who, in attempting to finish that first over, went over, suddenly collapsed as he tried to deliver the ball. A break in to Sam Cook as the sun returns. He's in and bowls to Vince. That's a good delivery. Beat Vince. All ends up there. And no appeal from Cook, so I think that one was probably just doing a bit too much, jagging back in from outside off stump and probably going down leg. But a good delivery. Vince on 14 and Gubbins on 22, 56 for 2, repairing the damage created by Jamie Porter, who had Fletcher Middleton bowled for 14, not playing a shot, and Ian Holland caught behind for 3. Scores then were 15 for 1 and 20 for 2 after Essex won the toss. Cook's on his way again. Past umpire Rob White and bowls, and this down leg side, and nicely taken by Rossington as Vince went to flick it away, hopefully to the leg side boundary, but doesn't make contact. Score remaining at 56 for 2. We had a little spell 4 or 5 overs ago where runs flowed very, very freely, but Cook and Walter have succeeded in drying up the scoring rate a little since then. So 43 for 8 is still the score I'm getting from Edgbaston. Remarkable scoreline indeed, as Cook's in bowls, and that ball narrowly misses off stump, and Sam Cook, not a very demonstrative man, he just gets on with the game, but for about 5 seconds afterwards he just leans with his hands on his knees and his head right down, because he's sort of saying, how did that miss?
He's bowled really well this morning.
He has, yes, well he always tends to, and that one came back and missed the off stump by a whisker.
Yeah, and it's beaten James Vince's inside edge as well, which I think he's a lucky boy there. That's a really, really good ball there from Sam Cook. And
next delivery from Cook, a leave outside off stump, and no shot needed there, goes through to Rossington. Elsewhere in Division 1, Northants playing Lancashire away at 44 for 2. Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge of 57 without loss against Kent. Somerset have now lost a 3rd wicket against Surrey. Surrey, of course, top of the table by 14 points from Essex. Somerset just gone on to 55 for 3, in fact. And then we get that incredible scoreline from Edgbaston and Warwickshire at 43 for 8. Cook's in. Bowls to Vince. Vince uses his feet, comes down the track to some effect. This ball is played to backward square leg, and the substitute fielder for Snater, Robin Das, runs round to keep it down to 2 runs. Vince moves to 16. He'd been on 14 for a few minutes actually, but 58 for 2 up on the board. And Hampshire, if they were to still be only 2 down at lunch, would feel that they hadn't had a bad morning at all, perhaps even a pretty good one. The score is unlikely to stand still with men of the calibre of Vince and Gubbins at the crease. Good right-hand, left-hand partnership. From the pavilion end, Cook steams in to bowl to Vince. And that's another decent delivery, left alone outside off stump, despite the 2 runs off the over. A good over from Sam Cook, beat Vince on a couple of occasions, and that's never easy to do. Vince 16, Gubbins 22, and put into bat Hampshire are 58 for 2, with the rest of the side made up with Ben Brown, Liam Dawson, Felix Organ, James Fuller, Kyle Abbott, John Turner and Mohammed Abbas. And the Essex lineup, there's no Doug Bracewell today. Shane Snater came in for him. Dan Lawrence, of course, is still in the England squad, and I don't think this time can be released suddenly to turn up and take part in the game. So the rest of... in fact, I break in as Walter's about to bowl.
Paul Walter comes in to Gubbins again. Really probing line length here. This is a real good sort of 20 minutes here for Essex. Slowed down the run rate. And I think, as I said earlier, I think this Gubbins and Vince will be just trying to get through this little period here. They know Essex are down a bowler. If they can get through to... I'd say if they can get through to lunch, 75 for 2, I think they'd be pretty happy with that morning.
Yeah, I think they'd have a few more on the board by lunch than with these 2 at the crease.
Yeah, you'd hope so. And Walter comes in, shoulder length, and it's just clipped off his legs, and that's really good running there from these 2 who've batted quite a lot this season together. Hampshire's in-form batsmen, both trying to race to see who can get to 700 runs this year first. And Gubbins is leading that way just by, I think, 3 runs actually. So it's tight, but that brings the score to 59 for 2. 17.2 overs. Sun's just gone behind the clouds here, but it's no real wind out here at Ageas Bowl today. Pretty calm. As Walters into James Vince, who bowls it. Oh, that is not a way to get out there. And James Vince has just tried to clip one off his legs, down leg. Quite a long way down leg, and that's a good take by Rossington. Fortunately for Vince, he misses that one.
So the Essex line-up: Alistair Cook, Nick Brown, Tom Wesley, Paul Walter, Matt Critchley, Michael Pepper, Adam Rossington, Simon Harmer, Sam Cook and Jamie Porter. And Shane Snater, who should be in that 11, probably isn't going to be anymore, as he injured himself bowling his probably only over of the match.
Oh,
He's gone.
Walter, that's a great ball. So he has just nicked off James Vince there, sliding the ball across James Vince, and he has edged through to Rossington. That's a great spell of bowling there for Walter, who's come on earlier than he expected, and he has just found the outside edge of James Vince, Hampshire's main batter, who now unfortunately walks off for a battling 16, I'd say. But that was great ball there by Walter.
Yes, it was one that was angled across from the left arm over bowler Paul Walter to the right-handed James Vince, and just partly moving away off the pitch. Possibly had a little bit more lift than most deliveries, but it very visibly took the edge and went through to the grateful hands of Adam Rossington. Excuse me there, I've got a bit of a frog in the throat. 59 for 3. Thought did occur as Shane Snater, clearly quite badly injured, was helped off a man each side off the pitch half an hour ago. Thought did occur. I think Paul Walter, as was alluded to by Kevin James, has generally been underused. It's only since he had a good campaign in the 100 last year that he's really been used at all. And he has this habit of taking wickets early in a spell. He's never actually bowled a long spell, so that's not to say he mightn't be able to take quite a few wickets here. And I had the thought that actually it could even rebound in Essex's favour to lose Shane Snater, who hasn't had a great campaign, sadly, this season with the ball, where, in contrast to last season, where at times he was unplayable, got a couple of 7-wicket hauls. But Paul Walter, we shall see. You know, Essex will be very, very delighted if he can fill the boots of Shane Snater and bowl the overs that he would have bowled. And to get rid of James Vince, you know, it could well be that it's only because Walters had to do the bowling that Essex have seen the back of Vince for this innings. And
yeah, fantastic opportunity for him.
Yeah.
I think his first over was probably a bit nervy, but since then he's really found his radar.
And to be fair, Anthony, when you're bowling to a player as good as Gubbins, who took him for a couple of boundaries, you know, your margin for error, as is true when you're bowling to James Vince, is very slight.
I just feel with Vince there, I think, you know, with Walter being so tall, I think he's 6'8", 2 metres, he know that it's going to be really, really full to play that drive, and I'm not sure that shot was really needed. But Walter comes in to Ben Brown. Solid defence there, Ben Brown. It's been a solid signing for Hampshire. Had a really, really good start to the season. Ben Brown has fallen off a bit since then. I know he'll be looking to get in today and show everybody what he can do. But no, fantastic start from Walter. But yeah, I'm not sure whether Vince needed to play. I know it's his strength, cover drives, cut shots, but that seemed to bounce a bit, that one.
It did, quite right.
Walter comes in to Ben Brown. Similar ball to Vince, maybe a bit fuller. Head right over it, straight, punches it straight to mid-off. And that completes a successful over for Essex there. 59 for 3 Hampshire. I think they'll be pretty happy now. Essex, certainly if they can get one more, that'll be a fantastic morning for Essex. The sun's shining nice and bright here as well, so good batting conditions.
Yeah, Walter's figures now, 4.1 overs. The 0.1 is the one delivery he had to bowl to complete the Snater over after Snater was injured, and he's taken 1 for 10. Not bad figures for a guy who wouldn't be bowling normally on the first morning of a match but for that injury to Snater. Although some of us, and I do count myself as one, have often queried why Essex don't bowl him more, and I think he may do after the way he started out here. We haven't seen Simon Harmer yet. But Walter doing a grand job filling in for Snater, who had taken the place of Doug Bracewell, Essex's overseas player. Don't know why Bracewell wasn't included here. Maybe he picked up a strain in the recent win over Kent. These games come thick and fast. And here is Sam Cook in from the pavilion end. And Bowles tucked off the pads here by Gubbins, who's played with great assurance here so far this morning. Goes down to long leg, single, 60 for 3, put into bat. But I feel that wicket, you were quite rightly saying perhaps Vince didn't need to play at the ball he was out to. I feel that wicket was born of Essex having managed to really close down the, at one point, rampant Hampshire scoring rate.
Yeah, definitely slowed down, didn't it, the last sort of 3 or 4 overs. Real good pressure from Essex here, and I think Rossington came out to the stumps to Gubbins, allowing Cook to bowl a bit straighter. I think he got a bit too greedy there, Cook, and Gubbins clipped it off his legs down to final leg for 1, and that brings in the new batsman Ben Brown, who's faced just the 2 balls so far, and I think he'll be eager to get off strike here. Looks like he's batting out of his crease here as well. So Sam Cook, you have a short leg in place as well.
Cook on his angled run in from the pavilion end. Ben Brown plays this away into the offside. Should be 2 runs here as it goes down toward the backward point boundary, and Walter does the retrieving, but not before they've got back for 2. Scored is 62 for 3, and Brown off the mark with a brace there. And Cook's figures at the moment, none for 16 in 7.2 overs, as economical as ever. Porter bowled the first 6 overs from the pavilion end, 6 overs no maiden, 2 for 23, dismissing Fletcher Middleton. Bowled for 14, an off-cutter that came back, surprised the batsman, and Holland caught behind for 3. Cook bowls down leg side, nicely taken by Rossington, and Nick Brown seems to think there's a reason for appealing here. He's feeling at bat pad. Well, he probably did hear a little bit of a noise, but certainly the bat was nowhere near the ball.
I was going to mention that you got Nick Brown who got concussed last week.
That's right.
And the captain's put him in at short leg. I mean, I'm not sure I'd be too happy with that after being sconned on the helmet last week and being put into short leg.
Exactly. You are meant to be sort of hors de combat for 7 days after something like that, but it's less than 7, and here he is playing as that ball goes through outside off stump. However, clearly Nick Brown feels that he's well over a situation where, having been hit on the helmet and then apparently had recovered, but with just 1 ball of the day's play left, I think it was last Thursday, he suddenly threw his bat down and bent over double. Clearly wasn't in great shape at that time, probably shouldn't have been allowed to carry on at all. Here is the next delivery in bright sunshine here on the south coast, and this is a leave, which can be a little bit dangerous because Cook bowls a very good off-cutter, as does Jamie Porter, but Brown judged that one well. Again, there was good carry through to Rossington. I do like a pitch where there's good carry, and this has that. Gubbins has 24, Brown 2, and Hampshire 62 for 3. As Cook makes his way back in what is the 19th over of the morning. 12:26 on the clock. Put into bat. Hampshire, Brown facing Cook. Oh, what a delivery that is. That's an absolute smasher, Rooney.
That might be the delivery of the morning, that.
Yeah, I think you're right, because right arm over to right-hand batsman, the ball angled in, but then proceeded to leave the batsman off the pitch and left him groping at thin air. It was too good to take the edge.
Yeah, that was, like you say, coming wide of the crease, angling in and just nipping away there, and actually a good take from Rossington. That swung quite a long way after the ball's gone past the bat. My earlier question to those who have been tweeting me on at Anthony Clapham, ANTHONY, Clapham, CLAPHAM. My question was, there are 3 players on show today for Hampshire and Essex who are in the top 5 leading wicket takers since 2017 in the county championship. Who are they? As Paul Walter begins his 5th over. And that's just gone down leg, and Gubbins clips that away to deep square leg, where Robin Dias picks up and throws it on the full to Rossington there, and moves on to 25. I will give you one of the names. There's 2 from Essex, one for Hampshire. Do you want to have a guess? One of them so far?
Yes, I mean, I would think Simon Harmer would have to be one.
Yep. Like that. Yeah, he's taken 403 wickets in that period.
Do you want me to carry on guessing?
Yeah, why not? Yeah, let's go.
It's a tight one, this, but I'll go for Sam Cooke.
No.
Jamie Porter?
Jamie Porter's
right.
Porter. Oh, that's I'm not going to say that's a great shot. He's flicked it off his leg there, but they do have a leg slip, and that has just beaten the leg slip fielder there by around about a metre. He's dived to his left there, and that's gone away for 4, but that is... I'm going to say they've bowled to that plan there. Walter's obviously getting a bit of movement there into the right-handed batsman, Ben Brown. He's flicked it off his legs, which is clearly a strength of his, but I would say that's a bit too fine. He's played that, and can't quite see the fielder there.
It's Matt Critchley.
Matt Critchley dives away to his left, just evades him and goes away for 4, beating the quite square fine leg. As Walter comes back in, short of the length, and again, a nice bit of movement in there outside the off stump where Ben Brown shoulders and leaves. So Jamie Porter's taken 298 wickets in that time.
And Kyle Abbott?
Kyle Abbott, yeah. Had a lot of message Mohammed Abbas, which would be quite an obvious one, but so the top 5 would be Simon Harmer with 403 wickets, Chris Rushworth,
yeah,
the classic 327, Kyle Abbott third with 315, Jamie Porter 298. And I'll read off the last 2 as well, as Walter comes back into Ben Brown a bit fuller, clips it off his legs down to deep square leg for a single. Tom Bailey, 281 wickets, and he's joint 5th with Ben Raines. So I think we're in amongst some bowling royalty here today, and I'm surprised Sam Cooke hasn't had more of a chance with England. I mean, I guess when you've got Stuart Broad and Jimmy Anderson, I guess they're the swing bowlers. Ollie Robinson's been a real consistent performer for England, so I guess they've gone for more pace, but now maybe winter programmes perhaps for Sam Cooke get a go. Walter pitches up outside off to Gubbins, and he leaves. Yeah, I think with maybe Jimmy Anderson, I don't want to say he's coming, well, he is, I guess, coming towards the end of his career. I'd like to see him play longer. He hasn't had the best of Ashes series. And maybe Sam Cooke would be his replacement, perhaps. I'd certainly like the look of what I've seen today. He's challenged the batsman early on in his spell.
I think you said 298 for Jamie Porter. Does that include the 2 he's got this morning?
No, that doesn't.
So 300, yeah.
300, yeah.
Well done on your figures, enabling us to hail his 300.
And Paul Walter completes the over there, bowling to Gubbins, shouldering leaving, and that's 68 for 3, 20 overs gone. I think Kevin James is going to come in and replace me.
Tell you what, not many people would have thought of Ben Raine to be up there in the top 10 wicket takers, so well done to him. And Hampshire 68 for 3, put into bat with the most recent man to go, the all-important wicket from Essex's point of view of the Hampshire skipper James Vince, getting one that bounced quite sharply, caught behind, and very visible edge it was as well off Paul Walter for 16, and maybe that injury to Shane Snater actually rebounded to Essex's favour, with Snater's replacement Walter getting rid of the main man for Hampshire. Ben Brown plays the first ball of a new Sam Cooke over into the offside. This is Cooke's 9th over of the morning, having bowled the first 4 overs, switching to the pavilion end, and from the Hilton end, hotel end, as Cooke makes the way back to the top of his mark. Kevin.
Hello, Paul. Other hotel chains available, of course, Paul.
Yes, indeed. As here is Cooke in. Bowls, and that ball leaves the batsman off the pitch, but started too far outside off stump for it to be the undoing of Brown, who's made 7, made a reasonably solid start. And Hampshire at 68 for 3 would not want to lose a further wicket before the lunch break.
That was a big one, wasn't it, James Vince? Paul Walter, we mentioned that he's taken his wickets at 13 apiece this year. Obviously not bowling much, but I don't know, from what I've seen, he needs to bowl a bit more than this, doesn't he, Paul?
I think we all think that, actually, because he's very useful in white ball cricket as well. Here is Cooke in and bowls. Oh, and that's the better, and that's the 4th wicket down. A brilliant catch, low down by Simon Harmer at second slip. Typical Simon Harmer, probably more slip fielders than not wouldn't have clung on to that because it was fast going to ground, and he goes down taking that in front of Alistair Cook. It was actually heading for Alistair Cook but would have gone to ground well before reaching him. More observant listeners, and that includes everybody of course, would know that the first slip tends to be deeper than the remaining slips, and the Harmer there moved adroitly to his left and took that an inch or two off the ground. He's got such a good pair of hands, Simon Harmer. It's not just his bowling, he's absolutely outstanding in the slips, and Hampshire lose their 4th wicket at 68 for 4.
Yeah, that is a super catch. I tell you what, Hampshire would love him in the slips. And it's been a bit of a talking point this season, the Hampshire slip catching, which has varied. I think that's the best way of describing the way that things have been going on in that area. But that catch from Simon Harmer, what an absolute unbelievable grab it was. Liam Dawson is the new man for Hampshire. You can hear one or two in the crowd shouting some encouragement. Well, I hope that's what it is to Liam Dawson. That will be, of course, because he is a very popular man down in these parts. And Ben Brown, it's not quite happening for him at the moment. Just been struggling for a few runs of late, but a good delivery and a better than that catch.
Well, I'm not surprised you describe Liam Dawson as a very popular man in these parts, because I commentated with him when we were here for a white ball game, and he was injured at the time. And it was the most delightful company, absolutely Superman. Thoroughly enjoyed sharing the microphone with him. And of course he spent a month at Essex and said how much he'd enjoyed it back in 2015.
Yeah.
But he's a top man, and England at the point they recall Moeen Ali, but Liam Dawson can't have been that far away if they were going to have a spinner, and he just made a terrific century with the bat, as well as taking a lot of wickets in the match.
Yeah, he's a good lad. He's a good all-round lad, that's for sure. You'd like him in the trenches with you, I tell you.
Oh, absolutely, couldn't agree more. Cook's in, bowls, and that probably just about brushes the pad down leg side of Liam Dawson, who has made his way to the middle here. It's 68 for 4, but we were just talking about Paul Walter and how his figures leave you saying, wait a minute, there's a bloke here who's got 2 for 17 and a score of 320. Why didn't he bowl more overs?
Yeah.
So I think he's got his opportunity here with Shane Snater probably not going to be able to take any further part in the game. Paul Walter may well have the opportunity to show what he can do in a much longer spell than he's used to. This ball runs down to fine leg. Robin Das, a substitute fielder for Shane Snater, can't quite prevent it from going over the boundary. And the score goes to 72 for 4, and Liam Dawson, who just glanced that one away. Sam Cook, since taking the wicket, has just strayed onto leg stump for the last couple of deliveries, and Dawson helps himself to a boundary.
Yeah, he's probably asking the ball to do a little bit too much on that line. Probably got carried away a little bit with the ball just shaping away from time to time.
Warwickshire have reached the dizzy heights of 55 for 9. They're still just about hanging on in there. Put into bat by Middlesex, and it looks a good decision, but always look at how the second side bats before making a final judgment. Here is Cook in, bowls, and this ball's run down to backward point, and Paul Walter, and there will be no run there. That ends the Cook over, in which he got rid of Ben Brown thanks to a brilliant catch by Simon Harmer at second slip, but actually moving in front of first slip. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 20 for Sam Cook, and Paul Walter 5.1 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 16. So Jamie Porter, when he got his second of 2 wickets this morning, reached 300 since those figures that Anthony Clapham had since 2017, and it just shows you, if he's got more wickets than Sam Cook, how well he too has bowled.
That's right. But together, what a formidable
indeed
opening partnership they are. Now, Paul, you have the option here because Mr. Kevin Howes, who's behind us from BBC 5 Live, can do 20 minutes up to lunch.
Right.
Instead of you, but we all love you.
Yes,
we
I
love
know.
listening to you. But if
I realise the pain this is causing you.
But do another over, and then we'll bring in Kevin Howes for you. Would you be all right with that, Paul?
I'm absolutely fine with
He's
that.
all right. That's good. I've never met a commentator yet that when they've been offered to get off, actually say no, I'm staying on. Very few.
And if you'd set me up for the 1 o'clock update I have to do for BBC
Oh yes,
Essex,
of course, yeah. We'll do that
I don't
for you
mean
as well.
immediately, but whenever it's convenient.
We'll do that. Now, round the wicket is Porter, runs away from us and bowls. Gubbins pushing that up to wide mid-on, where it's fielded by the said Paul Walter. Score remains on 72 for 4. It's been a good morning for Essex, a good decision to ask Hampshire to bat first on a wicket which has got slightly different colours running along it, which you can see on the live picture feed, and which you've heard us say all morning. And for me, on the whole, though, it hasn't misbehaved too much. But I guess when the ball pitches in different areas, different coloured areas, it just changes. That's nipped back quickly as well. Wraps Gubbins high on the front pad.
Yes, it's. I think it's been a good wicket, actually. I like the fact there's bounce there, you know. As I said, Chelmsford, typically, the ball does keep low, and that's been a characteristic of it for time immemorial. And I'm sure the groundsman would be very pleased if it had a bit more bounce in it. And this is, you know, it's not as if the ball's done anything absolutely outrageous.
No, that's for sure. Porter around the wicket again, bowls straight delivery, which Gubbins plays equally straight back to the bowler. I've just noticed, actually, you talk about Chelmsford. You guys are actually unbeaten at Chelmsford this year.
Yes.
3 wins and 2 draws.
It's not been as pronounced as in some years in terms of favouring Simon Harmer. The ball hasn't really, Harmer hasn't really had a pitch where the ball really turned. But nevertheless, Essex do have, when they last won the title, or the full title, in 2019, they won all 7 home games.
Yeah. Very formidable at Chelmsford. Hampshire got that to come. Edges through to the keeper. There's another wicket. Drawn on the front foot was Gubbins, drawn into the drive, and that went very quickly to Rossington's left. Good grab from him, the keeper. And Gubbins goes for 25, and Hampshire have lost their 5th wicket now with the score on 72.
Yeah, well, this is getting a little bit alarming from a Hampshire point of view now. Essex second in the table, Hampshire third. Hampshire, who win far more games here against Essex than they lose. And it's not as if they've lost this one yet. They might end up scoring one over 300, for example. But these last 3 wickets have gone down rather too quickly from a Hampshire point of view. You have to say Tom Wesley, who's a very understated person and doesn't tend to get the credit that, for instance, Ryan Ten-Doeschate did when he was captain, but he's pretty shrewd. And if you look at his bowling changes, they so often work almost straight away. I was disappointed that he took Paul Walter off, but Walter having got rid of James Vince, but on comes Jamie Porter, switched to the hotel end, and promptly does the business getting rid of the other man who looked a really big threat in Nick Gubbins. So well done to Tom Wesley, who very often is to be found fielding on the long off boundary. If Simon Harmer's on, which you'd say, well, that's a strange place for the captain to be. Ten-Doeschate himself would have been under the helmet, meanwhile, at bat pad. But it just shows you, you know, that an undemonstrative captain can still be very, very shrewd.
That's for sure. It's certainly working here this morning.
I'm just going to unhook myself in time so Kevin Howes can join you, Kevin.
Okay.
Do I remove my microphone, or will he use this one?
No, he'll use his own. It's nothing to do with you. Don't take that personally, Paul. Paul Newton would be back after lunch, and a new batter who's taken a bit of time to walk out there is Felix Organ. Just to say, the Rob Bransgrove announcement that he's standing down as chair, it's his chat with me this morning is now on our Twitter feed at Solent Sport. There's also an article on the BBC Sport website. There's also an article on the Hampshire Cricket website as well. So plenty of ways and means that you can watch and listen and read about Rod's time, his 23 years as chair. Mr. Kevin Howes, lovely to have you alongside me. On board, I should say. Is that
You're
the word?
bored?
No, on board.
I haven't
That's
said
what I meant
anything
to say. Here he is, as Jamie Porter comes in over the wicket. Felix Organ, the new batter, plays into the ground, plays it at backward a point, and there's no run. I couldn't think of the word.
Well, can I just take you back to Rod just for a second or two, because I'm here for reason we'll explain as the next couple of days go on, and it's about this match, obviously, primarily. But what good fortune on my part to be here today that the biography has been released, because Rod clearly is a massive figure here, but he's been a massive figure in the game as well, hasn't he? So, I'm really looking forward to chatting with him later on as well.
Yeah. It's on 5 Live Sports Extras. Pushing forward his organ back to Jamie Porter. A successful over for him. In fact, another successful over, because he has 3 for 23 from the 7 overs that he sent down.
So just briefly on that, I mean, what I'll be hoping to get out of Rod a little bit later on is, things are done here just a little bit differently than they are at most of the county cricket clubs. It's private ownership, and it's not exclusive and unique to here. I mean, Northants are pretty similar, Durham or whatever, but I just want to get some idea of Rod, who clearly came into this because he was passionate about Hampshire cricket, for heaven's sake, and saving them. So therefore clearly passionate about county cricket, but he's got that pragmatic business-like approach as well. So where are we going? Where are we going? That's what I'm looking forward to most, really, from chatting with him. But there'll be things. I mean, one of the first questions is standing down, what it feels like. I imagine he's going to be a little bit wobbly on that, just a little bit wobbly. I wonder if he is. Start of the next over, and the ledge. No, Dawson facing through to the keeper, and no run. But in the meantime, the reason I'm here is because I just wanted to come along this round of matches before we take a break from the championship for the Royal London Stroke 100, and just see how realistic this contention is or not for Hampshire in terms of the title. And here we get a good mark of it, don't we, against Essex, who clearly are pushing Surrey really, really tightly at the top of the table in the title race. So that's what I'm here to do. And right now, I have to say that Hampshire have got a few problems at 72 for 5. Dawson on 4, facing again, and this time it's more of a confident leave through to the keeper, and no run. So that's what I'm looking forward to this week.
Yeah, I just get the feeling that Essex come into this with better momentum.
Yeah.
2 wins and a draw for Hampshire in their last 3, but 4 wins in a row for Essex coming into this. And if you take the drawn game against Notts at Trent Bridge, so it's a draw and 4 wins. I don't know. I just get the feeling that that the headwinds are right behind them.
I agree. I think they're the strongest contenders. I do. But will that change this week? Let's see. Next ball again is defended by Dawson into the offside. Still got 3 slips going down at the moment here on what generally I think is a pleasant day. It seems warm enough. There's a breeze. When isn't there a breeze blowing these days? Breeze blowing, but it's a nice warm breeze at the moment. A fair amount of cloud around. Not as much cloud as seemingly there is at Edgbaston, which has just been a crazy morning for those that were listening to Sports Extra a little bit earlier. Warwickshire now all out, by the way, for 60. This next ball bowled, and again just allows that one through. When I say comfortable, I'm not too sure he is that comfortable out there. This is terrific bowling we're seeing at the moment from Essex. Nature obviously is a big loss with that injury. We'll get no doubt an update on that later on. But here Cook bowling at the moment in this over, which is his 10th, 9.4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 20, and so far a dot of every one of these deliveries. He's got 2 remaining, and he turns again to run in from the pavilion end, in past the umpire now, in and bowls into the pads. LBW appeal, look back to the umpire, he keeps his fingers down. Was that doing a little bit too much? This again is an over where he hasn't got the wicket there, but this most definitely is an over when the bowler is on top, maybe just doing a little bit too much. I mean, it looks a very good call.
It does.
I'm just trying to put my mind that of the umpire. Did you think it did actually move? There was a fair amount of movement there, wasn't there?
It was. It's coming back into Dawson quite a bit, isn't it, really? The umpire obviously are judging that maybe that's going past the leg stump, but yeah, close.
This is jeopardy time at the moment for Hampshire, and it is for Dawson, who's sitting on 4 not out, only faced 8 balls. And as I say, maybe just 1 leave he was comfortable with. The rest, it's been a battle. And it's Cook again, in and bowling. This time he does get bat onto a big stride forward into the offside. And this is hard work here for Hampshire right now for these remaining 11 minutes or so. Up to lunch, it's a maiden over from Cook. 10 overs, 1 for 20, 3 maidens. Probably just worth, Kevin, just reminding him of Warwickshire all out for 60. Their story, of course, in the title race, they have a game in hand, of which will be caught up most teams who are playing 3 matches in September. Some are playing 4. Warwickshire will be one of them, but they've been bowled out for only 60 today. Bamber 5 for 20, Roland Jones 3 for 27, Ryan Higgins 2 for 5 from 2.5 overs. I understand there looked to be a fair amount of grass on the pitch and also cloudy conditions.
Here's Porter in sunny conditions. Heel beaten outside the off stump. There is Organ. That's another beauty from the Essex right armour. So it's a little tricky at times, but we know Porter and Cook are pretty skilled operators, have the stats to back that up as well.
It might be worth pointing out that Somerset is 74 for 4, so that, you know, that it's not as dramatic as Birmingham, what could be really this morning, but there are wickets falling everywhere this morning in some of the key games.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like end of July, does it?
No.
At the moment, it feels more like September in lots of ways as that's pushed out on the offside. I think we've just got used to inclement weather over the last couple of weeks or so. It's just felt very stop-starty for cricket and just the sort of weather you'd expect in September rather than this particular point.
Well, I imagine what we're talking about is very tricky weather conditions for ground staff to try and prepare some good pitches.
Yeah.
You know,
True.
the amount of time they've got to work on some of these surfaces in busy times anyway for them. So much going on.
Pretty fit to get those covers on and off as well as Organ's pushing forward. Doesn't time that, goes back to Porter.
Now I'm looking at the run-ins. You know, this is such a massive game for Hampshire. They've got to win. Haven't they got to win this game? Somerset away to Essex. Got a trip down there, and then at home to Surrey. Essex, they've got Middlesex at home. Hampshire at home, as we mentioned, and away to Northampton. With all due respect, as they say, I think I know which run-in I'd prefer.
It's tough. Outside the off stump, that's good carry. It's obviously kicked off one of those little grassy areas on this pitch. Yeah, I mean, Hampshire's run-in does mean they do have a bit of a say in where the title goes, because Essex twice yet, including today, Somerset and Surrey still to play.
I think that's right. I think whichever way you look at run-ins, you could argue. You see, if you're taking on the teams that maybe are struggling at the bottom, they've got a lot still to be fighting and scrapping for. So maybe they're not the sort of teams you want to play either. So there are different ways of looking at these things, aren't there?
Agreed. Porter runs away from us. Bowls to Organ. Oh, it's another beauty. He's pushing at that one. The ball's just left him off a good length.
I don't know if you're aware. You see, Surrey are now without Sean Abbott. Abbott's gone. I don't think he'll be back again for the remainder of the season. I'm not too sure how long he was due to be staying for, but I think it was longer than this initially, for whatever reasons. I mean, nothing untoward about it, but he's moved on now. So, you know, he's clearly been a key player for it. And that was a massive result the other week in that defeat at home to Lancashire. So it's not as... initially I thought they were just going to stroll the title at one point.
Porter bowls. Organ pushes forward, gets an inside edge onto the top of the pad. Good over this from Porter. In fact, it's ended 8 overs, 3 for 23. Hampshire 72 for 5.
You know, I'm a neutral in these things. I'd love there to be, as we've had in previous seasons. You know, you go into that final month of September, 3-4 teams still in without a shot. I don't know if we're going to get that many this time. You know, with Warwickshire. Well, it was Paul that quite rightly said, you know, if you're talking about a 60 all out, let's wait and see what happens second innings within that game. But either way, you're not picking up some batting points there, are you? So, you know, you're missing out on points there, that's for certain, from the batting perspective. But back to this one, because this has been a fascinating little encounter already this morning. Hampshire initially having, you know, they lost an early wicket. Middleton out, then Holland quite quick. That was 20 for 2. But then you're looking at Vincent Gubbins, who, from a distance, Kevin, just looking at some of the matches, I'm looking at those two as being quite reliable. And Gubbins has got some big runs in important innings here. But they've now gone as well. So it's Dawson and Organ who are facing. And it's Simon Harmer who's bowling. And he's bowling to Dawson. Harmer introduced for the first time here this morning. Looks to work that away onto the onside.
I don't know if that might just have turned a fraction. I know it was not a good line, but
it wasn't one that got them too interested. But in terms of an appeal, but as you say, maybe in seeing that ball spin. Let's have a look again. This next one, that one's a little quicker. Worked onto the onside. Harmer, who is a bit of a magician, he can make things happen that others can't. But He's bowling from the far end from our commentary position. That's the pavilion. And he's bowling to Dawson. Himself knows a thing or two about spin. And he goes back. He's wide of the off stump and push back up to the bowler for no run.
Well, the last time Liam Dawson played here in a championship game, he got 12 wickets. But that was an absolute raging turner.
He got runs as well that game, important runs.
Got 100 and something in that,
Oh, well. In again, in and bowls. And that loops in the air. Has that come off just the bat or the pad? We can't see. It's Brown who goes for the catch. It's forward short leg. Nothing doing. So it must have just been the pad. He's got his back to us, of course. That's my excuse. But did go looping up, and for a moment there were 2 or 3 Essex players who tried to get the umpire interested. Armour again, 2 balls left of this over, looking to sweep and very nearly getting a top edge on that sweep there. This has been a testing time for Dawson. It doesn't matter whether it's Cook, whether it's Pace, or whether it's Harmer here with spin there. He's having to answer all sorts of questions out there this morning, or this afternoon, should I say. And just going to take, what are we waiting for? I was going to say the batters wanting a chat, but I think that's because we're needing another helmet being brought out here. They realise here that they're on top. There's a chance here to come in for the kill, isn't there? 5 down already. Can they get at least 1 more before lunch? And that's Brown. So they've got another helmet player there. This is because he's just there, just leg slip, and then you've got a forward short leg, both needing the helmets, of course, under the rules and regulations. Top edge in the air and caught. It was coming, was that wicket. Dawson has now gone. He's been caught there at short fine leg, looking to sweep, getting a top edge. He almost was out to that same shot in the previous delivery, but he's gone, and that now caught Porter bowled Harmer for 4 means that Hampshire have got all sorts of problems early on here, just ahead of lunch on the first day of this encounter in the championship. And that was a difficult time for Dawson, and Harmer gets a wicket with the last delivery of that over, but it was coming. It really was. It's a wicket maiden for Simon Harmer, the sort of stuff that he does, and just one of the reasons why Essex are the formidable side that they are.
Yeah, he's certainly terrific, isn't he? I think that is also a result of putting your extra fielder in close. Dawson doesn't want that many round. I mean, that's the sort of field he has at Chelmsford, doesn't he? Leg slip, short leg, and just waits for the one that bounces and turns, and you just pop it into them and say, here, I'll catch that. So I don't think Dawson wanted that field. So immediately he's gone on the offensive, and he just hasn't executed the shot the way he would have liked. So I think that's as much to do with the field as much as anything. It does look as though the ball might just be
gripping a bit
in this area. Maybe not
definitely.
Necessarily turning at the moment, but certainly it's not going straight up and down. So I think that's another reason. Just very quickly get in this, because Paul did write a couple of notes for me a few minutes ago. Paul Newton, who's off at the moment from BBC Essex. He says Doug Bracewell, who would have played today, the New Zealander, because he was contracted up to the end of July but is not playing. He says, Paul says that he's felt unwell in recent days, hence his non-appearance here. So I presume as soon as he's well, he's back on the plane back to Kiwiland. And he also says, Paul, Nick Brown was hit on the head on day 1, not day 2, but still has resumed in less than a full 7 days. I think somebody on the Twitter sphere earlier said that as well, that it's literally right about 6 days, isn't it? Maybe even 7 at a push, but it sounds like it's probably 6 days. But I don't know, maybe I suppose some doctor has to pass you, don't they, and say it's all right.
It would be surprising if Essex haven't checked and doubled down on it all to make sure that everything is just right. I mean, they wouldn't be risking him otherwise, would they?
No, you can't, because if something happens again, then you've not got a leg to stand on, have you?
It might be worth a question at the end of the day, just to see what was happening there. But right now, the only question is really surrounding Hampshire at 72 for 6.
Oh dear.
And Fuller comes out to join Felix Organ. So Fuller and Organ now with this pair of basically getting through what should be the last over before lunch, you'd imagine.
Yep, 12:58. The scoreboards are showing to our left and right. 72. Hampshire have lost 2 wickets on 72. Gubbins and Dawson. And you wouldn't rule out another one at the moment. Jamie Porter's got lovely shape on the ball at the moment. Just a bit of bounce short of a length and just leaving the right-hander. Organ's already played a missed a couple of times in the previous over. And here he is then facing up. As Porter comes in, runs away from us, bowls. Organ gets a straightish ball this time, plays it into the ground. And there is no run. So 5 balls to negotiate. I can't believe I'm saying that on day one of the championship match.
The bowling has been terrific throughout. What I think has really been added in the last 30-40 minutes is real menace with it, a real sort of attacking feel of. Initially, there were times when I thought Hampshire could see themselves through this. I don't feel that way at the moment.
Here's Porter again, then bowls. Morgan just flicks that away down to fine leg, and he's off the mark. And Hampshire are 73 for 6, with the 26th over being bowled this morning, so it's not been particularly quick in terms of over rate, but there's been a number of batters that have had to walk all the way from the pavilion out to the middle, and I'm not sure some of them have been that quick.
I'm not sure some of them know which way to get there either, because it's a long walk around for them, isn't it? Because we've got the white sheeting of the behind the bowler's arm out there, so it's a fairly long walk.
That's true, yes, having to walk along the pavilion. Lovely drive from James Fuller through the vacant mid-off area, because Bullwater was quite wide, and that ball is just going to reach the rope. And that's a nice looking shot. First up from James Fuller, who looked particularly good last week in a fairly low scoring game at Trent Bridge as well. And Fuller in typical positive mood, 46 in the first innings, 52 not out in the second.
I know we're running out of time here ahead of lunch, but I've been meaning to ask you about that. I mean, it didn't start until 1:10 on the first day, and it was racing along as a game, wasn't it? What was going on?
Well,
there?
I'm not sure I've seen too many Trent Bridge wickets like that.
Is
really.
that right? Yeah.
Fuller's on the back foot, steers that into the gap in the covers for a single, 78 for 6. It wasn't doing lots and lots, but consistently it was just doing a little bit.
Right.
So if you got good bowlers on there,
Yeah.
and Notts weren't at full strength, so I'm not sure Hampshire would have got 166 in the first innings had Messrs Broad and perhaps Jake Ball been bowling, but even so. And then when the sun came out, it quietened down quite considerably, so of course that was easier from a Hampshire point of view, which is why they got a bigger total second time around. So whenever the clouds came over, the pitch just offered a bit for the bowlers, but not, as I say, not loads. Oh, there's the one outside the off stump. Good ball there to Felix Organ. He seems to be getting the majority of the good balls out there at the moment.
You can understand why Essex supporters get behind their team here, but speak of their frustration of Cook and Porter maybe not being talked about and thought about as much in international terms. I totally get that, and they want the best for their players, but I'm telling you now, if I'm an Essex supporter, I'm keeping quiet about
definitely.
it. I want them in my team.
Definitely.
They are terrific bowlers, terrific.
There they are. Jamie Porter, 30 years of age now, has been a good bowler for quite a while, hasn't he? As that's turned away on the leg side by Felix Organ. Doubles his score onto 2, and it's 79 for 6. Yeah, Jamie Porter close to 500 career wickets now.
Yep. So that's lunch here. Hampshire at 79 for 6, Fuller on 5, Organ on 2. Harmer just getting a 1 over ahead of lunch. He was a wicket maiden. He removed Dawson. That was the 6th wicket down. Holland caught Rossington, bowled Porter for 3. Middleton bowled Porter for 14. James Vince caught by the keeper Rossington off the bowling of Walter. Walter having to come on a little bit earlier than maybe he first would have thought, because Shane Snater, sadly after just 5 deliveries, they had to leave the field. We're not too sure about the extent of the injury, what exactly it might be. I think talk of an Achilles problem. We'll get more details on that later on. But anyway, Walter comes on. Vince scored by the keeper out for 16. Gubbins caught by the keeper again. Rossington off the bowling of Porter for 25. Brown caught Harmer off the bowling of Cook. Sam Cook for 7. As I say, Dawson just ahead of lunch. So Porter 9 overs 2 maidens 3 for 29. Cook 10 overs 3 maidens 1 for 20. Snater just 0.5 overs, no wicket for 10. Walter 5.1 overs 1 maiden 1 for 16. And Harmer 1 over. If you're the captain, I tell you, this is terrific. You're going into lunch, I bowled 1 over, it was a wicket maiden. Come on, lads. But actually, in fairness, they've led the way for him as well. But that must feel really good if you're captain. What doesn't feel good if you're Hampshire here at 79 for 6, you know that you didn't win the toss. Maybe it wasn't your decision, of course, to go in there and bat first, but you've got problems if you're Hampshire.
That's for sure. Myself, Kevin James, Kevin Howes next to me, and also Anthony Clapham and Paul Newton will all be with you this afternoon in less than 40 minutes' time. Well, welcome back to the Ageas Bowl, where we are just a minute or two away from getting underway. The afternoon session on day one of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Essex. Well, Essex won the toss and elected to bowl first, and that first session has been very much, well, it belongs very much to the away side, because Hampshire find themselves 79 for 6. 3 wickets for Jamie Porter, a wicket for Sam Cook, also for Paul Walter, and for Simon Harmer as well. Top scorer in the Hampshire innings was Nick Gubbins, who made 25. It's done a little bit out there, but I think we've all seen wickets that have done a little more. It's just been credit to the Essex bowling. Your commentary team this afternoon, a little later you'll hear from England disability player Anthony Clapham, but to take you through this first period of play is myself, Kevin James, and also from BBC Essex, Paul Newton. Paul, good afternoon.
Very good afternoon, Kevin. Yes, terrific morning, it would have to be said, for Essex after putting Hampshire in. Certainly good bounce in this pitch, which I think is a good thing. Whether some of the Hampshire batsmen would agree with that is another matter, but probably haven't seen such good bounce on any pitch this season. I'm used to Chelmsford where the bounce is low. But you mentioned Jamie Porter there, and I think he has been the pick of some very good bowlers for Essex. We always know Sam Cook's good. Paul Walter did well after filling in for the sadly injured Shane Snater, who had to abort in his first over. But Porter, for me, bowled, should we say, if there were 15 outstanding deliveries in the course of the morning, I think he probably bowled 7 or 8 of them.
Yes, that's for sure. So it's Simon Harmer to get the afternoon. That's turned down the leg side. Organ leaves that one alone. Good take from Adam Rossington.
Now, if that were at Chelmsford, the conspiracy theorists would say, oh, this pitch has been prepared purely for Simon Harmer.
Well, it looks like that way, although I have to say already that this pitch isn't turning quite as much as it did for the one against Middlesex. But you're right, Harmer's probably going to enjoy himself here, as that's played quietly out on the leg side, no run.
Well, when you think how difficult Liam Dawson found it in the 1 over Harmer bowled before lunch, I mean, he's a canny batsman, Liam Dawson, and of course facing one of his own kind. It shows you there's something there. That's for sure. Bowls flighted, played into the ground by Felix Organ, fielded on the leg side. But yeah, well, we know Simon. Nobody knows Simon Harmer like Paul Newton next to me, but we have come to get used to him, the way he mixes it up, pace, arm balls, off spin, slog sweep, and that's a lovely shot from Felix Organ, but there is a man out deep for that. Deep square leg. That looks like Robin Dass there, the substitute fielder, because off the field and probably off for the rest of the game is Shane Snater, who looks to have what we think is an Achilles injury. He was just about to bowl the last ball of his only over and pulled out of his run up about 3/4 of the way through. Had to be helped off. Forward is Fuller. Oh, wants a single. No, says Felix Organ, as quickly around from behind the stumps is Adam Rossington. It's a beautiful afternoon. We had predominantly sun this morning. We've started the afternoon session in sun as well. Wouldn't say it's the warmest, but it's certainly not the coldest. I think with the mixed weather we've had over the last couple of weeks, this is about as good as it gets for the moment. Harmer in the game, full of drives, bit of bottom hand in that one as it goes out on the leg side. Harmer has both his hands on his head. End of the first over after lunch,
Hampshire 80 for 6.
Yep, I don't think that shot went where the batsman intended it, but it went perfectly safely enough to mid-wicket. And looks as if Jamie Porter may be angling to bowl the first over from the hotel end after lunch. Second over in all, and as we were saying, Jamie Porter, the pick of a really good attack from Essex this morning, bowled very few poor deliveries. There was a spell after the second wicket fell when 39 runs were accrued for the third wicket, and it did look as if James Vince and Nick Gubbins might be in line to make sure that they were still together at lunch. But once Vince was out to Paul Walter, wickets tumbled at very, very regular intervals. So Porter on his way from the hotel end, 3 slips, no back pad this time. Decent enough first ball back, probably goes over the top of the stumps, left there on length, and score remaining at 80 for 6. And balled away to our right, hasn't quite tuned in yet again, it would seem, but I look instead away to my left. Fuller has 5 and Organ 3, and Porter begins his run again. Comes in and bowls, and this ball's clipped off the pads. That's a lovely shot, that'll go for 4. Porter, who does pitch the ball up, so I never blame him particularly if he gets hit for 4, but the fault with that one was not only was it pitched up, but it was on middle and leg, and that's where the batsman likes it. He can just put his left foot down the track and lean on the ball, and that's all it needed there. So 4 runs to Felix Organ, who goes up to 7.
That's how Jamie Porter got Ian Holland out. Full delivery.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Just pitched and just left him a fraction, caught the outside edge.
Well, of course, Porter in some ways would benefit most, arguably, from the fact that there's good bounce in this pitch, because he bowls a heavier ball than anybody else, and so extracting plenty from the pitch. He'll be enjoying himself there, looking for a 5 for. He comes in, bowls, the ball is played into the covers, and probably would have got away with a run there, although it is worth noting that the fieldsman it was going towards is the left-armed Paul Walter, who therefore could have picked it up in his stride and thrown it in. He didn't have to run round the ball, so probably a good decision to leave it at a dot ball.
Yeah, we don't want to see any risks taken by these batters, because this innings could be wrapped up fairly quickly. No Keith Barker in the lower middle order today. John Turner into the side. There's the one change.
Here comes Porter and bowls, and Organ plays this ball defensively into the offside, and there is Robin Dass substituting as he will, we think, for the rest of the match for the injured Shane Snater. Easily recognisable Robin Dass. First of all, he's considerably the smallest member of the Essex side, and secondly, he's wearing an unusual red and blue quartered cap. Probably it's the sort of cap you expect to be worn by some fictitious sort of side like the Mainsborough Accidentals. Well, just making it up off the top of my head for a non-existent side. Mainsborough, as we all know, is up in Yorkshire, hem. It doesn't actually exist. But here's a dot ball that goes by outside off stump. Quite a natty cap, to be fair to him. It looks rather nice. 84 for 6 is the score.
So that's not an Essex cap, obviously.
No.
So he's allowed to wear that, is he?
Well, it's a good point you make, but he hasn't got his county cap yet, and so he obviously wanted to wear some cap. As this next one is play and a miss here, a slightly frantic shot there from Organ, and probably Hampshire would rather see him not just throw the bat without any foot movement as he did there.
Yeah, very risky indeed. But yeah, I'm more intrigued with his cap, because you know, some counties still have a second 11 cap, don't they? Still, which he would, of course, qualify for. Well,
he would, yes, but for all I know, that may be it. I haven't seen a second 11 game for some years now.
Oh, I see what you mean, yeah.
Porter's in. Bowls to Organ. Oh, that's a terrific delivery, and he's out, caught behind. A great catch by Adam Rossington there, because he started going the wrong way and jackknifed back, held it inches off the ground.
I think it might be overdone.
Well, yes, the thought did occur that might be it. We will find out very shortly. You're right, LBW bowled Porter. Nevertheless, it was a terrific take from Rossington. But 4 wickets for Porter. I've said he was on his way, or it would have eyes for a 5 for here. and it would be his second of the season, I think, if he were to get it. But Organ, who'd looked a little bit unsettled from the previous delivery, and this time missed the straight one. Well,
yeah, it opened him out a little bit as well, didn't it? He's got squared up to that, and yeah, that's a difficult line of attack for the batters, because you want to be playing that. Well, Organ wanted to play that out towards mid-on, but then the ball straightened on him, and of course by the time the ball's arrived, he's completely squared up and not really in a great position to play that. So another wicket. Wow, 86 for 7. As I was walking across the ground to lunch, one or two supporters were just reminding me that towards the end of last season, Hampshire were in the hunt just about for the county championship, going into the penultimate game of the season, and Hampshire played Kent here, and in the first innings were bowled out for 70 odd. And I know we're not quite at the penultimate game of the season, but we're certainly towards the back end in terms of the championship competition. And here we are, Hampshire in their first innings, struggling once more.
Many thanks. You're very welcome to email me at BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com, and both Edward and Claire emailed me in the morning session to point out that it was day 1, not day 2, as I said, on which Nick Brown was struck on the helmet at Chelmsford last week. But as Edward affirmed, it still doesn't make it a full 7 days, because this would have happened at 6 o'clock in the evening last Wednesday. This is this Wednesday. It is therefore less than a full week since he took a blow on the head, but he is apparently allowed to play here.
Special dispensation.
Yeah.
It's all yours, Paul, isn't it?
As or is it you?
Oh, it might be me then.
Yeah, I think it's you.
Apologies. It's played out on the leg side. Yes, I've passed over my over, or tried to, but I'll claim it back. 86 for 7.
And rightly so.
You're right. Into his third over here, 1 for 1. There's Bowles, and when he goes for a slap there, Fuller doesn't get hold of that, and I'm not sure Harmer really picked that up, because actually in the end it wasn't hit particularly hard. Did he go into the ground? Maybe it was hit into the ground, but I don't think Harmer picked it up quite clearly.
No, he didn't, and did it in fact hit the umpire on the way through?
Oh, did it?
He's perfectly all right, so nobody needs to worry as to his safety. I just thought, if anything, hit the umpire and took a bit of a deflection on its way down to mid-on, and if it hadn't done so, I think it would have gone straighter.
So he's bowling to Kyle Abbott, who's the new batter for Hampshire. Abbott's on the back foot, gets an inside edge into the ground, fielded at leg slip. Anthony Russell has tweeted at Solent Sports, a rare day by myself, listening to the commentary, sat in the stands watching the cricket. I promise I'm not a jinx for Hampshire, but as a Southampton-based Gloucestershire fan, are you following? I'm at least enjoying an eventful morning before my birthday tomorrow, as that's played out on the leg side by Abbott, but there is no run there.
Yeah, Carolyn, who knows about these things, has put me in my place by saying Robin Das is wearing an Essex T20 cap. I don't particularly remember during the T20 games, of which I did 8 of the 14.
Forward is Abbott.
And in fact, if you include the quarter-final, 9 of the 15, I don't remember generally seeing Essex field in those caps, but I'm sure you'll be right, Carolyn. Thank you for that.
Well, you guys were here, weren't you?
Yeah, I know.
Not that I was taking much notice of the caps. Oh, it's played on the leg side by Abbott. That ball does look as though it's gripping a fraction.
It does.
Into the surface. So Harmer will be more than delighted that he's away from Chelmsford, whereas I'm sure on some occasions he's not so happy.
No, it's true, because the pitch is there, even in the recent run of wins they've had there. But, you know, you couldn't really say that a lot had been done to play into his hands in the way that used to be the case when he first joined the county. And I remember 2 consecutive games where he got 14 wickets in each match. There's been nothing like that, and for the most part, although he's continued to bowl a colossal number of overs to make sure that the quicker bowlers don't wear themselves out, but for the most part it has been the Essex pace attack that has carried the day for Essex. If anything, there have been times when the leg spinner Matt Critchley, who we haven't seen today, has taken more wickets than Simon Harmer. Porter's up from the hotel end. Bowls, and this is skied in the air, should be the simplest of catches, and is. And that is the 8th wicket down there. And really, you have to say that that's a bit of a wicket given away. And it's a 5-wicket bag for Jamie Porter. Well, I've made a few mistakes today, but one of them wasn't when I said Porter would be looking for a 5 for here. And you could have fancied him to do it because he really has bowled well. He
certainly has. I'm not sure if I can say anything about that, or I want to say anything about that shot. That was a horrible... I think I might leave it as just say it's a horrible shot.
And I will
just leave it at that.
Totally agree with you, and that's to be polite.
Yes, I'm trying to be polite, which isn't often me, Paul, as you know, but I think everybody on the ground is stunned. James Fuller himself, I'm sure, will agree, even though he's a very positive player, was that was just a little too positive. And if you're watching on the live picture feed and you are watching that, you are probably already shoving your fist or showing your fist to the screen, because I'm afraid that was pretty poor. And I'm not sure, somebody in the crowd has said something to James Fuller as he's walking back there. Actually, I just saw James Fuller just turn around and just maybe exchange a word or two with somebody sitting at the far end. But my word, that was on what has been a pretty poor morning for Hampshire. That was probably a new low.
It was. It's as though in Hampshire's batsman's mind now, it is so much of a conviction that you couldn't possibly survive on this for more than 5 minutes. The last 3 or 4 shots have all been born of desperation. I felt Felix Organ, the ball he was out, he just flung the bat like someone whose last ball on God's earth this might prove to be. Incidentally, Jamie Porter, with 10.1 overs, 2 maidens, 5 for 36, is on a hat-trick. Last ball of the previous over, first ball of this.
Well spotted.
Yeah, it means that he's on a hat-trick here. I'm an honest man, as you know. It was up on the screen a moment ago.
Paul, you didn't have to say that.
No, but you're right in one regard. I did look at the screen and spot it. Here's Porter, hat-trick ball. In a bowls, he beats the batsman, all ends up, John Turner, but he doesn't get an edge to it, and the score remains at 87 for 8.
Well, they're through all the batters now. Are Essex. It's just numbers 9, 10 and 11 to whittle out. You would think that it shouldn't take too long. There's still a little bit out there, isn't there, for the bowlers, which I suppose when you try and look positively, at least when Hampshire come to bowl, there'll still be a little bit of life out there.
Oh, definitely. And Kyle Abbott's no mug with the bat, so I think he might throw the bat to some effect yet here. But Porter's in. Bowls to Turner and plays it stylishly, actually, out into the covers to Robin Dass, and there is no run there.
Wow. Well, you always think that if you can just sort of get through a little bit until the afternoon, with the sunshine out as it is, then maybe things just might calm down. But unfortunately, from a Hampshire point of view, that's already too late.
Yes, indeed. And, well, I would have to say from a neutral point of view, at least 3 wickets have been given away that needn't have been. Porter's in, bowls to Turner, and Turner turns it pleasantly into the onside, goes down to Tom Wesley at mid-on. And at least I think, if you do feel the pitch is doing something, I still think it's true that the more you play it by the rules, the more chance you've got of surviving.
Yeah, the thing is, at the end of the day, it's been good bowling.
Yeah, well, it has.
Jamie Porter, like you, I've seen bowl terrifically against Hampshire, actually. And he is a bowler that, well, he's simply a wicket-taking bowler. Just bowls wicket-taking balls. And
he's very much back to his best this season as he comes in and bowls. And this ball is turned into the onside to be wicket. There's no run. So Porter with 42 wickets for the season now. And he's now 4 ahead of Sam Cook. Cook has 1 wicket. And Sam Cook it was, by the way, who took the dolly of a catch when Fuller went for the big hit before he'd really had a chance to play himself in, and it just looped up in the air to backward point. In the meantime, Porter, last ball, this is his 11th over, in and bowls, and Turner showing what can be done if you just get in line, plays it back down to mid-on, the end of the over. A wicket maiden for Jamie Porter. 11 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 36. 3.3 is runs per over, so very acceptable as well from the economy point of view. And at 87 for 8, Hampshire still struggling to see if they can get to 100.
Yeah, that's for sure. Well, Shane Snater going off early doesn't seem to have made too much of a difference. I don't think they'll be worried too much about that one.
Yes, in fact, you could make an argument that perhaps Essex would not have got the main man James Vince out as they did if Snater hadn't been injured.
Abbott's on the back foot, thickish outside edge as it goes down towards third, and they're going to run for 2. So Abbott's off the mark, 89 for 8 here. But yeah, all round terrific bowling performance by Essex, and really with Shane Snater going off, having bowled just 5 balls, Essex at the moment haven't really felt the need to fill up those overs because Hampshire are doing a great job of helping Essex here. As much as anything. Here's Harmer, Abbott's forward. Now Abbott did get runs. You were saying that he's capable, Paul, getting runs. Well, he did recently score some runs a couple of games ago, 89 not out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Championship game at Taunton, but that was a very flat wicket, but I'm not taking anything away from it. He did play very, very well indeed. Here's Harmer. Abbott's on the back foot, plays that quietly into the pitch.
And correct me if I'm wrong, I think in 2019 when Essex won the last of their full titles, I think Hampshire had a remarkable win over here against Somerset, and he got 17 wickets was in the game.
That's right.
And lots of runs.
That's right. Abbott drives a full delivery straight to mid-wicket.
Yeah,
that's right. I think he wasn't he Essex's player of the season?
He was. You're absolutely right. I mean, they were the best figures since Jim Laker's 19 for 90 all the way back in 1956, yeah.
Well, it cost Somerset the title. Now Abbott goes big over Harmer's head, and that has gone for 4 runs up towards the pavilion at the far end.
And I wouldn't be surprised if the next time he attempts that he hits a 6. Yes, I mean, I rate him very, very highly with both bat and ball. He's been a wonderful player for Hampshire. But that game was remarkable because Somerset looked all over. They were going to win. They won about 280, and I think they were 140 for no wicket or something like that at one stage.
Yeah. And then you guys finished it off. Now Abbott goes big again, not quite as high, but it's over mid-off this time, 4 more. Well, I think Abbott signalled his intentions about what he's going to do here. If it's floated up by Harmer and it's close to him, he's going to go through with that shot. He's going to go in the air. He's quite prepared to go in the air. And they are 2 very good shots to finish off that over. Abbott moves on to 10. And it's 97 for 8.
Well, I'm not in the least bit surprised at what he's done there, because he's bound to look round, Kyle Abbott, and say, you know, he hasn't got Keith Barker, for instance, who's well capable of also making a very useful late contribution. And he's just thinking, well, I may as well enjoy myself here, take what I can get, and he is, as I say, they're a worse batsman by far than Kyle Abbott, batting a lot higher in various batting orders around the county championship. And when he gets in, as you've just illustrated, he can make the score you'd associate with a top order batsman, as with his 89 not out you were mentioning. Porter, meanwhile, will bowl to John Turner with 3 slips. Comes up from the hotel end. This one's hit down to mid-on to Tom Wesley, the Essex skipper. So the score has moved from 87 for 8 in very short order to 97 for 8, thanks to Kyle Abbott taking his first 10 runs from that Simon Harmer over.
Yeah. Well, he averages 18 with the bat, Kyle Abbott, and I've often said that he's a better player than that. His batting just seems to have just tailed off a little bit in the last season or two, but we see glimpses of the player that he could be with a bat in hand.
Here is Porter, and that's a loose delivery. Short, going over the batsman's shoulder because it's well outside leg stump, and Turner remains unruffled. And Hampshire's hope would have to be that while Abbott helps himself to runs at one end, Turner continues to show good defensive qualities at the other.
First time we saw John Turner in a Hampshire first team shirt, actually, a couple of seasons ago in the 50 over competition. His first wicket that day in his first team game was Alistair Cook.
Oh, that is a good delivery. Turner didn't know much about that one. Goes above stump height through into the gloves of Adam Rossington.
It's not a bad first wicket to get, is it?
No, not at all. I don't think I did that game because I don't remember it. In fact, I remember not doing that one. But it is, as you say, a very good scalp to get. And of course, in that year you're mentioning, a couple of years ago, both Sir Alistair and Simon Harmer did play in the 50 over competition. Neither of them did last year, and this ball takes the batsman on the pad, rolls out to Cook at backward point. There's no run, 97 for 8. But I do hear that while Simon Harmer apparently has been granted a few days off, because it's been a very hectic schedule indeed, and he thoroughly deserves it. But I do hear that the intention is that he will then join in the 50 over competition from about mid-August.
Oh, he's not playing 100 then?
No, it sounds that way. Leicester's a late move for him. Here's Porter. Bowles, that's another excellent delivery, and Turner couldn't really be faulted there. He did the right thing, got the left foot well down the track, but it left him, went past the outside edge.
Yeah, well, he's had one that's nipped back on him and then one that's just shaped away. I mean, that's difficult for a top order player, let alone
exactly.
a guy coming in at number 9.
If he'd been that little better batsman, he might just have got the edge and got out.
Good bowling.
Yeah.
Good bowling.
No, Porter's very much on his mettle here. Can he get a 6th wicket? He's in. Bowls to Turner. Well, not quite that ball, but nearly. Once again, you had the beating of Turner there. However, to be fair to John Turner, he's seen Porter off, which is more than many of his colleagues managed to do. 12 overs, 4 maidens, 5 for 36 for Porter. And at the end of that over, 97 for 8.
Well, 6 for 35 is Porter's best bowling return this year. So he would have to get both wickets here to record season's best figures, because he currently has 5 for 36. So the next over will be bowled, unsurprisingly, by Simon Harmer, who's coming round the wicket this time to Kyle Abbott. Now that's an interesting move. There's still 3 men around the bat as he bowls. Abbott's on the back foot, plays that into the ground. That's one of those short fielders. That's Nick Brown in at short leg. There is a leg slip. That's Matt Critchley. And there is a slip as well. All helmeted, as that's pushed out quietly on the offside. Oh no, not the first slip, of course.
We might have a match. It won't quite happen, but we might have a match that's over in one day. Warwickshire all out for 60. Middlesex in reply 17 for 3.
Wow. Now forward is Abbott. Now if I was a pitch inspector, I would probably, without even looking at the game, already have put in my report.
Yes.
Not good. It would have started.
No.
Here's Abbott. Oh, now that's him on the pad, ballooned up, but not touched anything else. It can't be anything other. See, somebody's going to turn around and say, well, that's good bowling. Or somebody's going to say, yeah, but the shot selection was awful. Well, of course the shot selection would be awful, because probably within 5 or 6 balls, you've got a ball with your name on it. So you're not going to hang around. Now Abbott stabs down on that one, gets a thick outside edge, runs down to 3rd. They will pick up a comfortable 2. Abbott moves on to 12. And Hampshire on to 99 for 8. Mind you, people will say, well, hang on a minute, what's going on with the Ageas Bowl pitch? 99 for 8.
Somerset were 111 for 5 against top of the table Surrey. Taunton.
There's a lot of games getting through.
Yes.
A little bit, aren't there? Harmer again round the wicket. Abbott drives. There is a deep mid-off. And there's the 100 up. Listen to the crowd. There was a few ironic cheers in the 33rd over. It's been hard work for Hampshire. Essex have made it as difficult as possible.
Notts at Trent Bridge are 128 for 2 against Kent. And Northants away to Lancashire are 96 for 3. That's a roundup of the Division 1 action. Meanwhile, Glamorgan 136 for 1 at Derby. Yorkshire 113 for no wicket against top of Division 2 Durham, but there's a rain delay. Just those 2 games in Division 2. Getting a little bit cloudier here, but no danger, I would think, in the near future. We were warned that there could be some showers as the day developed. Meanwhile, Turner prepares to do battle with Jamie Porter again, coming up from the hotel end. 5 wickets under his belt. Bowles moving the ball repeatedly away from the bat here. Porter.
It's lovely shape.
Yeah, it is indeed. And goes through to Rossington with Turner not needed to play a shot on that occasion.
Yeah, you've got to be committed either defensively or attackingly in that. I mean, you wouldn't expect a number 10 to necessarily conform to those guidelines, but as has already been proved with 5 wickets to Porter's name, he's been testing. Porter bowls again, and this one takes Turner on the pad, rolls a few yards out into the offside. Many thanks to Hampshire for a super lunch that we had. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you. I'm not taking that personally, but no, right, it was good. I did see you with your chef's hat on. It wouldn't have been as nice as that if I'd have done that. Welcome to Sports Extra listeners. Sorry, Paul. Not at all. Yes, I probably made them jealous now. 5 Sports Extra, you know, talking about this lunch. I chose, we had a choice, the scampi and chips, and they're absolutely delicious. Porter's in, bowls, and Porter comes forward and stabs it into the offside. So, lunch has long since gone, and since then, the men to go 6 down at lunch have been Felix Organ, LBW to Porter for 7, and Porter, with his blood up, as it were, had the benefit of a poor shot from James Fuller, who just lobbed the ball tamely up in the air to be caught by Cook at backward point, and that was Porter's 5 for 36 he's taken now, 12.3 overs 4 maidens, and he comes in, bowls to Turner, and Turner probably just about took his bat away from a ball that was over the top of the stumps. The other thing that's happened since lunch is that Kyle Abbott, who's no mean practitioner with the willow, has very quickly moved on to 13 with a couple of lofted off drives that nearly went for 6 off the bowling of Simon Harmer. So the tactic now for Hampshire, very much for Turner to do what he has done. He's faced 11 balls without scoring a run, but has so far kept Porter out, while Abbott will try to hit as many runs as he can from the other end. And this ball is played to mid-on, and they will take a single, so Turner's off the mark. Wasn't really where he intended the ball to go, but that doesn't matter. It was all along the ground to Tom Wesley at mid-on, and the score to 101 for 8. Well, this is John Turner's second game in the championship, just his second game overall, replacing Keith Barker, who's not in the side today. And that actually, you could see why he was eager to get a single there, because that actually is his first championship run. Well done to him. Porter is in and bowls, and that ball beats the outside edge as it goes through. Kyle Abbott, the batsman on strike, wafted at that and survives the end of another useful Porter over. 13 overs 4 maidens, 5 for 37. He now has 42 wickets for the season. Sam Cook 38, so that's 80 wickets between them, and one of the reasons why Essex, after a sluggish start to the season, are now becoming a bit of a threat to Surrey, who themselves are going well down at Taunton. We updated the score from there a moment or two ago with Somerset 111 for 5. Yeah. Now the scoreboard is showing that actually John Turner hasn't got a run, so apologies if I've got that wrong. I thought he was facing, but maybe he wasn't. So he's still a naught, so apologies for that. I could have sworn he was facing. Yeah. But anyway, the scoreboard hasn't been known to be wrong every now and then. I've been known to be wrong quite a lot, as that's pushed down towards fine leg by Abbott, and Turner is facing, but he is down as having not got a run as yet. So apologies, it would have been Abbott facing a little earlier. Abbott moves on to 15. Harmer into his 6th over. 1 for 16, picking up the wicket of Liam Dawson just before lunch. Dawson went to sweep, got a top edge caught on the 45 by no other than Jamie Porter, because when Jamie Porter's not taking wickets with the ball in his hand, he takes wickets when he's fielding. Which is true of Simon Harmer, who took an absolute blinder to get rid of Ben Brown earlier. Super catch in the slips as Turner's forward out into the cover. So John Turner is still waiting for his first championship run in just his second championship match. Played 50 over cricket for Hampshire in the last couple of seasons with a reasonable amount of success. Has been promoted and done very well in the T20s. Very, very well. Got a very good reputation as the tournament went on. Turner drives in the air. There's nobody at mid-off, fortunately, because mid-off was Tom Wesley was quite wide, and John Turner has opened his championship account with a boundary. I can only think
He was on strike in that last over, because I remember saying that he faced 11 balls without taking a wicket. It's gone up to 14. I can only think when the ball went down to mid-on, there was no bat in it, and it was adjudged a leg by.
I agreed. It's a bit bizarre. So it's Harmer again then from that pavilion end, and bowls to Turner. Turner drives out towards mid-wicket this time. Peter Henderson has emailed soniccricket@gmail.com. We were talking about caps earlier, weren't we? Because Robin Das has this very fetching sort of maroon and blue cap on as Turner's forward to Harmer. And you were saying that, is it somebody messaged you, or you were saying that it's a T20 cap?
Apparently an Essex T20 cap, yeah.
Well, this one says Peter, who's in Leicester. Thanks for the coverage. Leicester supporter here, but with them not playing. That's a slight leading edge, but up towards mid-off. Fortunately, Wesley is quite deep. End of the over, 106 for 8. I'm enjoying listening to your game. Do county players have to wear an official cap? It says here, he's left the W off. It's wear an official cap. Douglas Jardine famously would wind up the Australians by wearing his Oxford Harlequin cap, says Pete. Right. Do counties have to wear... That's what I thought. You see, I thought these days players do have to wear, if they're going to wear some sort of headgear, it has to be the official county headwear. I must admit, I thought that, Paul, but maybe I'm wrong.
Well, of course, the fact he's wearing a T20 cap, it would still make it an Essex cap, and as he isn't entitled to wear the cap that the other players are doing, because they have got their county caps, and he hasn't. Robin Das has just had a couple of games only. I think it's only one, actually, in the county championship. Here is Porter, beginning a new over from the Hotel End. Bowls, if anything, there's a good bounce in this pitch, but that one kept a little bit lower, but it's well played by Turner into the offside by Abbott, I should be saying, and there is no run. Abbott has 15 and Turner 4, and the score is 106 for 8, and we're in the 36th over.
Or maybe he's making a protest.
Yes.
I want to be playing more T20s.
Or I want a county cap, and you'll have to give me one before I can wear it. Porter's in and bowls, and it's played back to the bowler by Kyle Abbott, and there is no one. We were, for the benefit of 5 Sports Extra listeners, reminiscing about Abbott's amazing game here that, as Kevin wittily suggested, made Abbott Essex's Player of the Season in 2019. Not that he actually played for Essex, but enabled Hampshire to win a game against Somerset that without him, Somerset would have won by at least 300 runs, because he took 17 wickets in the match and scored a bag full of runs in each innings. As Porter's in and bowls, that one's pitched up. It's nicely... Well, I was going to say nicely turned. He was aiming that actually to go more mid-wicket. Ends up at mid-off, but perfectly safely all along the ground, and score up to 106 for 8 with 15 to Abbott and 4 to Turner.
Yeah, penultimate game of 2019 for Hampshire here, wasn't it? Which meant that Essex and Somerset was played, I think, at Taunton, and Essex didn't have to really do too much. They weren't under too much pressure to win, were they? They
didn't. Come back to that, but Porter's on his way again. Bowls, and that's an absolutely superb delivery that leaves the batsman off the pitch, groping at thin air. Nicely taken by Adam Rossington, but one of many outstanding deliveries from Porter today. Some people can get a 5 for rather luckily, but even if 1 or 2 of the batsmen have been at fault, he has bowled beautifully. But yeah, that win of Hampshire over Somerset here meant that Essex went to Taunton only having to draw the final game, whereas without Abbott's assistance they would have to have won it, and actually but for 2.5 days lost to rain, Essex would have lost that game. Porter's in, bowls, and well, once again beats the bat there as possibly just an inside edge into the pad, into the offside, and Critchley fields from his backward point position. We've got 2 slips and a backward point here for Porter, and Hampshire a little bit of a recovery from 87 for 8 and now 106 for 8.
And Middlesex are 4 down now. They are 31 for 4, replying to that Warwickshire total of 60 all out. What is going on there?
Porter bowls, and this ball is hit firmly but without timing down to Tom Wesley. Porter gets through his overs for a quicker bowler, very expeditiously. 14 overs, 5 maidens, 5 for 37, and At the end of that over, Hampshire, who were put in, remember, this morning, 106 for 8. It's actually been a lovely morning, and there's still some blue sky, but it's beginning to cloud up somewhat, and there is a forecast that suggests that there may be the odd shower during the rest of the day.
Now, this email is from Mark, who describes himself as a miserable Hampshire supporter in North London. Mark Wells, who's emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, thanks for the coverage as always. As I watch yet another batting catastrophe, I'm left perplexed as to why the decision makers have done nothing to sort out the obvious problems. For 3 seasons, our bowlers have given us a chance to win the championship. Here's Harmer from the pavilion end, bowls to Turner. Turner edges through first slip, and that's another wicket. And that is just about carried through. And Turner goes for 4, and it's 106 for 9, and Harmer's second wicket.
Catch for Alistair Cook, and just a fairly easy one. It's as slip catches go, it went fairly slowly, albeit full marks to Sir Alistair. He's a dab hand at fielding at slip, and made it look easy, but it was one of the easier ones. And so Hampshire lose their 9th wicket, and a slight rally. I won't say it's ended necessarily, because I could see Kyle Abbott with a few lusty blows adding a few. He's being joined by Mohammed Abbas, and Hampshire 106 for 9 in 36.1.
Right, back to Mark Wells, who's the miserable Hampshire supporter in North London. He says, for 3 seasons our bowlers have given us a chance to win the championship. For those same 3 years, our weak and sometimes pathetic batting lineup has thrown it all away with regular inept performances. Remember, this is Mark talking. Could nothing in block capitals have been done? This season looks like the swan song for the 3 main bowlers, so the last 3 years are left counting for very little. We haven't even come second. Well, that's Mark, who's wishing the end of the season is very close. There's still a bit to do. Remember, there's still Essex away, there's still Somerset to play here, and there's still Surrey as well. Who knows? There might be a turnaround, but today hasn't been good, let's be honest. And also remember that Essex won the toss and elected to bowl first, and there is nothing to suggest that should James Vince have won the toss that he wouldn't have done the same, because quite often games and what have you are decided really on the toss. Now, this wicket is still doing a little bit, so that's good news from a Hampshire point of view, because they will be bowling again very soon. But in terms of the right way that Hampshire have started this game, it's not good, and of course it immediately puts you on the back foot. You can't afford to have Hampshire now can't afford to have a bad session in the field. So Mohammed Abbas walks out to the middle. He averages 6 in first class cricket, so don't expect too much. But there was a game earlier on this season where he did hang around for quite a while as James Vince was batting at the other end. So maybe we might see a similar situation with Abbas just holding things up, and maybe Abbott, as Paul suggests, going on the offensive. So Harmer, who still has 3 men around the back, but he's decided rather than the leg slip, he's going to have a silly mid-off. As Harmer comes in. Bowls. Oh, he's gone for the reverse sweep. Hello! Hello! Where's that come from? I can honestly say I've probably seen Mr. Abbas's inning, every single innings that he's played, and I cannot remember a reverse sweep. And not only that, it's gone for 4. What is going on here?
And not only that, but it's off Simon Harmer.
Well, now that is one.
Who, as our co-commentator Anthony Clapham was telling us earlier, is the leading wicket taker since 2017 in the county championship. Over 400 wickets in that time since he came to England. So what a first blow that was.
Well, here we go. That's a good start as well. Oh, he's padded up. He's got to be out. He's not playing a shot. Oh, my word. Well, this is entertaining already for Mohammed Abbas. It often is entertaining when he walks out to the middle, but this is something else. This is a new level. This is Premier League. What we've seen from Mohammed Abbas in the past has been sort of Championship Div 1 maybe, but this is right out the top drawer. A reverse sweep for 4, and then he's just kicked away almost a straight one. Here comes Harmer. Bowls, he's down the wicket! And he's hit that out into the covers. He hasn't quite got hold of that properly, but... Well, I've seen 3 things that Mohammed Abbas probably hasn't never done before in the 3 balls that he's been out there. I probably have actually seen him not play a shot at something, so we'll say 2 balls out of the 3. Come down the wicket, what's going on there?
Well, he's full of confidence. So confident he can play no shot to a straight one and still be there.
Well, he's on his career average of 6, so we've reached his dizzy heights. Is there more to come? The field's scattered for him. Quicker ball, and he's just in behind that one. I can't remember a time when there's also been a deep mid-wicket, deep mid-on, deep mid-off, and a deep backward point for the reverse sweep for Mohamed Abbas. Well, this is a peculiar day. As Abbas always playing properly now. Well, the crowd loved that one. Harmer kicks the ball away. I don't think he enjoyed it too much. But Hampshire have moved on to 112 for 9. The day started with a disappointing announcement, I think it has to say, because everybody loves Rod Bransgrove and what he's done for the club here, but he's decided to stand down as chair. Hampshire haven't batted particularly well this morning, or even just this side of this lunch as well, but Mohamed Abbas has just lit things up. Maybe, even though it might be briefly, he's brought a smile to everybody's face.
Yeah, I don't think Harmer kicked the ball away because he was annoyed at being hit for 4. I think he was annoyed he didn't get the LBW decision, which, I mean, I know you were ready to raise the finger sort of thing. But, certainly, I expected him to be given out. But anyway, the umpire's always right. And we've got a change of bowling now. Jamie Porter has probably now done his work for the innings with, I think it was 5 for 37 we said there, and it's Sam Cook is going to replace him at the hotel end. There'll be 2 slips, and it is a deep set field, and we'll come back to that in a moment, but Cook's on his way, Sun's gone in, bowls, and here's a waft as an appeal for a catch behind, but although all those behind the wicket heard something, in inverted commas, whatever it wasn't the bat. And Kyle Abbott is the man on strike, has 15 from 29 deliveries, and Mohamed Abbas 6 from 5, but the field is fairly far flung because they're anticipating Kyle Abbott throwing the bat, and I think correct to anticipate that. I think it's exactly what he'd be looking to do.
It's an incredible field for numbers 10 and 11 out there. Most players on the boundary.
Essex think this Hampshire last wicket pair are underrated. Here is the next ball, played back to the bowler, and there is no run. 112 for 9.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say they're probably the only team that's come here and held them in such high esteem. I've never seen a field for numbers 10 and 11 for Hampshire before like this.
Yes, technically Essex would say, well, it's numbers 9 and 11, and we remember the number 9 as being rather useful.
9, sure.
Yeah, Abbott is very, very capable as he faces Cook in the block hole, but just outside leg, so no point appealing for that. And indeed he doesn't, and the score remains 112 for 9.
Well, we just need Kyle Abbott to last this over, because I really want to see what Mohamed Abbas has up his sleeve for Simon Harmer next over. I think we need to see that, and I think we all deserve that at the very least. So we need Kyle to bat out these next 3 balls. However he does it, if he smotes a 6 or if he blocks them out or whatever he does, but we need to see more of Abbas.
Cook is in. Bowls, and this is a straight delivery. It's been hit handsomely down the ground by Kyle Abbott for 4, and fine shot. Abbott goes to 19 and Hampshire to 116 for 9.
A beautiful shot that one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Field back, mid-on quite deep, and yet he's hit that with enough power, and now that brings another fielder out. So we have just 1 slip. 116 for 9, and Essex are bowling with 1 slip to the number 9. And Mr. Cook has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fielders, 7 fielders on the boundary. I emphasise it's 116 for 9.
Yeah, it's what you call Pat Cummins tactics. As here is Cook with this far-flung field. Bowls to Abbott, who looks to try and hit this ball somewhere away, I would think at backward point direction, because it was outside off stump. Fails to make contact. He remains on 19. The score at 116 for 9, and certainly I think he's absolutely right, Kyle Abbott, to look for whatever runs he can get.
Yeah. Well, for me, I love Kyle Abbott dearly, but I really hope he doesn't get a single.
Yes, of course, Tom Wesley has a wicked sense of humour. He may foil you by bringing Paul Walter on instead of Simon Harmer for the next over, but in the meantime, Cook's in and bowls, and Abbott has hit this one a long way over mid-wicket, and it is only 4 runs. I was waiting to see if the umpire might have given that a 4-bunger, but 23 now to Abbott, 120 for 9, and Cook, the soul of economy previously, 11 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 28 as a result of going for a double-figured number of runs in that over.
Well, anybody that watched the Ashes last week and saw Johnny Bairstow bat, that reminded me of a shot. Johnny Bairstow's just stand there and pummeled it across the line and just stood there, hammered it away.
Well, that's right. It went miles over the boundary for 6. Yeah, it was superb batting.
So 120 for 9. And I'm just going to ask you just to hang around for a couple of minutes, Paul, then we'll bring Anthony in.
Right.
Just got to do a couple of minutes now. I can't wait for this, and I'm sure most people can't, whether you're watching on the live picture feed, the BBC Sport website and app. Here's Simon Harmer to Mohammed Abbas, and he's prodding forward. He's playing properly again.
Yeah, he's taking himself seriously now.
Yes, yeah. He's playing with a bat and pad close together, high elbow. 120 for 9. What's he going to do here? Still a lot of fielders out in the deep. As Harmer comes in down the wicket and hammers that away. Has he got enough on it? It's caught at deep mid-on. And that is the end of the Hampshire innings. They are 120 all out. Abbas goes for the big one and is caught at deep mid-on in front of the pavilion. He goes for 6, which leaves Kyle Abbott not out on 23.
Caught by Pepper.
Pepper, thank you very much. And Simon Harmer picks up his 3rd wicket. So we'll very quickly go through this because I've just got to disappear and do a couple of things whilst we take a break. So 120 all out, and that has come off 38.2 overs. As I say, Kyle Abbott left not out at the end. 25 to Nick Gubbins was the other, was actually the top score. Kyle Abbott not far behind. 5 wickets for Jamie Porter, 5 for 37. 3 for Simon Harmer with 3 for 26. Sam Cook with a wicket and also Paul Walter. So in just under 10 minutes time, we'll be back when Essex begin their reply to that Hampshire all-out total of 120. in the afternoon session, because we've already completed one innings, and unfortunately from a Hampshire point of view, that one innings completed is from the home side. So Essex, having won the toss, elected to bowl first. Well, that was a good decision, because Hampshire were bowled out for 120 inside 39 overs. Nick Gubbins with 25 was the top scorer. Kyle Abbott with 23 not out near the end was the only other Hampshire batter to get into the 20s. The chief wickets for Essex was Jamie Porter with 5 for 37 from 14 overs. There was 3 for 26 from off spinner Simon Harmer, who picked up the last wicket. That of Abbas, who was caught in the deep. And there was a wicket apiece for Sam Cook and Paul Walter. Your commentary team a little later on BBC Essex. Paul Newton will be back with us. I'm Kevin James, and next to me for the second time today, and his opening day of County Championship commentary. In fact, his opening day of Championship or commentary of any sort from the England Disability team, Anthony Clapham. Anthony, what have you made of that so far?
Good afternoon. Wow. I said to Paul before, I think Hampshire would have been happy to get into lunch at 75 for 2, and it ended up, I think, being around 75 for 6. So the pitch doesn't look, obviously I haven't batted on it, but it doesn't look like it's doing a massive amount. It did turn, so maybe a bit drier. They've had the heavy roller on that in between, so maybe we'll see soon. Hampshire have a fantastic attack. Abbas from this end and Abbott will build from the other end. So, but yeah, I was walking out to lunch. A few Hampshire fans were asking to see if you've still got your bat in the car. So
things will never be that bad. 79 for 6 Hampshire were at lunch, and as I say, bowled out for 120. Here's Mohammed Abbas. He's running round the wicket to Nick Brown. Forward is Brown. Plays that out on the onside, and there's no run. So Essex with their familiar openers, the two left-handers, Brown facing Abbas, and then the unmistakable Alistair Cook at the non-striker's end. 38 years of old now, of age, is Alistair Cook, and he is playing his 349th first-class match, would you believe. Nick Brown in just his 135th. So they are tasked with getting Essex underway to a decent start. Now, the heavy roller has been on in between the innings as Abbas round the wicket bowls to Brown, who's playing inside the line, probably. And whether this heavy roller has a little bit of effect on this surface, it looks a bit of crazy paving. There is some patches of light green in amongst some patches of light brown, and I'm sure that has a little bit of an effect as to which colour the ball is pitching on, as the grass might just make it do a little quicker than the light brown patches. But as Anthony says, you wouldn't say the wicket has done a lot. It's always just offered. As Abbas bowls, and Brown works that away into the gap through mid-wicket. Lovely shot. Just lent into that one, and he will pick up probably 3 actually, as there's a bit of a chase there for Kyle Abbott out in the deep. That's the long boundary side away to our left. That's towards the tunnel side of the ground here. That's the eastern side, and we are well to the right of the square as we look towards the west side of the ground, but still a decent boundary, certainly bigger than the one at Nottinghamshire last week. That was ridiculously small.
Can be really short there, can't it? Yeah.
And it was. Yeah, towards the, I can't remember the name of the new stand there. We say new, but it's been up about 20 years, 30 years, but it's newish compared to some of the others.
Towards the, is it the river there?
River Trent.
Yeah. Is it towards that side or the other side?
I think, oh gosh, now you are testing me. Here's Abbas to Cook, who's
Good
playing
start.
forward at that one. It might be on the River Trent side, actually. I think you're right. Yeah. But it's certainly not as small as that. It's actually a decent boundary, but when you look to our left and see it a little bit further away from the playing area, in fact, all round, it needs a very strong shot to clear the rope here, whether it's in the air all along the ground. And we saw Mohammed Abbas try to clear the rope, and was caught a deep mid on that last wicket to fall of Hampshire's. Here he is round the wicket to Alistair Cook once more. Cook works that away on the leg side, and there is no run. The sun has just disappeared for the moment, which might not be a bad thing from the Hampshire bowler's point of view. Might just help keep whatever moisture's in this pitch, keep it around, and just help with the movement of the ball. 3 without loss then, Essex. We are in the first over of their reply. Bridgeford. It's pushed out on the offside by Alistair Cook. End of the first over. Bridgeford Road end. Sorry, on the side of the ground. Thank you. Well, of course, Mr. Kevin Howes, who's with us here from 5 Live, would know Trent Bridge pretty well. He's getting to know this ground better, has to be said, but he knows Trent Bridge very well. I've been complimentary. I've said you know this ground better than you used to. Paul Newton has just revealed a very fetching shirt.
Shame there's not a camera this side.
Wow. It's like he's in Hawaii. So Anthony will take up commentary, and with Essex 3 without loss, and Kyle Abbott from that far end.
Yeah, fantastic start there from Abbott. A couple of player misses. I think Hampshire will definitely be looking to pick up a couple of wickets with the new ball. And as you say, Kyle Abbott's just the top of his run up at the pavilion end. Bowling to Brown. Oh, and it's just lifted again. There seems to be a lot more bounce from the pavilion end, and hits Brown in the top of the thigh guard there.
So I'm just having a look at Nick Brown's figures this season. Just under 400 runs at 26, and in fact he's just got to 400 with the 3 runs that he's got in this inning. So he averages 26 as against a career average of 36. So he's well down this season.
Again, heavy length there from Kyle Abbott. Hits on the outside half of Nick Brown's bat. Just pots it down into to point. Yeah, he looks like he's had a bit of a struggle season, similar to Ben Brown. Really had a good start and then it's just tailed off really. But looking at the Essex lineup, you've got Tom Wesley, Matt Critchley, Alistair Cook, all in the top 10 run scorers this season. They've got Dan Lawrence as well, but obviously he's away with the England squad for the 5th Ashes Test. I'm not sure if he'll be able to get released if he doesn't get picked. That's on Thursday.
Might be too late by then for this game.
And again, Abbott, it's a really good start, making him play early on, and Nick Brown just prods that back down to mid-on to where John Turner picks it up. I'm actually looking forward to seeing John Turner. We were talking off air, you know, he's had a really good start with the white ball. Did you know his first professional wicket was actually Alistair Cook?
Yes.
Oh, good knowledge.
I was here.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah. He was bowling from the pavilion end, and I think, off memory, Alistair Cook worked into mid-wicket, I think.
Okay.
I think.
Well bowled again. Kyle Abbott just outside off stump, and Nick Brown leaves that way. Yeah, I mean, as a fast bowler, I can't imagine you'd imagine picking up your first wicket at mid-wicket, but if your first wicket is Alistair Cook, I think you'll take it wherever it comes. I think
100%. I mean, those of us that were there obviously just about remember it being caught mid-wicket, and I'm sure over the years, and as his career moves forward, as I'm sure it will do, I'm sure in the years to come that will be out caught behind, or maybe even bowled.
Yeah. And Abbott's running him to complete the over, I think. No, sorry, one to come. And it again hits the outside half of Nick Brown's bat, just pots it down into cover, where Nick Gubbins picks up the ball. He seems to be chief shiner. He's got a big job today. A bit overcast conditions now, hoping to get the ball to nip around a bit. I think Essex bowled really well to start off with. Vince and Gubbins managed to steady the ship, and then obviously the rest is history, unfortunately. A bit shorter this time. Nick Brown works off his legs. Probably was a single there actually, and well fielded there by Felix Organ. Didn't look like Alistair Cook wanted to, well, it looked like he wanted to keep the strike. That brings up the over there. A maiden from Abbott. Good start from Hampshire. Just the three off so far, I believe.
So in the other Division 1 games going on, Northamptonshire 146 for 3 against Lancashire, Nottinghamshire 159 for 3 against Kent, and Middlesex are still only 4 down, so I think there's a few wickets due there. 48 for 4 in reply to that Warwickshire's all-out total of 60. You said that you saw some pictures from Edgbaston earlier. Yeah,
the pitch didn't look great if I'm honest, but good to see Jack Davies, who's a local guy, plays in our league. He's in struggling or battling away. Sorry.
That's pushed in the offside. Quick single. Started a new over from Abbas. And
good running.
Alistair Cook's off the mark.
Yeah, he's 10 off 51 balls, so I think, yeah, battling away over at Edgbaston at the moment. But yeah, the pitch looked like it's popping off a length. When you look at the Ageas pitch today compared to that one, you're scratching your head really to see how Hampshire got bowled out for 120. But credit where credit's due, Essex bowled really well, and let's hope Hampshire can back it up.
That's for sure. Yeah, Jamie Porter 5 for 37. Great exponent of anything that's slightly in the pitch. As Sabas is round the wicket, forward is Brown. Bat and pad close together as the ball makes its way out to short mid-off. Yeah, Jamie Porter with a lovely shape on the ball, wasn't there really? Just left his hand, arrives towards the batter and then just straightens and then moves away a fraction.
He really charges in as well, doesn't he? I noticed that. Really sprints in, and then as he gets to the crease, kind of slows up a bit and then just, bangs away at a nice line of length, and bowled really well today.
Yeah, got the old one to nip back as well. Backed up by Simon Harmer with 3 for 26. Here's Abbas. Brown leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Just came back a fraction, but a little bit too late to cause the batter any problems. So when we mentioned the two Essex batters out there, the two Hampshire bowlers operating at the moment. I'll come back to that in a moment. Actually, I've just lost my page.
So Jamie Porter with his 5 for and Harmer's 3 for took them both to 42 wickets, so 4 behind Brett Hutton, who's not playing today. So
okay, that's turned away by Nick Brown behind square on the leg side. There'll be at least 2. Ball goes out towards the boundary. I think that's John Turner out there, away to our left in the distance, and there'll be 2 more to Nick Brown. 42 wickets at this stage is a pretty handy return, isn't it? Especially when you've got 2 bowlers in the same side.
Oh yeah, and you've got those 2 at 42. You've got Sam Cook at 38. So, I mentioned the batting guys who are in the top 10 as well. They've got 3 or 4 in there. So, really, really strong side.
That's for sure. Here's Abbas round the wicket again. Brown went to play at that, just pulled the bat away, maybe at the last moment. Well, Mohammed Abbas is on 39 wickets for the season currently. Kyle Abbott at the far end, 29.
A bit surprised with that, but he's not had the greatest of season was the ball. If you look at previous years, and he's in the top 5 for leading wicket taker since 2017. It seems a bit low, if I'm honest.
I agree. I mean, the real surprising one is Keith Barker, who picked up 50 last year. He's 14 this season. Not playing today outside the off stump, and that's left alone. His 14 wickets coming at 44 apiece, which is way down, not only on his career but on last season's stats. And I don't know the reason why he was left out, so I can't say for sure. But it
wasn't injury, because I saw him out bowling at lunchtime.
Well, so suggest he's left out on form.
But that gives an opportunity to the young man John Turner. So it'd be, like I said, I'm quite excited to see him bowl. Good, quick in the. I haven't seen him in the flesh, but I've seen him on TV and things.
Decent pace. Yeah, hits the deck.
Quicker than you, Kev?
Oh, 100%. But 250% actually.
Okay, so Abbott now is running up to bowl at Alistair Cook. Didn't think I'd be saying that before. Oh, and he's beating the edge there. That's a lot of carry, bit of in swing as well. Ben Brown's taken that, and he's almost taken that leg slip at the end, where the ball's just followed him. So really good start from the Hampshire bowlers.
Yeah, they're going to need to be tight, aren't they? There's not many runs to play with here, and if the the sun's starting to come out again. This pitch does dry out. We've had the heavy roller. This could be, if Hampshire don't get amongst the early wickets here, this could be quite a long session in the field in this innings.
Oh, and he just beats him outside, just leaves the ball, Alistair Cook, but outside off stump. Was tempted, I think. I mean, if there's anybody who you want to bat time, it is this man here, Sir Alistair Cook. Certainly no better player out there, I think, certainly who's playing the game still, who can bat a long time. I mean, both of these batsmen, actually, if you think about Essex, you think about these two with their grey nickel lids, grey nickel bats. They are a formidable partnership. So, yeah, Hampshire will be looking to get off to a quick start here.
Yeah.
And then just drifts into Alistair Cook's pads, which normally is a massive strength. So they have a mid-wicket in and a kind of short, wide-ish mid-on. They've got a fine leg, 3 slips, a point, a cover, and a wide mid-off. They hit that straight to mid-wicket there. So yeah, Abbott will be trying to, looking at the field, 4 for 5th stump. Try and get him driving and into those slips. And is he coming back into Alistair Cook now? Oh, just short of a length. That's the beating him again. This is a great start from Hampshire. Just need a little bit of luck here, though. If we can, that's 2 plays and misses from Abbott. I think we had 2 plays and misses in the first over from Abbas. So just need one of them to deliver a tickle there.
I'll just keep it there. Alistair Cook averaging 38 this season, which again is down on his career. Average is 46. And he's considerable years in the game.
Yeah, we've had some good weather this summer. I know it's been raining the last few weeks, but we had a really hot sort of May, June from memory. So Abbott slightly wider the crease there, and Alistair Cook picks a really good running. So he drops it down into just in front of backward point and takes a single to bring Nick Brown on strike. Yeah, slightly wider the crease there. Trying to bowl it a bit, just onto off stump to get him playing, but I think it was just slightly a bit too short. Cook rocks back, drops it into forward point and takes a single there. Good batting that, I think.
Yeah, they're very aware of the single, aren't they?
Essex 7 without loss. Abbott just about to conclude the 4th over. Oh, slightly fuller, and Brown punches that through mid-wicket, and looks, is that John Turner picks it up at mid-on, and that's just a single. Yeah, the outfield looks a bit slow. Obviously, I know we've had a lot of rain over the last few weeks, but they had did they have the Arctic monkeys here?
Yes, they did. Yes.
So the ground staff have been busy the last month or so. Still looks fantastic though, even with that. So the ladies' Ashes here as well last week, I think it was.
There was, yeah. Actually, the outfield's improved considerably since the last time Hampshire were here. Was at T20 quarter-final against Worcestershire. Here's Abbas round the wicket to Brown. Brown's forward. Place that back to the bowler. Is Arctic Monkeys one of your groups?
Oh, I used to like them actually. Yeah. A bit gutted when they stopped, if I'm honest. Yeah, I'd love. You know, imagine Oasis came back. You know, it's a similar sort of indie kind of feel. You know, they talk about bands coming back. Take That did it. Arctic Monkeys did it. Do you think Oasis could?
I don't know. They had Oasis here years ago.
Did they?
In a concert, yeah.
Wow. What, tribute band or the?
No, the main lot.
Wow.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, there's some interesting goings on. I think, as I understand it, outside the off stump, and that's left alone. Yeah, I think they come with a bit of baggage.
I can imagine. I think they would sell this 10 times over for sure, though.
I forget what year it was they were here. It was in the early days of the stadium here. But yeah, I think there was a bit of carnage left behind.
How long we've been here then?
First game here, 2001.
Wow. I remember being, you know, obviously being built and.
Do you really?
Yeah.
You don't look that old. Here's Abbas round the wicket to Brown again. He's trying to tempt him, but Brown is happy to watch that one go by.
Alistair Cook's still playing at 38. I'm 33, so I'm thinking, you know, Jimmy Anderson's still playing at 41. I probably need to lose a few pounds first, and then that gives me hope for sure.
Do you plan to be playing for the England disability team for a few more years yet?
Well, as I said to you earlier, my wife has just given birth to twins, so that's got 3 children under 3 now. Didn't expect to be playing for England. I thought my career was coming to an end, and now I've got a massive carrot.
Oh, there you are. Here's Abbas. Brown, he's bowled. He's got through those defences as Mohammed Abbas, and Brown has to go for 6. There's the first Essex wicket with a score on 8, and inevitably it's Mohammed Abbas. I think that may just have pitched and straightened there a little bit. Brown may feel he's not done a lot wrong there. He showed the full face of the bat, but it's just angled in, and he's just straightened enough to get it past that outside edge. Just watching the replay, if you're watching it on the live picture feed.
Oh yeah, that's.
Yeah. That's a super
handy, that, isn't
delivery.
it? That takes him to 40 for the season, and there's no wonder bowling like that. And with his sort of bowling run up, his rhythm, it seems like he can just bowl all day.
Well, let's hope so from a Hampshire point of view, because he might have to, Anthony. But Nick Brown, the one that goes, and well, I don't know. I always worry when I see a heavy roller on a pitch. You know, I do sort of worry, especially if obviously if it's the home side that are due to bowl. That you do think, is it going to have a lot of an effect? And it may do yet, but at the moment, you would say that the heavy roller isn't going to come into play as yet. But that's why I think Hampshire do need to pick up some early wickets, because if it does and the pitch does start to flatten out a little bit, then Hampshire will find themselves very quickly a long way away behind in this game. They're already considerably under pressure after being bowled out for 120. The new batter to the crease is the captain, Tom Westley. And
He's had a good season as well, hasn't he? 900 runs, 19 innings, averaging 50 by the looks of things. So another big wicket for Hampshire to go for. Number 2 in the list behind James Rue, youngster. Looks quite good down at Somerset.
he does, yeah. He got a double 100 against Hampshire a couple of weeks ago, so I did see quite a bit of it.
Yeah, that was a handy knock as well, because Somerset were in trouble.
Yeah. I mean, yes, it was a flat wicket, but you still got to get 200, and I have to say, he didn't look in too much trouble. The youngster, he's 19 years of age, James Rue.
Wow.
Incredible to think. Over the wicket is a Abbas to Wesley, wide of off stump. Probably not the ideal bowl to bowl first up, but
No, you can see what he's trying to do. I guess it's, you know, you've got your 4 slips in there, but as you say, just slightly wide of Wesley there, not really to tempt him. Still got, you can say, I guess it's a slower pitch with the forward square leg, almost mid-wicket, wide mid-on. So clearly it isn't as quick as it normally is down here.
no. Sun has disappeared. What little sun there was for the last few minutes as Abbas comes in and bowls. Oh, that's gone away. Now that looked as though there was a bit of puff of dust there.
Yeah, I saw it, yeah.
Did you see that as well?
Yeah.
If you're watching the live picture feed, that may just show up a little bit.
And that's what I'm talking about, trying to be a bit more tighter to off stump to
Yeah.
get him to play. That was, how many player misses? We've had, I think, 5 or 6 now in the first 5 overs. So,
Yeah.
brilliant start here from Hampshire.
So, round of applause for Mohammed Abbas as he makes his way down to a fine leg. But most of the crowd, as you'd expect, with the wicket to the right or to the west side of the ground. So, very easy. Oh, he's going off. Where's he going? He's kept going.
He's going up the stairs. He's doing a bit of some extra fitness as Abbas.
He's going back to his room.
Bat into Cook, left outside off stump. Where has he gone? Has he popped to the loo maybe?
Well, he's probably going to his room to do it. Whatever it is. He's clearly not going to use the public toilets. He's
Decent crowd in today. Obviously summer holidays now in the area, so there's a few youngsters about playing cricket in the banks there. Good to see. This is a really big wicket now. If Abbott can just try and get, if he can just get the wicket of Alistair Cook here, I think Hampshire will be pretty happy with their start. Oh, brilliant from Abbott. Cook was tempted and it's just missed it again. So that's 3 plays of misses now in the first few overs from Abbott to Cook, and it's just sort of angled in and just nipped away at the end. And not sure quite how he's missed that, if I'm honest. Someone as good as Cook, probably good enough to hit that, unfortunately for Hampshire, he hasn't. But really probing start from Kyle Abbott.
Yeah, good stuff. Making Cook play or attempt to play with the angle.
It's a bit straighter, and Cook plays that straight down to mid-on. And so Abbott's bowled 2.3 overs, just the 1 maiden, 2 runs, but I think he's really tested Cook here. Nothing on his legs really. Just try and bowl it outside off stump, get him to play that drive, and
Just looking at my weather app just to make sure that there's no chance of rain.
I had a look earlier. It looks okay, I think.
Is it all right?
Yeah, it looks okay.
Yeah.
Bit of rain tomorrow night, but it looks okay. And that did go down leg side there, and Cook I don't know whether he played at it or left it, but anyway, hits the outside of his thigh pad, and Ben Brown picks it up. Vince tosses the ball to mid-on. I think that's Liam Dawson.
Yep.
He's working hard on the ball there. Lovely conditions to bowl now for Hampshire. Essex 8 for 1. Hampshire can maybe get Essex 20 for 3. I think they'll be pretty happy with that. Oh, and he's beaten the outside edge again. This is superb from Abbott. Really, really great start here for Hampshire. Similar ball to I think the first ball, where it's just angled in, squares Cook up, but just doesn't quite get the edge.
He's sort of trying to play it off the pitch, isn't he, Cook? So by the time the ball's arrived at him, it's already deviated.
Do you think that could be down to the pitch being a bit slower as well?
Probably. It's like Cook's trying to read it off the pitch, isn't he?
I think he's left that. Good over though, really good over from Abbott. Another maiden over there. Tested Alistair Cook's patience. 2 plays and misses, and that's exactly where you need to bowl there. I think just outside off stump, and he's getting it to nip away as well, so that's really good. And you'll be pleased to know that Mr. Abbas is returned down the stairs from his Hilton bedroom residence. He's got the penthouse here, isn't he?
He's got a suite or something there.
Did I hear a story about Pep Guardiola?
Yeah.
Not requesting that, and
yeah, apparently so, and would have paid whatever. Yeah, when the Man City were here.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Right, Anthony is going to come in for me on my side of the commentary table, and Paul Newton from BBC Essex will be joining him for this next period of play. First ball from Abbas has Tom Wesley playing and missing there outside of the off stump. And this ball under these leaden skies. Well, I mean, I say leaden. I mean, the greyish clouds. They're quite high, but they seem to be favouring the bowlers at the moment. There's a bit of seam movement out there, just as we saw with the Essex bowlers. And Paul Newton is here, and Anthony Clapham will continue.
Thank you, Kevin. And that's a leave outside off stump from Wesley. Has to be said, 120 is looking quite a good score. The Essex batsmen so far, they've missed as many playing at them as they have located the ball. Nick Brown bowled by a really good delivery. It wasn't a rash shot or anything. He showed the maker's name, but was playing down the wrong line by the time the ball arrived. Abbas runs away from us up the slight slope from the hotel end. Bowls to the Essex skipper. Plays it to mid-on. Kyle Abbott, no run.
I think you'd hope that Hampshire don't get too impatient now. Obviously they've missed the outside of the edge a couple of times now, or actually more than 4 or 5 times now, so just hopefully they stay nice and patient.
Yeah, well, certainly Kyle Abbott will. He's the most demonstrative bowler in that he's had Cook playing and missing, and not once has he turned round and looked at the batsman afterwards as if to say, you jammy so-and-so. He just gets on with the job. I like that, and the next ball goes through outside off stump, and that one lifted and left the batsman there. Very good delivery indeed, too good to take the edge.
Well, we didn't see this amount of play misses in the first innings for sure.
No, we didn't. That's very true.
So this has been a really, really good start from Hampshire. I know 120 is not a lot, but they'll be encouraged from what they've seen. Obviously, the bowlers they've got, isn't it? Abbas and Abbott, John Turner to come after. Really, really good start.
Abbas again in a bowls, and Wesley probably the most confident shot we've seen in the innings so far. Goes straight to mid-on, so doesn't produce a run, but nevertheless good effort on that occasion. 1 or 2 emails have come into bbcsexcricket@gmail.com. David Phipps says, as an Essex supporter living in the northeast of England, I would suggest that Hampshire lost a vital organ or two during their innings. Bit of a play on Felix Organ. As Abbas is in bowls, and the leave from Wesley. And that's the end of a good over. Abbas 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 6. And I think I saw Latest figures for Kyle Abbott: 3 overs, 2 maidens, none for 2. David continues, on a more serious note, it will be interesting to see how Essex bat next, especially Brown, who one suspects may be a tad hesitant following his last innings. Well, you've been proved right there. Thanks for the commentary, which as usual has been very good. Thank you, David. And we've also heard from Lindsay Wall, who says, just my opinion, thanks to all for a wonderful service that Lord Reith would be proud of. From Mr. Lindsay Wall, Chelmsford born and bred, though still Scots in my heart. And here comes Kyle Abbott.
Solid defence there by Alistair Cook. Really charging in now is Kyle Abbott. Big bustling run up from South African. A lot of chat out there in the outfield from the Hampshire team. Trying to build this pressure here. Again, solid defence by Alistair Cook there. Down to Dawson, picks up the ball, gives it a good shine. And are we on the Kookaburra balls this week? Do you know?
No, I think that's finished now. I think we're back to the Dukes.
Okay. So I mean, I know looking at the scores in the other grounds, you've got obviously Edgbaston, where Warwickshire were 60 all out. Middlesex battling away 53 for 4. Obviously with the Duke's ball, we tend to do a bit more than the Kookaburra. That might come down to some of it, but oi, Abbott there. Really, really good spell this. Another play and miss from Alistair Cook. Alistair Cook comes down the pitch, tapping, doing a bit of gardening. Yeah, Abbott seems to be on really, really well here. Good rhythm.
Well, he's beaten Cook at all ends up half a dozen times at least.
It's not quite good enough to nick it, unfortunately.
No.
Really good spell of bowling this from Hampshire.
Seldom seen Alistair struggle so much against one particular bowler.
Famous back and across from Alistair Cook. On the back foot, plays it back down to mid-off, where Dawson again picks up the ball. Yeah, he's a formidable batsman. As a youngster growing up, even though I'm not left-handed, I'm a right-handed batsman myself, middle order, but couldn't help but admire Alistair Cook. Looks like obviously Joe Root's already has surpassed him on runs. He's a legend.
Yes, I mean, Joe Root, clear world class, just slightly started playing baseball, which was his and England's undoing in many ways. Come back to that point.
And Abbott again, Cook back and across, a bit more of an attacking shot here, back foot cover drive. Straight into the covers though. Really good start here from Hampshire, building the pressure, not really giving any real width or any sort of too short or too full, just hitting that short of a length. So 3 slips, point, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, fine leg. Abbott's running in. Oh, that is a bit fuller. Alistair Cook just plays off his legs into mid wicket again. And that is another maiden over. This is a really, really superb start from Hampshire. Exactly what they needed. Batsmen really needing the bowlers to help them out here. And 8 for 1 off 8 overs. That's a fantastic start.
It is indeed. Yes, just going back to the England situation, we were mentioning Joe Root. Brilliant 100 in the first innings at Edgbaston. And I think he got to 43 in the second innings. And England were all over the match. And he suddenly gave Nathan Lyon the charge. missed, and that was the first time Root had been stumped in his career for England.
I did see that, yeah.
And it wasn't like him at all, and he also got out in a most un-Root-like way when he fell for the old leg side attack from Australia in the first innings at Lord's. And that's the moment for me where England lost their way, because they should have, however unlucky they were with the weather at Old Trafford at the weekend, they should be 2-1 up, not 2-1 down in the series, and then the whole thing would look totally different, with England all over Australia at Old Trafford, and would surely hold on at the Oval, you'd think. Well, here is a nice piece of fielding at short mid-wicket, because that was going to the boundary from Tom Wesley had it not been intercepted there, and Essex remain at 8 for 1.
Yeah, it looks like Hampshire have slightly different field this over. They've got Carl Abbott at a straight mid-on, and then they've got, is that John Turner there, at a short sort of mid-on as well. So obviously the pitch is playing a bit slow. They're going to try and bowl nice and straight.
Up comes Abbas from the hotel end. Ooh, and Wesley comes down late on a ball that, if anything, kept a tad low. He's got a single for it because he's deflected it to long leg. And the score to 9 for 1. That's the first run, actually, for 3 or 4 overs here. Yeah. There have been 8 altogether. Essex have been going along. They're not a quick scoring side, certainly not in the early stages of an innings. But they were especially slow, and it's because neither Cook nor Brown, and now Wesley, have often been able to locate the ball. Such has been the quality of the Hampshire opening bowlers, both of whom have the same 3 letters in their second name, Abbott and Abbas. And Abbas switching to round the wicket to the left-handed Cook, who's not often been up at the end to face Abbas when the bowling's been from the hotel end, that is. And this one, bit of a play and miss again from Cook.
I haven't seen Cook play and miss so many times.
No, nor me. And I regularly see him. And he has certainly struggled out there. There's that expression, if he were a horse, they'd shoot him. He's just, you almost feel he'd be put out of his misery if he got out. But obviously, from an Essex point of view, he very much needs to dig in there, and heaven knows he's doing his best as Abbas is in, bowls to him. And he's got this off the back foot, but only straight to backward point, yard either side, and he'd have picked up at least 2 runs.
I think Hampshire would be pretty happy with that shot, though. That was slightly wide of Cook's eye line, a bit short, so... a bit of a dangerous shot to play, I think, percentage-wise there. Anyway, he's tried to sort of back foot drive that, I guess, from 5th or 6th stump. Sorry. I think they'd be pretty happy with that.
Abbas again. 3 slips still is in and bowls to Cook. Cook plays this. That's more his cup of tea because it's on Midland leg and he can just deflect it down to mid-on. 11 for 1. Another email from Lindsay Ward to BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. He says, "Sirs, your reference to a poor stroke by Fuller brought to mind David Ackfield, former Essex spinner, the definition of a walking wicket. Against the touring 75 Aussies in the second innings, the said player went 6-4 out just after Robin Hobbs' whirlwind century in that game. The shocking thing was he actually scored off 2 balls. Then normal service was resumed. Here comes Mohammed Abbas in once again. Bowls, and that ball is just stopped in front of him. And there is no run. Score is 11 for 1. He continues, as well as Hatfield, the legendary J.K. Lever and the even more legendary Ray East would often employ what John Arlott would describe as agricultural heaves. I don't get to the county ground these days, so commentary on the championship games are greatly appreciated, and I don't miss many days. An apology to the wonderful Don Topley, but there is first-class county games, and then one day as for the plebs who haven't a clue," he says. Here is the next delivery, and that ball is just stabbed into the offside. And there were a couple of no balls in that over, so Wesley got a single. There were 2 no balls and 11 for 1.
I think you get 2 runs now for a no ball.
Sorry, yes, the 1 no ball. My apologies. Yes, you're quite right. It's not the same in Test cricket where it still is only 1. Yeah. So it gets a bit confusing. But you're absolutely right. In the county game, it's 2 runs for a no ball. So just the 1 no ball in that over. Meanwhile, Carl Abbott is preparing to bowl his 5th over, and he's bowled 4 magnificent overs so far, in which he's beaten Alistair Cook getting on for a double-figured number of times, and that's no exaggeration. Wesley has 1, Cook has 2, Essex are 11 for 1, and at the moment they don't really know where the next runs are coming from.
And Abbott, that's the first time he's bowled to a right-hander this innings, so I was interested to see where his radar is, and it was bang on the money. Wesley, strong drive to mid-on, so he's obviously going to play his shots by the looks of things. Is he a pretty sort of proactive batsman, Paul?
Well, not as much as he used to be. He was a magnificent stroke player back in the day, and I don't think it's that he's lost the ability. He's captain now, and I think he aims to play with, an air of responsibility, particularly as I think we'd have to infer that batting probably isn't all that easy out there today.
Similar shot. That is a glorious shot there from Wesley to Kyle Abbott. It's a slow outfield again, and Dawson brings that in. That's great fielding out there in the deep there. Dawson charging out, dives, scoops it back, and they do come back for the 3. But that is if you think about sort of mid-on drives, that is perfect.
It is, and of course both these batsmen are renowned for being very strong onside players. Tom Wesley, of course, had an England call-up a few years ago, got a 50 in his first knock, but then in the end, the South Africans, for that's whom England were playing, wised up to him. Come back to that point.
Abbott into Cook, who just finds the inside edge there to mid-wicket.
Yeah, the South Africans worked out that although the onside was his strength, it could also be his weakness, and in the end, he was out 2 or 3 times, just not quite getting over the ball and caught in the onside. He's a super player though, and a good captain for Essex now. If you actually follow his bowling changes, and there were several examples of this in Hampshire's 120 all out, quite often a bowler will take a wicket in the first over that he brings them on.
Abbott into Cook, forward defence, drops it down into Dawson, where he'll work on the ball again. Yeah, I think if as a player, you're always probably looking to sort of ease into overs really. But by the sounds of things, Critchley pushes his bowlers to try and make sure they're ready. I think obviously getting wickets in your first over, that's always going to help. I think you mentioned earlier you've got Porter, Cook, and then usually Porter comes off, Cook replaces Porter from the other end, and it's almost non-stop from Essex. 42 wickets for Harmer, 42 wickets for Porter, 39 for Cook.
Pretty good, that.
Abbott into Cook, just off his hip. That'd be bread and butter for Cook all day, and he just rides that down to fine leg where Abbott picks the ball up, and he'll throw that into Ben Brown. But yeah, I think it's. I mentioned earlier about top 6 batsmen. I think top 8 batsmen, 3 of which are Essex batters, and you've got Harmer, Porter, and Cook in there as well as bowlers. So really, really solid team.
No, they are, and obviously, to do well in the Championship on a consistent basis, no matter how good your batting side is, at the end of the day you must have a good bowling side to finish top of the table. So here comes,
and he plays. Has he hit that? Hampshire seem to think so. The umpire stays still, and that's another player missed from Essex. Abbott is head down, looks pretty disappointed. I think he's just got to stay patient now. He's bowled a fantastic 5 overs, 3 maidens, only gone for 6 runs, and 3 of those were off a Critchley mid-on drive there, and he's just got to stay patient.
Yeah, I mean, that was his least good over, because there were a couple of balls that favoured leg side and gave Wesley and Cook a chance to get a rare run off him. But I do love the way he never looks as though he's hard done by. He's had Cook playing and missing all over the place. He's never turned and given him the stare. And that last ball there, while everyone behind the wicket was appealing, Abbott could see he hadn't hit it and just walked away. Abbas is in to begin a new over from the hotel end, and Cook plays this so late that Abbas was sure he got him in with a good chance of getting him LBW, but Cook has instead played it down to John Turner at long leg for a single. and doubtless quite pleased to get off the strike again. So he and Wesley both have 4 to their name, and Essex have an extremely laboured 16 for 1, the man to go. Nick Brown, who was clean bowled by an excellent delivery from Mohammed Abbas, 6 to Brown. Score was then 8 for 1. These two have doubled the score. But my word, it's taken some time for Essex to get the few runs they've got on the board, replying to Hampshire's 120. The next ball is a leave. Abbas bowling to Wesley. Wesley comes down, does a bit of gardening, obviously felt that it didn't carry on a true line. Abbas has 5.2 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 10, and Abbott 5 overs, 3 maidens, none for 6.
Abbas definitely offers something different to Kyle Abbott. Pushes the ball a bit further up, get the batsman on their front foot, whereas Abbott likes to bang the ball in a bit more.
Formidable partnership, just as Essex had with Porter and Cook. Wesley firmly behind the next delivery, plays it back to the bowler. And we've still got intrinsically quite a fine day, even though there's quite a lot of heavyish cloud cover away to our left. But the weather appears to be coming from sort of round the corner to our right, where there's quite an area of blue sky developing. It was a very nice morning with the sun out more often than it wasn't, and it looks as if after a relatively dull spell it may be about to brighten up again. Mohammed Abbas is in again from the Hotel Inn. Bowls. Ooh, what a peach of a delivery that is, as Wesley comes well forward, correctly so, but finds himself playing at thin air as that ball, well pitched up as Anthony was saying, then leaves the batsman off the pitch.
For those listening and not watching, we are not exaggerating these plays and misses. This is superb bowling here from Hampshire. They've definitely got the ball talking to their tune, and I don't know how they haven't picked up more wickets, if I'm honest.
No, Essex have needed great good fortune, even though they're 1 down. It could easily be 3 down. As Abbas is in again and bowls, and this is played to mid-on for no run. 16 for 1, but it almost feels like an achievement when the ball comes out of the middle of the bat, even with a defensive shot.
You can tell someone's in form, I think, when the last over where Wesley hits Kyle Abbott off a length, mid-on. I think as a batter, if you do that early on in your innings, I think you're pretty happy with how your feet and your head's moving. Yep,
absolutely so. We've got 3 slips, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, more conventional mid-wicket, as the next ball is played to mid-off, and a long leg on the boundary. And that ball goes down to Liam Dawson at mid-off from a reasonable drive, but not one where the batsman followed through with the shot, just a sort of defensive push. Everything Essex are doing is cautious, I think is the word, and they do at least know that they're not chasing a huge total, though it may take some equalling. Hampshire 120 all out, Essex 16 for 1.
Yeah, and scores some around the grounds. Somerset have just been bowled out for 170, and Middlesex are still behind Warwickshire score. They've just lost Jack Davies. He battled for an 18 off 66 balls. Middlesex are 59 for 5 as Abbott runs in. And again, probing line of length. Alistair Cook just steps away, shoulders and leaves, pats it down. I think I'm sure Alistair Cook will enjoy this period. Probably get a lot more out of this than on a flat, hot day. Just takes a shine off the ball, and I'm sure he'll be looking to cash in. You've got now John Turner and James Fuller loosening up.
Yes, I think for all you say, I think Alistair will enjoy it even more once Kyle Abbott is out of the attack.
And again, just outside off. This is a really good spell here. You're right, I think Kyle Abbott's not giving anything away. No looseners. So Cook will be thinking this will be his last over. 4 more balls to get through, and then you'll have a look at someone who hasn't bowled that much this year. Obviously John Turner's second county championship match. You've got Ian Holland, who is a bit more of a medium pace, but similar to Abbas, will just hit a line and length. It'll be quite interesting on this pitch, I think. Oh, and he's got him! At last, Kyle Abbott has found the outside edge of Alistair Cook's bat, and that is very well deserved. Well done, Kyle Abbott. That was brilliant.
It was indeed, and Essex or Alistair Cook in particular will be annoyed that, having played and missed so many times, Abbott would just be coming to the point where he was due a rest in no more than another over or two, but he succumbed 16 for 2, replying to Hampshire's 120 as Sir Alistair goes caught behind, and there's a bit of real struggle for him out there.
That must have been the finest of edges, because there was no real deviation from where we are.
No.
And like I said earlier, he played and missed so many times. Just that slight outside edge through to Ben Brown, and that is exactly what Hampshire needed. Essex 16 for 2 now. Critchley in. Maybe Abbott saying to the captain, "Come on, give me one more."
Oh, I think definitely, yes.
One more skip.
This would be his 6th over. 11.3 have gone. We hear from Robert Myers, who says, "Always listening when I cannot get to the cricket match in person. Always enjoyed the commentary. Thanks for that." He says, "Also following the BBC Cricket live feed, yet again the website shows the Surrey match as the go-to scorecard and headline. How does the BBC decide which match is the most important to follow? Essex playing Hampshire second, v third surely merits the main attraction." Well, in fairness, we have been on for most of the airtime today of the two games, and certainly this is a big game. Paul Walter now takes over from Sir Alistair Cook, the third left-hander in the 4 batsmen we've seen. Essex will have wished that Dan Lawrence wasn't still retained by the England squad at the Oval, as sorry, Anthony, over to you.
No, you're on a roll there. That's fine. Abbott bowling to the new left-handed batsman. I thought it was down to be Critchley. It looks like Walter's been put into 4. Is that where he normally bats?
Yes, I mean it's not necessarily written in stone as to who, the batting order, and there have been times that Paul Walter has batted at number 6 this season.
Yeah, he wasn't down to bat number 4, so maybe he's going to come in and play some shots perhaps, as Abbott runs in. Oi, and that's another good over. Oh, so he's Walter has just turned around and thought, well, there's nothing I can do about that, unfortunately. And Abbott's similar to Cook, just angling it in and just nipping it away. That one actually bounced a touch. Walter is a tall man, so Abbott can bowl a bit shorter if needed.
6'7", Paul Walter.
6'7", yeah.
Yeah, very good player. He was rather unlucky in the early part of the season that he only played in 1 of the first 6 matches. Very useful player. He was the man who got James Vince out here today.
Comes down the pitch and he's edged, and that's a great catch from Ben Brown. Came down the pitch, short of a length, but Kyle Abbott takes his 2nd wicket as Essex now are in a bit of a trouble here. 16 for 3. Looked like Walter was sent in to play some shots. 3rd ball, walks down the pitch and tries to play one down the leg side and found the outside edge and goes for naught.
Yep, not a happy stay, or hardly a stay at all, in fact, for Paul Walter. Wicket maiden, 2 wicket maiden for Kyle Abbott, and having had no luck at all up to that point, he gets rid of both Sir Alistair Cook and Paul Walter in one and the same over, and without conceding a run. 6 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 6. Well, we said earlier you can only judge one score by what the second side do, and at the moment Hampshire are on for perhaps even a substantial, in terms of this match and on this pitch, substantial first innings lead. That really was a terrific over from Kyle Abbott there. So Essex, I've got some work to do just to make the presence felt, really, with the bat here, and just waiting to see. I think it will be Matt Critchley making his way out to the middle next. Essex, of course, weakened by not being able to call on Dan Lawrence, who's going to be playing for Surrey next season. Just hearing Somerset 170 all out against Surrey. Middlesex They've got a first innings lead, which they wouldn't have expected maybe. 69 for 5, hardly convincing in reply to Warwickshire's 60 all out. Thank you, Kevin. Kevin Howell's with us today here at the Ageas. Great to see Kevin. And so Essex will be thankful that that over from Kyle Abbott is over. And Critchley it is, who's now out to join his partner here out in the middle, Tom Wesley. And Mohammed Abbas is in from the Hotel M Bowls. Oh dear me, that wasn't at all where Critchley was aiming it. I beg your pardon, where Wesley was aiming it, but they get through for a single. Look to push that into the onside, squared up, and the ball finishing up at backward point about 35 yards from the bat. Wesley moves uncertainly on to 5, and Essex 17 for 3. Thank you very much to Anthony Clapham, and we're really joined by Kevin James.
Well, this game is moving forward, isn't it, at pace here, Paul?
Absolutely. It looks like I'll be going home about 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon at the current rate. But hopefully it will go on rather longer than that as Abbas is in and bowls, and that ball is turned to shortish mid-wicket, and there is no run. Critchley yet to get off the mark. Essex 17 for 3 is still more than 100 behind.
Well, as I've always said here, and I'm sure this will still be the case, is that this wicket never gets worse, and if anything it gets a little slower as we get through the game. So as I say, don't think wickets will fall any quicker than what we're seeing, and may just sort of start to slow up.
Next delivery, and well, Critchley would have us believe he deliberately played inside the line of that, and I'm not going to call him a liar, but it was a close thing. But I think he was just about keeping the bat out of harm's way there. We've heard from Martin, who calls me Keith. Well, I've been called worse than that, so I'm not going to criticise you for that. You do apologise and say great commentaries per normal. An old chestnut I know on your commentaries. How we miss Essex at outgrounds these days. Here. Did used to love my outground cricket, but I interrupt because Mohammed Abbas is on his way again. Bowls to Critchley, who's turned this into the onside, but he won't get his first run as it's stopped not particularly cleanly at the wider of 2 mid-wickets, and score remaining at 17 for 3. Martin continues. You referenced this morning a Sunday League game at Harlow. I was there in 1973 when Hants beat Essex by 23 runs. Thanks for that, because I'd forgotten that it was Hampshire Essex were playing there. Gordon Greenidge scored 69, opening with Barry Richards. Yes, I saw a game at the Castle Park where those two opened for Hampshire. This ball is run into the covers, but there's no run. 17 for 3. And the game got rained off that I saw at the Castle Park, but Barry Richards, one of my favourite players of all time, and Gordon Greenidge was none too shabby either. Later in the year, Essex beat Lancashire in the same same competition at Leighton by 28 runs. Leighton used to be Essex's headquarters ground. Bruce Francis scored 106, and Essex had a player at number 8 who was not out at the end of the innings. He did not bowl. Here comes Abbas again. Bit of sunshine now for the first time in more than an hour. This ball is driven into the offside without any timing whatsoever, but it gets Critchley off the mark, and he has won. Essex are 18 for 3. And just to finish the email, he says his name was Graham Gooch. Happy days indeed. Cheers, Martin. Yes, Gooch batting at number 8 and finishing 0 not out.
Blimey. I mentioned it earlier, the Harlow ground. I remember playing a second team game there obviously a long time ago. I think for Middlesex against Essex, and it was the day after there'd been a Sunday League game. Yeah. And there was litter all over the ground and seats still there from the Sunday League game, whatever. So clearly quite a big crowd had been there. But I remember it's quite an open ground, isn't it, from what I remember?
Well, I never seen it, I have to admit. I used to live in my earliest years at Bishop Stortford, and I've seen a game at Sawbridgeworth.
Played there.
Seen a game at Widford, which is a little village, and it was a sort of almost like a Lord's Taverners game. And Jerry Gomez had brought the West Indian, I think it was 57 tourists over, and I got his autograph. I was a 9-year-old at the time. But here's Kyle Abbott. Over to you.
That's pushed up to mid-off by Critchley. No run. Oh no, there is a run. There's a misfield.
Tell you what, there was nearly a run out. They didn't go immediately, which is why you originally thought there wasn't one. There was a slight misfield, and you know what they say about misfields. And had the throw hit the stumps, the umpire would have had a real decision to make.
Liam Dawson, uncharacteristic for him. I remember being there was a gin place, a gin factory by the side of the ground at Harlow. I think it was called, I can't remember, I might be wrong here, somebody would know better than me, Gilby's or somebody like that. Other gin makes available, of course, but I'm sure it was that.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Here's Abbott in the sunshine. As Paul said, it's out. Outside the off stump, left alone. What was your favourite Essex outground then?
Well, do you know, I loved all the main three that survived, Ilford, Southend and Colchester, so much that I just thoroughly look forward to the festivals. In those good old days of 3-day cricket when you had 2 3-day games in the John Player League game, they were great fun, and the outgrounds, you know, used to produce result cricket. Yeah, very enjoyable. I wouldn't put one above the other.
Here's Abbott from that pavilion end into his 7th over. 2 for 7. Abbott has a nice flick through mid-wicket, and that's a misfield as well. That was James Fuller there. It's gone through his hands, although it wasn't that easy. Dawson runs after it, picks it up inside the rope, just. And that'll be 3 runs to the Essex total. They move on to 22 for 3, and Wesley on to 8.
And in the aforesaid match at Woodford, a certain E.W. Swanton, who are middle-aged to older-age listeners will well remember as the distinguished writer for the Daily Telegraph for long years. Jim Swanton, as he was known, hit 5 sixes off consecutive deliveries, admittedly at tiny village ground.
Abbott to Critchley now. Critchley forward. Back to Abbott. So where was this place again?
It's a little village called Woodford, which is out in the direction sort of somewhere between, I'm not sure exactly where myself, but sort of Sawbridgeworth, Harlow, getting on towards Broxbourne sort of.
Oh, yes, I know those areas well. Yes, in my days growing up in North London. Yes, Broxbourne. 22, the New River runs through there. I think it's called the New River, and it's been there for God knows how long. 22 for 3 in the 14th over. Abbott in. Bowls, length ball to Critchley. Again, shows the full straight bat. John HD, who's emailed sonofcricket@gmail.com, he says, read the ongoing Hampshire batting failures. Remember, Hampshire bowled out for 120 earlier. It's been for a few years now, and with the likely transformation of the bowling attack over the next season or 2, it needs addressing if we're to remain in the top half of the table. Maybe time for Tony Middleton to consider his options. Well, it's a bit strong. In the meantime, worth giving Joe Eklund a look in, maybe, ? Seems to be going okay with the second 11. Yeah, he's been scoring some runs recently. Here's Abbott forward. Here's Critchley. It's out into the covers. This is a good opening spell here from Abbott, but he's bowled 7 overs off the reel. Be interesting to see if he keeps going, but with 2 for 10, and it'd be difficult to take him off, but of course John Turner is waiting in the wings.
Well, he's bowled absolutely magnificently, but as you imply, 1 more over at the most, I would think, and maybe now he'll be given a well-earned rest. He doesn't take a great deal out of himself, though. It has to be said, he when I say bowls within himself, it doesn't mean that he isn't quite outstanding, but there are some bowlers, you know, that they can't keep it up for that long. I wouldn't put it past Kyle Abbott to keep going for quite a bit yet, but probably he will be relieved as we see Ian Holland introduced into the attack at the Hotel End. One thing that's going to be interesting to see, Kevin, when Hampshire batted this morning, there was bright sunshine, and for a while they scored very quickly in that partnership between James Vince and Nick Gubbins. Just be interesting now the sun's come back out, whether Essex can make batting look a little bit more possible.
That often happens, doesn't it, really?
Yeah.
The sun comes out, batting a little easier.
Well, you'd have to think it's bound to be a little bit easy, but we'll see. Holland's in and bowls, and here Wesley has found a nice gap to pick up 2 runs into the deep mid-wicket area where Wesley gets so many of his runs, and he moves up to 10, and the score to the heights of 24 for 3, replying to Hampshire's 120.
4 for 19, Ian Holland in the first innings last week against Nottinghamshire. In that game at Edgbaston, Middlesex have a lead, 77 for 6 to Warwickshire's 60 all out. So Middlesex lead by 17 with 4 wickets left.
Holland in, bowls to Wesley. Wesley has hit this firmly into the onside, very well stopped by Liam Dawson there at shortish mid-wicket. Oh, that was going for 4. For sure, that was one of the few shots that really was going to have gone to the boundary.
Yeah, he's strong round there, isn't he, in that area?
Good bit of fielding, 24 for 3. But certainly, it does look a little bit as if attacking shots are more possible for the first time in this innings from Essex. Now the sun's come back out. Here is a leave from Wesley, and it left him by quite some way, so he didn't have to play at that. And the score remaining at 24 for 3. No Dan Lawrence for Essex today. We had an email from Anthony Mercer to BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. He says, is the best signing over recent years Matt Critchley going to dig Essex out of trouble again? Do you think Critchley could get international honours? Well, I wouldn't rule him out. I think he's a way to go yet. As appeal for LBW, but not joined in by the bowler. The appeal came only from those in the wicketkeeper and slip cordon. And the score remains at 24 for 3.
So he joined you from Derbyshire, didn't he?
He did.
Critchley,
yeah, and he's proved very useful with his, I was going to say occasional leg breaks, but they're becoming more frequent nowadays because he keeps taking wickets. And yet, ironically, Hampshire 120 all out, he didn't get an over. As Holland's in, bowls, and again, that's a long way outside off stump and only gets to Ben Brown on the second bounce.
So this season, Critchley, 700 what's he on now? 2, so he's just over 740 runs, averaging 43, which is pretty handy.
It certainly is.
Whereas a career averages 32.
Yes, he's had a very good season with both bat and ball. Intelligent cricketer as well. As next delivery from Holland is played again. Sorry, who's that at short mid-wicket? Number 3?
That's Felix Organ.
I didn't make a note of his number earlier. Thank you very much. So Felix Organ fielding there. I said Liam Dawson earlier in the over. It was Felix Organ who made that very good stop to deny Wesley of a rare boundary in this Essex innings. In fact, I'm just trying to remember if we've seen one at all. I can't remember one. We've had 3 threes, but I don't think we've seen a boundary. Yeah, we've heard from Rob Mead, who says, how is it that Nick Brown keeps getting picked even though his scores are again poor this year, except for one knock at 150 odd? Doesn't seem able to see the new ball off. Well, Essex are a successful side, and they do tend to, like as successful sides do, to stick with the same team. People have said the same thing about Zach Crawley, and he did rather well in that most recent test match. But your point is a fair one. Strictly on form, he hasn't had the best of seasons.
Change of bowling now at the far end, so we've had a double bowling change here, and replacing Kyle Abbott is James Fuller. Right arm over, but a little quicker as he bowls to Matt Critchley. Critchley gets a length ball, which he's in behind. Pete on the tweets at Solent Sport. Pete, who very kindly gave me a copy of his book during the winter, which I read and was quite interesting. The Pressure Drop, it was called. Continuing the tradition of me still not knowing anything about cricket, says Pete, I transferred Jamie Porter out of my fantasy cricket team this morning. Feel free to ignore any of my future comments for the reason, for this reason. Which Porter 5 for 37. What a time to get him out of your team. As Critchley drives, lovely shot through extra cover. That is a chase for John Turner, which he will not win. And that is 4 runs. Lovely shot out of the middle of the bat there from Matt Critchley. We've just been talking him up.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have many competitors, but that's the shot of the innings for sure. And there is the boundary we said had been missing. And it was one of those lovely shots that you thought the fielder was going to catch it up, but the further it got toward the boundary, the more the ball seemed to pick up pace. And in the end, the fieldsman didn't get particularly close to stopping it.
Critchley on 6 now, 30 for 3 as Fuller's in. He's beaten outside the off stump. That's a beauty. Good comeback there from James Fuller. Seen a few of those today where the ball's bowled into the pitch and it just straightens on the right hander, and when it's in exactly the right area, The right-handers have been pushing forward and groping at thin air.
Yeah, I mean, it's not been a good day for batsmen, very evidently, but we do have to say that the bowlers have made the most of conditions being in their favour.
Certainly have. There's full of turns. Got 2 slips. That's Vince and Fletcher Middleton. There's Fuller's in again. Bowls. Oh, he's an inside edge onto the pad there. Just slightly working that across the line there. Just had to readjust right at the last minute. Good delivery there, James Fuller. If you're watching on the picture feed there, he's just showing his non-striking partner that the ball just moved off the straight. Batters do that so much these days.
And with the sun on it, it's a lovely sight here, the Ageas, and the colour of the outfield when the sun is shining is a beautiful shade of green.
It's all that rain.
Yep.
We've had recently. It's cutting that away, but there is a fielder at deep backward point. That's Liam Dawson, who's not in the slips today. Seems to be having a bit of time off at the moment. He's been fielding everywhere but the slips. Popped up in that position. He was at mid-on earlier.
Yes, the scene would not have looked as nice as this 12 months ago. If you remember, it was at this time of year and almost in the same week this time a year ago that we had 2 consecutive days where the temperature for the first time in the UK exceeded 40.
Here's way outside the off stump, called a wide. Yeah, that's well, I don't know. Every time you get in the sea down here, it feels freezing. In the Solent, not that I go in there very often. Well, you're more North Sea, aren't you, around your way?
We are indeed. Yes. Now there is a really chilly sea.
Don't go in there. You go in there at your peril.
Yes.
32 for 3, Essex replying to that Hampshire total of 120 all out as Fuller comes in. Drive but not timed by Wesley up towards mid-off as the sun comes out a little stronger.
After one more ball, there'll be 7 overs left to the tea interval.
We're counting them down. We're going to be a bit late. 10 to 4. Tea ideally is normally at 20 to 4 if you can. When's tea ever at 20 to 4?
Not very often. Funnily enough, it did happen in the game I saw before this against Kent.
Oh, did it?
One day last week, yeah.
Must have been a lot of spinners on.
Yeah.
Here's Fuller. Bowls on the back foot. Steers that into the gap at point. Does Tom Wesley and moves on to 11 and will also keep the strike. Essex 33 for 3. They are 87 runs behind. Also playing in Division 1. I mentioned a little earlier the game between Warwickshire and Middlesex. Middlesex have a 20-run lead now with 4 wickets remaining at 80 for 6. Also in Division 1 then Northamptonshire 191 for 3 against Lancashire. Nottinghamshire 190 for 4 against Kent. And Somerset against Surrey, where Somerset were 170 all out. Surrey are 4 for 1. Live commentary of those games on the BBC Sport website and app, as well as this game as well as the live picture feed, which is going out on the on the Hampshire Cricket website and app.
Ian Holland begins a new over from the hotel end, and Wesley just drops a dead bat on this, steers it out into the covers, and certainly there is a feeling at 33 for 3 that batting has got just that little bit easier. Part of it is that the opening bowlers, who are both magnificent, have come out of the attack now, but I think also the overhead conditions have made it easier to bat as well, and Essex at last have got the scoreboard moving. Holland bowls, Wesley defends, bowler fields, 33 for 3.
Yes, sun's out as well, which I'm sure is also helping, but yeah, you're right. I mean, Abbott and Abbas are very, very skillful bowlers, and we've seen it time and time again from a Hampshire standpoint. That ball always nibbles around off the seam when they're bowling.
Holland again to Wesley, a ball that starts wide and goes even wider, and no need for Wesley to address that delivery. Rain delay at Trent Bridge, Notts 190 for 4 against Kent. Somerset all out for 170, but Surrey immediately 4 for 1 in reply. And at the Wicket Fest at Edgbaston, Warwickshire 60 all out. Middlesex now 90 for 6, and It sounds like there's been somebody throwing the bat a little bit in recent overs there to try and extend Middlesex's lead, as Wesley here plays the next delivery from Holland defensively into the offside. There is no run. He remains on 11, and Critchley 7, 33 for 3.
I've just been sent a photo by Chris Main, cricket@gmail.com, who says, from my archives, Hampshire versus Essex at Dean Park, Bournemouth, circa 1960. Essex being led out by Doug Insole and Trevor Bailey. Well, you'd recognise that, wouldn't you?
Oh, I do, yes. Well, I got to know Trevor very well latterly, and yeah, they were two Essex stalwarts of that era in the early 60s, late 50s. That ball goes through outside off stump. There's no run there. Score remaining at 33 for 3.
Also signed.
Yes, gosh. Yeah, and see a young David Ackfield amongst others there. Ken Preston on the extreme right. I think that might be Barry Knight there. Huge favourite of mine, Barry Knight. Played for Essex in the 60s, eventually emigrated to Australia, went to Leicestershire in the meantime. Here's a nice shot, and that has eluded the diving extra cover and goes through to the second boundary of the innings. A nice shot indeed to end that over from Ian Holland. It had, up to that point, been a maiden, and Wesley moves along to 15, and Critchley has 7, 37 for 3 now. Essex are 83 behind.
Look like Mo Abbas got the dive out there. It's one of those dives in the outfield where you sort of dive and hope that somebody else is running after it.
Yes.
I saw that the other day actually, and it was most obvious that the field. Actually, Mo Abbas, actually, to be fair, made a genuine effort there and did get reasonably close. But there was a game. It might have been at Notts. Might have been the game before at Somerset where outrageously somebody dived, and they were so far away from the ball, and it was pretty obvious they couldn't be bothered to run after it. 37 for 3. Here's Fuller to start his second over. His first over went for 9 outside the off stump, and Critchley leaves that one alone. This is crucial for Essex, really, that they certainly see it through to tea and then a little bit after, because with the sunshine out, as we've been saying, and what usually happens, that batting does become a little easier. It's when the clouds start rolling in that the ball seems to just nibble around a little bit more.
Yes, I mean, to come a Michael Pepper, who's mainly a white ball cricketer these days, Adam Rossington, Simon Harmer. I don't think we'll see Shane Snater, but Sam Cook and Jamie Porter.
It's nicely played by Critchley, who just opened the face of the bat and run it down to third. That'll be 4. I mean, Dawson's quite square there, almost at a backward point, and that's nicely played. Just rode the ball as it arrived. He moves on to 11, 41 for 3. Yeah, I'd be very surprised if Snater. Well, you can't risk. If it is an Achilles injury, which he went off for, then it really is a risk to be doing anything on that.
No, that's right, and it therefore means that we will anticipate Essex will only have 9 wickets to fall.
Here's Fuller again. Oh, it's very wide. He's trying to cut that one as well. Critchley misses, called a wide by the umpire. Second wide that James Fuller has bowled.
Well, it's a fair call from the umpire, but Critchley didn't have to go after that. And of course, however much it may have been a wide, the fact is, if he hits it and reaches it and gets out, then it's not going to be considered a wide, and off you have to go.
Yeah, he'd be disappointed to get out like that, wouldn't
yeah,
he? But
unlike Critchley, that.
But he's a positive player as well, isn't he? As Fuller comes in again and bowls. Critchley drives, straight delivery back to Fuller. Score remains on 42 for 3. Alan Groves has emailed son@cricket@gmail.com. He says, isn't it about time cricket woke up a bit and started a bit earlier? Say 10:30 or even 10. Well, in September they do start at 10:30. The time you have seen the day's play curtailed early because of bad light. Well, it often happens. What are your thoughts on this? Well, even in the height of summer, well, especially over the last couple of weeks, the weather and the light is never great, isn't it? Once you get past 6 o'clock, half 6. That's a difficult one. He's cutting. That is a wide one as well. This time it's to Dawson's right, and that's gone for 4. That's more through point area, and Fuller's been given Critchley a little bit of width in this over, and he moves on to 15. Same score as Tom Wesley, and it's 46 for 3 Essex.
Well, they were saying the same thing on 5 Live's feature on the series Phil Tufnell and Glenn McGrath were on, they were both very much in favour in test matches. If the previous day's play has been slow and they haven't bowled the full overs, they reckon you should start the next day at 10:30.
Yeah. It's whipped away on the leg side this time, down to Abbas at fine leg. And that will be a single, taking Critchley on to 16 now, 47 for 3. Yeah, if you get too early in the morning, then obviously there's too much of the morning atmospheric conditions have a place. I don't know. I know there's been 1 or 2 articles recently about all this, isn't there? Really?
Yeah.
It's a difficult one. It's a difficult one to get the timings right. I know there's been. Why does lunch have to be this time? Why does tea have to be that time? Here's Fuller again. Bowls. Oh, again, that's wide. Fuller's just not quite got it right in this over.
No, I wonder if I could get you to.
Yes, of course. Yes, you've got to
yes,
go.
Just 4 o'clock.
We'll get Anthony Clapham in again. Let's get you all ready. There you go.
Brilliant.
Balls off. Press that one and press that one. Yeah, he knows what to do now. He's a dab hand at it. Here's Paul Newton. So we have 5 overs to do until tea after this one, when it eventually finishes, because there's been a couple of wides in this from Fuller. That's outside the off stump. It's nice shape, but it's a little too wide. And that is the end of that over. 2 overs, none for 20 for James Fuller. We have not seen John Turner yet. Probably a good chance we might see him at that far end. We'll have to wait and see what James Vince decides. But with Critchley on 16 and Wesley on 15, the 3 batters that have departed from Essex: Nick Brown for 6, Alistair Cook for 4, Paul Walter for no score, 2 wickets for Kyle Abbott and 1 for Mohammed Abbas. And welcome back, Anthony Clapham.
Thank you.
Let's just get you right there. That's who we are. So I'll do this over from Ian Holland, and you can do the other one because it might be John Turner. You never know. Here's Holland with his right arm medium pacers bowls. It's fullish and it's pushed up to mid-off by Matt Critchley. And there's no run. What are your thoughts on this sort of the way the conditions are looking at the moment?
Since I've gone off commentary, the blue skies, sun's come out, unfortunately for Hampshire fans. I think Essex fans will be very happy with that. The opening partnership between Abbott and Abbas was superb, and I just think it's been a bit of a poor start from Fuller in particular. Just need to keep this pressure on here, Hampshire.
Certainly do. As Holland comes in, that's left alone outside the off stump. Holland's into his 3rd over. He's only conceded 6 runs, so that's about right. But yeah, James Fuller. But that is James Fuller.
Yeah.
Through and through. It's when he gets it right, there's wickets. He does tend to get wickets where the others have just had to work a little harder. But if it's not quite right, which it is at the moment, I suppose you just whisk him out of the attack, don't you? You don't have to keep him up. Here comes Holland again. That's driven. Good stop with his boot. Yeah. Oh, we like that. Like that. Oh, that's maybe hurt a little bit. Some of those, you don't want that hitting your shin. You can sort of hit the top of your boot or somewhere else, but your shin is the one that you don't want it hitting. I think he's got away with that.
Yeah, we saw earlier, unfortunately, before Snater, I don't know whether it was Achilles or a calf, yeah. Vince drove one down the ground and he kind of went to put his foot there. So I dangled it there and moved out of the way and went for 4, but Holland was a bit brave there, kept his foot.
He's okay, he's running in to Matt Critchley again. Critchley forward.
That's lovely shape on that, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, yeah. Nice. There was wrist behind the ball, just trying to give it a chance.
Just similar pace to yourself?
Yeah, about that. Yeah.
Likewise. Maybe
you're this pace as well?
No, I'm only joking. I'd love to be this quick.
Would you? So you're right arm over, yeah?
Right arm over, yeah. Yeah. Have a bit of a jump in as well. So I tried to bowl wide, but obviously with my leg, I actually land on my left leg, and that's where basic club foot, my ankles sort of fused in a position. Okay. I don't really have a calf, so yeah.
Okay. Actually plays for the England disability team, just for those of us that haven't been with us earlier, as that's another length ball which is pushed up to Abbas at mid-off. So you almost bowl off the wrong foot.
No, I do sort of bowl on I do land on my left foot, but I don't have a massive run up. As you, I kind of use more sort of shoulders and arms really.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't really have like a big gather and land and on my left leg obviously, but do my best.
Holland with the keeper standing up, Ben Brown.
I like this play.
Played up to mid-on, eh?
I really like this play with with the keeper stood up to Holland. I think on this pitch, obviously, it's a slow wicket. I think having the keeper stood up there, I think that's a good option.
Yeah, it just puts a little bit of pressure on the batter. Doesn't let him come too far down the wicket, or certainly bat outside the crease line with your back foot, just into the playing area. Just make sure the batters stay a little bit further in the crease, so that when they come forward, they're probably not as far forward as sometimes that they appear, which allows the umpire maybe to bring the LBW a bit more into play. So 48 for 3 Essex.
Looks like a bit of a change here as well.
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised. Well, we thought it might be John Turner, but it's Liam Dawson, which it's not doing a disservice to either Liam Dawson or John Turner, but we did see Simon Harmer, didn't we?
It turned some, yeah.
Yeah, just a bit of grip, just something that was going slightly off the straight. So
from the same end as well, so it'd be interesting to see. There's a few foot marks, but this is a day one pitch. We're into the afternoon session here, so. But we did see the ball spin a bit this morning with Simon Harmer, so let's have a look to see what Mr. Dawson can do as he runs in. Ball's a bit flat. Not sure he'll be spinning many with that, but I think probably trying to get into a spell here. Ball a bit quicker, get through a few balls, and then we'll see if he tosses one up.
So get a few balls in the right area.
Yeah, definitely. As Dawson comes into Wesley. Bowls a bit more. Oh, yeah, there you go. There's a bit slower, a bit more into the pitch. Bit of turn there, I think. They've got a short cover, backward point, a slip. Got a sweeper out in cover, and a mid-off on the offside. As Liam Dawson gathers bowls slightly outside off stump, where Wesley drives to short cover. You've got a, I don't know, would that be a deep mid wicket for the slog sweep, short fine leg on the 45, and a pretty straight mid on. As Dawson runs in, gathers bowls, turns it against the spin Wesley, and that's picked up there. As Dawson bowling with the classic Liam Dawson with the sunglasses on, sun's out. Come on, Liam, let's get a good start here, get a nice wicket. As he rolls. Bit flatter, short of a length. Cross in, is there a chance? Run out here? No. Abbas was a bit slow on that one, on that fine leg. I don't think Dawson's too happy with that.
There was a bit of hesitation from the two batters, wasn't there?
Yes, no. As Wesley gets off strike. This is always dangerous. One ball to face. Are you going to look to try and get off strike here, or are you just going to look to survive? I'll probably be looking to survive.
You reckon?
I think so, yeah. As Critchley takes guard. Dawson bowls. Very good start from Liam Dawson as Critchley just uses the spin, drops that into short cover. And Essex are 49 for 3. Bit of a fight back here. Wesley on 16. Critchley off 16, really good positive start. I think Hampshire will be looking to build a bit more pressure here now, regain a bit more control of the game. If they can get another one before tea, I think they'll be pretty happy with that start.
Yeah. Are you surprised John Turner hasn't come on yet?
Yeah, I think it would have been good to see him first change that, and I know it's obviously easy in hindsight now that Fuller didn't quite come off, but coming down the hill there, he's got that X factor, John Turner, and he's going to, I think for me as a young bowler, you'd want to be in the action as soon as possible.
Ian Holland starting a new over then. These two in the middle have put on 33 so far as Holland bowls. That's whipped away on the leg side by Wesley. There is a fielder out at deep square leg. That's James Fuller on the west side of the ground as we look, and the Essex 50 is up. That's come up in the 21st over of their reply. Remember, Hampshire were bowled out for 120, and that innings lasted only into the 39th over. Here's Holland again, runs away from us. Ben Brown, the keeper, standing up once more as that's cut away. That's going to be runs. Felix Organ, no chance there on the 45 on the offside. That was right out of the middle of the bat. Critchley opening the face. Perfectly timed.
That was a lovely shot off the back foot there, just guided through third man. Just waited for that. I think it's always the shot that you're probably easier to play. For some reason, when the keeper stood up, you just wait for it a bit more, open the face, as you say, and it's gone down quite quickly down to third man. I don't know whether the sun now on the outfield's Again, bad news for Hampshire, is just speeding up the outfield there, but a bit too short, I'd say, from Holland, but we'll see.
54 for 3 then. Essex behind by 66 on the first innings as Holland comes in again and bowls, and that's a better line and length as Critchley's well forward, playing that up to Abbott at mid-on. Kyle Abbott, super spell from him, opening up from the pavilion end. 7 overs, 2 for 10, picking up the wickets of Cook, caught behind, and also Walter caught behind, and Mohammed Abbas, who picked up the first wicket. Nick Brown bowled. Abbas's figures 7 overs, 1 for 12, bowling at this end that Ian Holland's bowling at. Comes in again and bowls, and again that's foolish as that's driven up to Kyle Abbott once more, who throws the ball back to Ben Brown. So we're getting close to the tea interval here. We've had 13 wickets fall so far on day 1, on a wicket which looks a little like crazy paving. I'll say it again, crazy paving.
Too late to have a coffee, do you think? Or are you a decaf man now?
Oh, I'm anything that'll try and keep me awake. Anything. It's that time of the season, I think, as Holland comes in again. Again, it's a good length. As Critchley again, quite happy just to play defensively. Goes out to Gubbins, who made 25 in the Hampshire innings.
Looks good, didn't he, I thought?
Yeah, 25 was the top score. The Hampshire innings. Kyle Abbott finishing on 23 not out down the order. Yeah, crazy paving sort of tight wicket really, which you can, if you watch on the live picture feed, you can sort of see there with sort of patches of light green interwoven with patches of light brown as Critchley again drives a little stronger up to Mohammed Abbas. Well fielded there by the Hampshire pace bowler. End of the over, 2 overs till tea, 54 for 3.
Yeah, I think earlier you could see we noticed a few balls just popping off a length, creating a bit of dust, I guess, coming up, which just shows you how dry the surface is. So I think Dawson will be looking to get into the game here nice and early, create a few opportunities. Steady first over for him, the last over, just conceding the 1 run. And he would look to just try and, I think, bowl just on that off stump, get a big drive there. They've got the field for it. In fact, as I say that, they're going to move another man from the leg side into, I guess, they've got 2 catching covers now.
Yeah.
So he'll be bowling just outside off stump, I would have thought here, and Dawson's in. Just as I say that, he bowls it into the leg stump. Westy flicks off his legs to mid-on and gets off strike. I think as a batter that you'd like that. I think that ball first up, thank you. Nice 4-1 on your legs.
Doesn't seem to be a lot there at the moment for Liam Dawson, does there?
No.
There wasn't a lot for Simon Harmer, to be honest, but...
Dawson again bowls into Critchley and he's forward. Pads that back out to cover. And the guys work on the ball, and yeah, I think there was a bit of spin, I must admit. I think Dawson would tend to bowl a bit quicker than Harmer. Yeah, we shall see. Liam Dawson runs in, bowls. Big drive here, straight into cover though. That's a good sign though for Dawson. I think Dawson will be looking for that big drive outside off stump. Try and find the outside edge there. I think Hampshire would be pretty happy with that shot.
Yeah, it wasn't quite to the pitch.
No. So Liam Dawson again gathers, bowls. Very good. On middle and off stump. Critchley just big stride and pads that back down to the bowler. The Seagulls are out in full force now. See if they can pick some people's lunch. And Liam Dawson again, a bit wider of the crease there. Fires it in again. Yes, no. Oh, and Kyle Abbott picks the ball up from mid-on and decides to throw it at Critchley there. But yeah, it seems like there's weird communication. Yes, yeah. No, and to me it looked like a single, quite a comfortable single there. So again, Dawson just slightly off on the radar, wide of the crease, trying to create an angle there, but a bit too leg side. As Dawson bowls into Critchley, who opens the face, tries to, and that's a misfield there in the covers, and they get through for 1. Dawson will be pretty unhappy with that. Picks up his hat and his jumper and trudges way back off to where he will be sweeping. Bit disappointing that was.
Yeah, Fletcher Middleton out there.
I think you can if you're playing for, Hampshire Disability like we will be at the weekend, you might be able to blame the surface for that. But when you're playing on Ageas Bowl, I don't think you can look at the ground.
It's 57 for 3 then. This is the last over before tea. As Ian Holland comes in and bowls to Tom Wesley, who's on 19, and that's outside off stump, and he leaves alone. So if you're listening to us via BBC 5 Live Sports Extra, then the game between Somerset and Surrey is the game that you'll go to during the tea break here. Somerset 170 all out, Surrey in reply 19 for 2 there, so that'll be coming up shortly. Of course, if you're listening to us on the BBC Sport website and app, and you're watching us on the live picture feed via the Hampshire Cricket website and app, has just wrapped on the pad. Ball just nipped back a fraction there on Wesley. Then we'll be taking a break for just under 20 minutes. And then we'll be back with you for the whole of the evening session. As Essex will hope by the time we get towards the close on day one, they'll be in the lead and looking to build that up as well. But those 3 early wickets, they were 16 for 3 at one stage. Having to build here as that's driven out towards extra cover.
Likes that shot, doesn't he?
He does, yeah. Tom Wesley.
Just opens up his left shoulder there, opens the face and tries to guide it through more of a square cover, I'd say there. But it's a lovely looking shot, but for nothing. But promising signs for the Essex man.
Just like the way he sort of waits, doesn't he? Lets the ball come to him, and then the bat and the body go through the line. It's nice to see as Holland comes in again with his right arm medium pace. That's a leg ball. He's wrapped on the pad. Oh, he's given.
Wow.
Well, there's nip back there from Ian Holland. There were signs of that earlier in the over, probably the previous delivery. And Tom Wesley is going. If you're looking at the live picture feed, watch that one. I must admit, my initial thought wasn't it was out. I thought
outside the line.
Yeah, well, that was my initial thought, and there was a bit of bounce as well, but he's been given, and that will be the last action we see as the players turn round and follow Wesley back towards the pavilion for the tea break. And well, you can debate that one. If you watch on the live picture feed, of course, you'll have a better. A decent view of that. We've already seen the replay, but yeah, I'm probably like you, Anthony. My initial thought was good delivery. That's done a bit, but I wasn't expecting the umpire's finger to go up. Yes, we're not behind the line, so we can't probably give you a 100% definitive view, but sometimes you just have those little feelings, don't you?
Yeah, just looked outside the line. We're having a look at the replay again here as Holland came in, nipped the back. It's close. Hit him on the back leg, so we don't have the slow-mo, unfortunately, but it did look slightly outside the line. But they'll take that, Hampshire. That is a fantastic time to get a wicket. At 57 for 4, the game is very evenly poised, which at about 1:30 this afternoon, we weren't expecting that. So brilliant first session for Hampshire with the ball. Abbas starting off that, and Dawson and Holland regaining a bit more sort of pressure at the end there, and Holland obviously picking up that LBW and a huge wicket as well, Kev.
Yeah, certainly is. 41-run partnership for the 4th wicket, broken then by Ian Holland. A wicket for him, 2 for Kyle Abbott, 1 for Mohammed Abbas. Essex then 57 for 4, trail Hampshire by 63. We'll be back with you in just under 20 minutes. for the umpires walking out to the middle, because they're already there. That's Mike Burns and Rob White, although they probably did deserve an applause. It's for the Hampshire team, who I wouldn't say they're all together when they walk out to the middle, but there's a few of them walking out there. The state of play as we head into the evening session here on day one between Hampshire and Essex is that Essex, replying to that Hampshire total all out earlier of 120, are themselves struggling a little bit at 57 for 4. And the wicket takers against Essex so far are Kyle Abbott, who has 2 for 10, Mohammed Abbas 1 for 12, and the medium pacer Ian Holland, who will finish off his 5th over, and he has 1 for 11. He picked up the wicket of Tom Wesley, LBW, in the over before tea for 19. So the 2 not-out batters will be, well, the 1 not-out batter, of course, Matt Critchley, who's 21 not out. Your commentary team this evening, a little later you'll hear from England disability team player Anthony Clapham. I'm Kevin James, and next to me from BBC Essex is Paul Newton.
Yes, hello everyone. Thank you, Kevin. And Essex, a big blow losing Wesley. You've got to remember as well, not only are they without Dan Lawrence for this game, but they're probably only going to have 9 wickets to fall in each innings in this game, after Shane Snater looked to have a really severe leg injury as he was bowling his first over, came in to bowl the last ball of that over, and before he could let it go, he collapsed in agony at the crease and had to be helped off the field. So probably we shan't see him again in the game, and in the meantime Michael Pepper has taken Tom Wesley's place, and here he is facing his first ball, the first after tea. There's 2 balls to complete the Ian Holland over, in which he dismissed Wesley LBW for 19 after he and Matt Critchley had repaired the ruins of 16 for 3 and put on 41 for the 4th wicket. And had Essex got to tea with only 3 down, I would say they could have looked and thought, you know, they should get some sort of first innings lead, but that might take some doing now, as the inexperienced Pepper faces Holland. Wicketkeeper standing up, over end, it just goes through outside off stump. No need for Pepper to address the ball. And Pepper, who's a very fine white ball player, but hasn't got a lot of experience with the red ball. He did get a 90 odd against Durham, would be his best innings for Essex. To be fair,
we just started the evening session.
To be fair to me.
Here with Essex 57 for 4, replying to that Hampshire, that total of 120. The wickets of Brown, Cook, Walter and Wesley going before tea. 2 for Abbott, 1 for Holt and 1 for Abbas.
And so it's going to be, apologies for the hiatus there, and it's going to be Kyle Abbott, not surprisingly, returning. And there's a big dark cloud overhead as well, and I laugh because this is the same sort of dark cloud that Kyle Abbott opened the bowling with, and had Essex at absolute 6s and 7s. Sir Alistair Cook must have played and missed a good dozen times at him. So Abbott thunders in with renewed energy after the tea interval, and Critchley plays him out into the covers for no run. But this will not be good news for Essex, with the weather descending again. When I say that, it doesn't mean we're going to have an interruption for rain or bad light for that matter, but it does mean that Essex, who are already in trouble at 57 for 4, are facing a man who has on several occasions in the past proved their undoing, particularly in matches here at the Ageas.
Yep.
Over to you, Kevin.
Yeah, apologies for that. I got the wrong mic open and the wrong mic closed, so there we are. Here comes Kyle Abbott, and he comes in and bowls. That's a length ball to Matt Critchley, who plays that ball on merit up to mid-off, where it's fielded by John Turner, who we have not seen yet. John Turner playing his 2nd championship game for Hampshire this season, only his 2nd championship game ever. And we've not seen him in the attack because Kyle Abbott and Mohammed Abbas and Ian Holland have been doing a good job. Less so James Fuller, a little bit expensive, 2 overs for 20 before tea, a couple of wides in that as well. In fact, 3 wides and a no ball in that analysis as well. Didn't quite get it right, but here's a man who did. Here's Abbott, bowls. Oh, it's just wrapped on the pad there, Critchley, as it goes out on the leg side.
Yes, I would say that Matt Critchley, admittedly with the benefit of not having to face much of the Hampshire opening bowlers in their first spells, came in just as Abbott had taken 2 wickets in an over. But I think he has looked Essex's best and most at-home batsman so far.
Yes, he has, yeah. He's played a couple of crisp drives, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, Essex desperately need him to make a half-century at least here.
Yeah, 4 boundaries to his name so far as Abbott from the pavilion end comes in again and bowls right arm over. Critchley pushes forward, plays it late, opens the face, goes down towards third. James Fuller is after it, picks it up, and Critchley picks up 2 and moves on to 23. And Essex are 59 for 4. It doesn't appear as though, I don't know, maybe 20 minutes before tea or so, that the ball was doing quite as much. Paul, I don't know if you agree.
No, I agree totally. That period under the heavy cloud when the Essex innings started was very much a time you wanted to be bowling, and it was probably not a coincidence that when the sun suddenly came out again, Essex's problems somewhat dissipated.
Well, the sun has disappeared again as Abbott comes in and bowls. Critchley forward, not quite out of the middle of the bat, goes into the covers. They'll pick up a single because it was to Gubbins' left hand, and he is a right-handed thrower, so good running between the wickets between Pepper and Critchley. Now these two, I'll be honest with you, Paul, they send a shiver down my spine, because I remember these two in a T20 game last year at Chelmsford absolutely putting Hampshire to the sword. I know this is a 4-day game, I know it's a red ball, I know it's a different bowling attack, but those two that night last year were absolutely awesome.
Yes, I mean, of course it's the main strength of Pepper in the white ball game.
It certainly is, as he faces Abbott. He's off the back foot and cracks it away to backward a point, 4 runs. Straight away he's off the mark with a boundary. Just the 3rd ball he's faced, and Essex move on to 64 for 4 at the end of that over. Abbott has figures of 8 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 17 now, and Essex trail by 56.
A rare loose delivery that from Kyle Abbott. Fair play to Michael Pepper. He never really needs time to play himself in. In fact, I'm not sure he knows how to play himself in, but if you bowl him a ball that he fancies, he's a great boundary hitter, including sixes. His problem might be, adapting his game more to red ball. It's not as if he's never played it. As I say, he's got a best score of 90-odd against Durham a few years ago, and he really played so well that day. He was just a youngster at the time, and I mean he's still on the young side, but I thought then he might be a real star of the future. But sadly, as far as red ball cricket goes, he tends not to be in the middle for long enough to really make it count. However, as Mohammed Abbas prepares to take over again from the hotel end, Essex at least are now more than halfway to Hampshire's 120 all out, as here comes Mohammed Abbas and bowls to Matt Critchley. Critchley, I'm not sure he was actually aiming it there, drives, and it goes off an angle back down to the 3rd man boundary for 4, and nevertheless it wasn't a chance or anything, went all along the ground. Critchley moves up to 28 from 41 deliveries, easily the batsman who's looked most at home amongst this Essex lineup so far. 68 for 4.
Yeah, slight false shot that one though.
Yep, very much so.
But Abbas just finding that little bit extra.
The irony is, if he'd hit it exactly where he meant to, it might well have been no run at all. That's one of the many beauties of cricket. This fantastic game we all love. As Mohammed Abbas is in, plane flies seemingly quite low above us, and that ball has the beating of Critchley. A good delivery that from Mohammed Abbas, and he doesn't edge it, and it goes through to Ben Brown.
That's a great delivery as that's just pitched and left him. Now definitely Abbas is getting something from this end. I'm just wondering if 1 or 2 of the other bowlers have seen that and thought, I want to bowl this end. I know Ian Holland's bowled this end and he's a little bit slow, just very much medium pace. Even so, sometimes you don't necessarily get so much out of it.
Next delivery, about to be bowled by Abbas. Passes umpire Rob White. Bowls now, and this ball is pushed down to mid-off. And there will be no run there. And that's fielded by Liam Dawson. 68 for 4, 52 behind. Remember, Essex, we're almost certain, will only have 9 wickets to fall. And even if somehow they can manage to bring Shane Snater out, perhaps on a sedan, out into the middle. I mean, he couldn't do much more, surely, than just block a few out, poor chap, as he was injured while bowling his only over, we suspect, in the match here. Here's the next delivery from Abbas, which has just dropped into the offside for no run. 68 for 4. We don't know exactly what the injury is, and from that point of view we're at the opposite end to where the players go, so it's not as if we can just nip out for a quick moment and ask what the official verdict is, and usually you get a sort of slightly mixed answer anyway, sort of, well, we're not sure either. But it did look rather nasty. He's such a fit man as well, Shane Snater. Very unusual to see anything like that happen to him. Here comes Mohammed Abbas again in bowls, and just dropped a few yards into the offside by Critchley, who exudes an atmosphere of calm out there, seems to have plenty of time to weigh up the ball, whereas all the early Essex batsmen almost appeared to be peering through the gloom, desperately trying to work out where the next ball was going. And fair play to them, it's harder when you're opening and in the very first few overs than by the time Critchley arrived. But even so, he was in all too early from an Essex point of view, but has played very well so far.
He has.
Here he is facing the next delivery from Abbas. Always caught there. He moved across outside the off stump. He's taken on the pad. Looked as if he was trying to work that into the onside. Misses. No appeal. 28 to Critchley, 4 to Pepper, 68 for 4.
Yeah, the attempted inducker there from Mohammed Abbas. He's got a couple to slide, sort of go straight to the right hander. That definitely came back quite late, did a little bit too much. That's why Critchley missed that one. Got an email here from Neil Halsworth at solentcricket@gmail.com. Now, he's the managing director of Explorer Coffees, other coffee companies available, of course. But Neil says, just got in from the Portsmouth Royal Navy Association lunch. Here comes Abbott as Pepper pushes that up towards mid-off. In brackets, the reason I'm not at the match today, says Neil, and he's just tuned in. What happened to the Hampshire first innings? Well, there was just some very good Essex bowling, I'm afraid, particularly by Jamie Porter, who picked up 5 for 37, and Simon Harmer made use of just the ball gripping a fraction in this surface. He picked up 3 for 26. Yes, there was 1 or 2 shots which I'm sure the players would think they probably would have done something different this time, but the ball was always just offering a little bit, and as I say, Jamie Porter especially bowled very well indeed. Kept the ball there or thereabouts, always had the Hampshire batters under pressure. Here's Abbott, bowls, and that's played back to him by Michael Pepper. And he also says, does Neil, why is the commentary not available via the BBC Sports app? Well, it should do. If it's on the BBC website, it should be on there as well. And as I tune in, he says, Kev is calling for some coffee. All right. Do I have to make a special Solent Cricket coffee for distressed commentators in afternoon sessions? I'll bring some along on Friday. How many in the commentary team? Wow. On Friday, if this game goes to Friday, there will be myself. It won't be Paul. It'll be Dick Gledhill from BBC Essex, and Anthony won't be here either. So it'll just be 3 of us. But Neil, that's very kind of you. If the game goes till Friday, message me if it does, as that's pushed out square on the offside. That's Neil from Explorer Coffees. Other coffees available.
Well, it sounds like it's been a pretty good lunch to say he's only just got in from it. We finished ours some hours ago, but
yes, it's not the sociable lunch, I guess. Well, Neil probably say it's not a sociable lunch anyway. It's probably a working lunch, but you're right.
They all say that.
We don't have the luxury of time when there's only a 40-minute lunch break and we've got to walk to the other side of the ground. But it's worth it because the food is very good.
It was absolutely excellent. I will vouch for that.
That's good to hear.
Much appreciated.
I've got used to it, you see, but it's nice when other commentators come here and say the same. As Abbott comes in, flicked away on the leg side in the air, but safe through mid-wicket. Felix Organ is running after that one, and I think the ball's going to win that contest, and it does just, even though Felix Organ dives at the end. Can't prevent it from going over the rope. Nice shot there from Pepper, who's on 8, courtesy of 2 boundaries, and Essex move on to 72 for 4, trail by 48 on the first innings.
Yeah, both the best of Pepper there, but also a hint at where he can be vulnerable in that he plays lovely shots, but hits too many of them in the air. And, of course, particularly in the red ball game, it's one thing in T20 cricket, if you hit a quick 30-odd, you've probably done a great job for your side. With this form of cricket, it doesn't win you matches.
That's very true, as Abbott comes in and bowls to Pepper once more, and Pepper leaves that one alone. That's a good line, though. But that's also an equally good leave. That's right. It's very difficult people say, well, surely if you're a white ball player, you're a red ball player, and vice versa. But the balls behave very differently. You're much more confident as a batter to hit through the line of a white ball than you are of a red ball. Now, Pepper's only playing his 15th first-class match, and he averages 17. So that will give you an idea of where he's at.
Exactly.
Red ball cricket.
Whereas last year, not this time, but last year, he was Essex's top scorer in the T20 competition with a very good, and he's pretty good again this year.
Well, his strike rates are unbelievable, aren't they? I remember writing it down. Comes down the wicket at that one, walks into that leave of Abbott through to Ben Brown, end of the over. Critchley has 28, Pepper has 8, 72 for 4.
What I will say on Pepper's behalf is that he is a lovely stroke player, and if he was still to be there in an hour's time, he would have moved on from his current 8 not out and moved on quite some way. So in a low-scoring game like this one, where I must say with only 9 wickets to fall we would anticipate in each innings, I think Essex have to hope they can get a first innings lead, because otherwise I think it's going to be very difficult for them batting last. And obviously they, although they don't want to see Pepper take unnecessary risks, but a quick blast from him might do quite a bit of good as Mohammed Abbas is in and bowls to Matt Critchley, who leaves the ball outside off stump to Ben Brown. And Essex continue at 68 for 4, 72 for 4 I should say. It's always slightly off-putting because on these electronic scoreboards, they remove all the information off. I was just doing my 4 o'clock update for BBC Essex, and suddenly I looked up to give the score and it had disappeared. So it does challenge you. I'm sure a lot of spectators find the same as they sit there. Here comes Mohammed Abbas again from the hotel end. Weather's got a little bit brighter again. In, bowls to Critchley, defends the ball into the onside, fielded at short mid-wicket. No run, Critchley remaining on 28 and Pepper on 8, and each of them have found the boundary in a way that the earlier Essex batsmen just couldn't do at all.
Yeah, just getting a little easier. Maybe that heavy roller that was employed between the innings is starting to have a little bit of an effect. It doesn't have an effect straight away, so the wicket still will behave as it did in the previous innings, but maybe we're starting to see signs of it just deadening down now a little bit.
Abbas in his 9th over, 1 for 16, bowls, and this ball is played defensively out into the covers, or cover running across to intercept in front of mid-off, and score remaining 72 for 4. Essex are currently 48 runs behind, and not a great deal of batting to come with Shane Snater hors de combat, we think, and it's likely to be down to the likes of Simon Harmer when the next wicket falls to see if he can build on a remarkable innings against Kent the other day, which I saw. I'll describe it for you in a moment, but here comes Abbas, sun back out, bowls, that's a leave outside off stump from Critchley. Harmer took 30 deliveries and 40 minutes in time to get off the mark, and he proceeded to make 83 not out off only just over the same number of deliveries. He went absolutely berserk. Admittedly, Essex were looking to declare and wanted quick runs by that stage, but you could hardly have seen an innings with greater contrast, an eternity to get off the mark, and then boundary upon boundary.
Yeah, well, he hit 2 sixes, didn't he, in the final over?
He did.
Hampshire, the T20.
Yeah, Essex would love to see more of that in this innings, as that ball goes through outside off stump, and score remaining at 72 for 4. Of course, it's a big ground here at the Ageas, and what would be a 6 at Chelmsford could very easily be caught about 15 yards in from the boundary here.
Yeah, big boundary, certainly away to our left, the east side of the ground.
Yes, very much so. Abbas again. Last ball of the over. Ooh, well, what a good delivery. And has that seen the end of Critchley? No, Hampshire thought they definitely heard an edge there, but umpire White unmoved, and so too Critchley. 72 for 4 remains a score.
Well, I have to say, again, a bit like the LBW before the tea interval, I just thought, and I know we can't hear any snicks up here, so let me say that first and foremost, but just the manner of the appeal, it didn't seem to me to be totally convincing. The players will say otherwise, maybe, but my first thought was, I'm not sure they really believe that. So I don't know about your thoughts there, Paul, but that was mine initially.
My thoughts, I'm afraid, was don't give him out, for heaven's sake. You know, I was wanting to say to the umpire, you've already given Wesley out, which just personally I thought had a bit of doubt about it.
I agree. Here's Abbott, Abbott from the pavilion end. Bowles, always beaten outside the off stump. Good delivery. That's Michael Pepper facing. Yeah, well, myself and Anthony were on at the same time, and we both, our initial thoughts was, good shout, but probably not out.
Yeah, because I thought...
He was out.
No, it looked like it was a gap.
Oh, there was a gap, yeah.
Yep. And I thought as well that...
here, the court behind you.
Yeah. I thought as well, going back to the Wesley dismissal, that in addition to what you said at the time, I thought height might be an issue as well. So, I was surprised to see him given out.
72 for 4 then. Abbott looking for his third wicket of the innings. Bowling to Michael Pepper. Pepper drives thick inside edge as that goes quickly down to Abbas at fine leg. We were talking about Pepper, his T20. He strikes into the 144, 145 area in T20 cricket, which is very quick indeed.
It is, and of course he's a lovely chap actually. He's very daring, and he's particularly good at the scoop shot. And I've seen him hit lots of sixes, but the one snag is he has this tendency to play it twice in a row. First time 6, second time W, and he was out 3 times in the T20 last year. The ball after he did a 6. His defence would be, well, that's what I'm playing for, though. You know, they send me in to try and take advantage of the power play.
Abbott to Critchley. Critchley gets a length ball, which he pushes out into the covers.
However, I'm sure he's, aware of his responsibilities here. He will try and hit the bad ball if one comes along, but he is trying to play responsibly out there.
He certainly is. With Essex just 47 runs behind here. We're on for a fairly low scoring game, but again, I'll just repeat that this Ageas Bowl pitch never gets any worse, and if anything gets a little slower. And I think wickets, not just now, but generally the rest of the game will be a little harder to come by as Abbott comes in and bowls. That's pushed out on the onside this time by Matt Critchley. We've had a bit of Dawson before tea. We didn't really see too much in terms of spin from him. We didn't see a lot from Harmer. It just gripped a bit, but he still managed to pick up 3 wickets. With Mohammed Abbas coming down the wicket at him and trying to hoist him high over mid-on, and got caught on the boundary. Entertaining not there for Mohammed Abbas, because his very first shot was a reverse sweep for 4 off Harmer, which we loved, the crowd loved. I'm sure Mohammed Abbas himself loved, but I'm not sure about Harmer. And then he came running down the wicket at him, I think second or third ball. It was highly entertaining. Short cameo from Abbas. Here's Abbott, bowls, fullish, driven up to mid-on. It was, one of Mohammed Abbas's more entertaining knocks, and he's not really known for his entertaining batting. He got 6 off 7 balls.
Well, of course he was not out, wasn't he, at the end? Have I got that right?
No, he was out.
No, he was out, of course, yes, caught by Pepper, not quite hitting a 6. And it was almost as if he thought, crikey, I've got my career average here. That's my job done for the day. And promptly got out. But to be fair, the last wicket partnership was useful for Hampshire.
Well, they came together when John Turner went at 106, so they put on 40.
Yeah.
Here's Abbott. Sunshine's back out. That's driven up to mid-off. Oh, it's gone half. Oh, no, he stopped it. He has stopped it. I think that might be Turner at mid-off, who dived. I thought the ball had gone under his body, but he got enough of his body on it to take most of the power out of the shot. No run in the end. Critchley remains on 28. Pepper on 9. 73 for 4, Essex. We still have 27 overs to do in the day, and Essex are behind by 47.
Well, we've already had a great amount of incident here today, and as you say, Kevin, 27 overs is a lot of overs still to go. We're almost certainly still going to be playing at 6:30, and as Kevin Howes was saying to us, it could be a 6:45 job here.
Yeah, but we don't mind.
No, so much so that we don't even put in for any overtime.
No.
Here's Mohammed Abbas up from the hotel end. Bowls, and Michael Pepper plays it down to mid-on. No run, and 73 for 4, 47 behind. Another fairly heavy band of cloud makes its way towards the ground. I'm not at all sure that there's any rain up there, and certainly we've been quite lucky, because they were giving, particularly between 2 and 3 o'clock this afternoon, they were giving it about 48% likelihood of rain, so it's great that we haven't had any interruption so far. And I think if we do get one, probably just be a shower. Here is a bat again in, bowls to Pepper, takes the bat away from that one outside off stump. He remains on 9, and Critchley has 28. Men out for Essex, Brown for 6 to Abbas, Cook for 4 and Walter for 0 in the same brilliant Kyle Abbott over. And then Holland had Tom Wesley, LBW for 19 on the stroke of tea.
Contentious LBW.
Yeah, 41 he and Critchley had put on. Abbas reaches the top of his run-up and is on his way again. Good straight approach. Bowls to Pepper, who leaves another one that begins wide and goes wider. It's not trying to suggest it was wide enough to be a wide, but nevertheless Pepper doing the right thing there and just saying, well, if you want to wear yourself out, I will ignore it. 73 for 4.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Abbas, he obviously was trying for the away swinger. You can just see him there, sort of just practicing that wrist position there. I think he's just overdone it. Started too wide, went wider.
We are in the 29th over of this innings. There's still 26 at the end of this over to be bowled. Mohammed Abbas is in again. Bowls to Pepper, and Pepper has turned it off the pads. Pick up at least 1 run here. They may well decide to come back for 2 and do. Pepper's fairly nippy between the wickets, and 2 runs to him with pleasant little push off the hip. 11 to him, and Essex move up to 75 for 4, 45 behind.
Yeah, that's the inducker, that one. He's just got that one slightly wrong as well. Those last 2 balls not quite in the channels that he wanted. The ball before a little too wide, went wider. That one's just started too straight. Quite easy for the batter to just flick that away.
So Pepper moves into double figures. Places the next delivery from Mohammed Abbas. Again, we're back to one that's so wide of off stump. Even Pepper, who's good 6'3" or 4, but even he was quite a good reach. He didn't go after it anyway, but he would have struggled to reach that. And if anything, it kept a little bit low as well.
He's got that one wrong as well, Abbas. He's gone for the away slider, and it's again just starting very wide. So the last 3 balls are certainly not what we're used to from him, and he's not used to it.
No, it's been his poorest over so far. Can he get a wicket off the last ball to make up for it? He's in now and bowls to Pepper. Pepper has whacked this for 4, and that was cut away behind backward point, and there is a fieldsman about 20 yards from the bat, but going at that pace, unless it's straight at the fielder, he's got no chance of stopping that. And the score to 79 for 4, Pepper to 15, and while ever Pepper doesn't give his wicket away, then Essex will very much hope that he does score quick runs here. That's the end of me for a while, and over to Kevin, who'll be joined by Anthony Clapham.
Thank you very much, Paul. Anthony from the England Disability Team has been with us all day. Lives in Hampshire, in Basingstoke. We won't hold out against him. The fact he lives in Hampshire is all right. And thanks for the Hampshire Disability Team as well. I'm sure it's lovely in Basingstoke. I've got a couple of mates that live in Basingstoke. They swear by it. Here comes Abbott. Bowls. Oh, he's playing a missing outside the off stump there.
Amazing Stoke, did you say?
Is that what they call it there? Oh, hang on. You've got tangled up. We're going to have to take you off for a minute. Hang on. They call it. Do you know what? That I love that. Amazing Stoke. There we go. Now, anybody that's never lived in Basingstoke would be amazed to hear you say that. And when you come back on, when we've untangled you, which we have, you're now going to give us 20 seconds of what it's like and how good it is to live in Basingstoke.
Fortunately, Kyle Abbott's just at the top of his run-up now, so I'll pass that back to you.
Here's Abbott to Critchley. And bowls, and Critchley drives. That's not timed. As the ball squirts up towards mid-off.
Well, I hope every time I've been on here, it seems to be something that happens. So last time on, I think we saw 2 or 3 wickets. So I'm hoping that me being back on commentary now will kick-start things again for Hampshire. Sorry, Essex fans. But no, I think these 2 have put on now 19.
Yep. Been about 20-25 minutes since tea, and there's not been a wicket for Hampshire. I've got an email here from John Skews, which I'll read out after this delivery. We're into the 30th over of this Essex reply. Here comes Abbott, bowls, and that's turned away to mid-wicket, but there is no run. Now, John Skews says, thanks for the commentaries of all the Hampshire matches. Somerset and Nottinghamshire were very interesting for different reasons. They were the last 2 games that Hampshire played. Perhaps a new wicketkeeper batter is required for next year, says John. Oh, okay. And he also says, I see an Abbas has been playing for Hampshire Tekken team. Surely not the great Abbas, but I wonder if he is a relation. Well, you're right. There is an M. Abbas that plays for Hampshire second team. I did notice that the other day when I was sort of wandering along, and I looked at the scoreboard and I thought, hang on a minute, Mohammed Abbas has just been playing on the main ground. Surely he's not switched to the nursery ground. There's a beauty. That's pitched and bounced and left Critchley, and he's prodding there forward. And
he's bowled well today, isn't he?
Superb. Yeah, he's got that ball to just leave the right-hander. I think you can always tell when Abbott's bowling well. Generally, when he's bowling, you get the nip back, which is a pretty serious ball in itself. But I think sometimes when he's shaping the ball from the right-hander away, I think that's when he's got everything right. Everything's aligned. Yeah,
I mean, he's a big boy. Seeing him running in at you, that'd be enough for me, I think, let alone whether he's nipping it in or nipping it away. Certainly at that pace.
Sure. So John, you're right. There is an Emma Bass that plays for the second team. I don't really know him. I don't know where he's from, but it's not the same. It's not the same Emma Bass as Abbott bowls. That's driven nicely up to mid-off, but straight to Turner. So 79 for 4 then Essex. They are 41 runs behind, and 2 batters out there, positive players in Pepper and Critchley. Critchley's perhaps just toning his game down from his normal white ball self. I think Pepper is as well, though he's come down the wicket a couple of times, isn't he? Pepper to Abbas, and probably will continue to do so.
Yeah, I think to Abbas, I think that's a good option. Not as quick as your Abbott. It looks like a slow pitch as well.
Yeah. I've just got some information on Mr. Emma Bass of Hampshire second team fame. That's outside off stump, and that's left alone. Kept a little low, well taken by Ben Brown, and that's a maiden over for Kyle Abbott. 11 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 22. Thank you to Fiona, who's the Hampshire scorer, who's listening, always listens. She says Moman Abbas is his name, is a slow left arm spinner playing for Hampshire twos. So there we go. Fiona, thank you very much. She is a mind of information, is Fiona. She's only started scoring for Hampshire this year, and she's come to my rescue on more than one occasion.
So where are the scorers positioned then? Let's have a look, see if we can spot her.
It's about 2 o'clock as we look. So Shane Warne stand, and then on towards the end.
Okay.
On the right. Yeah, they're up there.
Into Pepper, and he drives. Oh, that's a direct hit from Dawson. Great fielding, but Pepper was in quite comfortably. Drove it to extra cover there. Dawson moves from mid-off, picks it up, and only has 1 stump to aim for at that angle, and I did that. But as I said, Pepper quickly through for the single there. I think it's a really good opportunity now for Hampshire. They've got their 2 best bowlers back on. I think they'd like to pick up a wicket in the next few overs, or I think they might turn to, maybe we might see John Turner maybe for the first time. I'm surprised it's taken them so long now. So we're in the 31st over now, as Abbas into Critchley. Solid front foot defensive to mid-off. Hits the ball hard, doesn't he, Critchley?
Yeah, good player.
Yeah, really, really positive. Head down the ground. Hits it firmly to Dawson, who's now in a long sleeve sweater by the looks of things. He's probably still wearing his sunglasses as always.
Long sweater and sunglasses. Bit of a contradiction.
I know. There's Abbas, top of his run up. Couple of steps and into Critchley here. Again, really good line of length here. It's not really dropping it short or anything too full. Just on top of off stump, making Critchley play, which I think at this point of the game is the right thing to do. And the field so far, we have a mid-on, a mid-off, an extra cover. Hampshire left cover open, so they clearly want Critchley to play the big cover drive here. They have 3 slips waiting, 2 slips, and I'd say that's a 4th slip as well, and a backward point as Abbas comes down into Critchley again. And Dawson's getting a good good feel of the ball here. Critchley keeps knocking it back to him. And Hampshire have a fine leg and a deep square leg. It's quite a short boundary out there to the east side of the west side of the ground. Sorry, from where we are. So yeah, maybe just keeping the batsman honest in case the odd short ball comes in here. But for now, I think Abbas will just keep trying to hammer this line of length. As Abbas now runs into bowl to Critchley. And that is slightly overpitched. Again, Liam Dawson picks the ball up at mid-off. Getting a nice working out there, isn't he, Liam Dawson?
Yeah,
bit of fielding practice.
Well, it shows how accurate Abbas has been in this over, but there's not been a lot happening for him in this over, has he, really? I mean, he's sort of threatening to sort of straighten, but it hasn't really. Waiting for that inducker.
Yeah, I guess that's why you've got your deep square leg out there. Yeah. Not really for the short ball, for when he wants to bring the ball into the right-hander. And if he gets it slightly wrong, he's got protection out there for the flick off the pads.
Might be this ball.
Last ball of the over. Let's see. Abbas now cruising into the crease. Let's go. No, it's the away swinger. Bounce a couple of times into Ben Brown, who takes a good take there. Bit of swing after the ball goes past the batsman. Just shows you how probably slow the pitch is, really. And that bounced a couple of times into the keeper. Yeah. 80 for 4 now off 31 overs. Essex. Good little partnership, this.
Yeah, certainly is. Yeah, came together when the score was 57 for 4. Tom Wesley in the over before tea. Yeah, as I say, I mean, this wicket does get a little slower as the game goes on. The heavy roller's been on it in between innings. James Vince, is he having a word with the umpire about the ball? There's a shock. Because for Abbas, it's not doing a lot, is it really?
No.
They just want to get this changed, don't they? Just try and get a ball. Oh, the umpire has said, let me have a word with my other umpire.
This looks promising.
Now we're halfway there. We're halfway there to getting the ball changed. It needs the other umpire to agree. What do we got? Bob White and...
We haven't seen many boundaries,
Mike
so
Burns.
I can only imagine it's a bit of moisture on the outfield. And it looks like we are getting a ball change here.
Now.
And Ben Brown fist pumps Ian Holland there to say,
well done, lads.
Good job.
Yeah, 23 partnership at the moment between these two. One of the things I was going to say while we're waiting for the ball to be changed was I mentioned Fiona, the scorer, who's given us that great information about the other Emma Bass who plays for Hampshire. I gave Fiona a lift home actually from the T20 finals day because she was scoring here the next day for the Women's International. And she revealed to me that in her earlier life, she actually held the offshore powerboat record, a speed record. I know. Kevin Houser's looking at me for 5 Live going, wow, that's exactly what I thought. I thought, really?
Good start.
Fiona, Hampshire scorer, once held the offshore powerboat record, the speed record. Yeah, amazing. She was a powerboater in her youth.
And how fast?
I can't remember. She may have said it, or I can't remember.
Maybe Fiona can message you, and we'll.
Yeah, well, she's listening. So Fiona, tell me the speed, please, because we're all on tender hooks here. Everybody was mouths open. Really, Fiona was an offshore powerboater. We're still getting the ball checked. We're not getting it checked. We're getting it sort of compared against other balls of similar nature. This ball is 31 overs. Yeah, going to be some scores out then, please.
Yeah, so just around the grounds here. So Edgbaston looks a great comeback from Middlesex. So we're into the third session of the day, and they already lead by 88 runs. So Middlesex 148 for 6, after bowling out Warwickshire this morning for 60. Surrey 81 for 3. After bowling out Somerset 170 all out earlier. That's at Taunton. Nottinghamshire, which had a bit of a rain delay, they are 194 against Kent. Northants looks quite flat at Old Trafford, even though I think they're using the same pitch as the Test match. So it's effectively a day 3.5 after the last 2 days got rained off for the Test match. We won't talk about the Ashes though. So Northants are 265 for 3, and Essex, as we know here, at 80 for 4. So trail by 40 runs with 6 wickets in hands, but Carl Abbott is at the top of his run-up now with a nice new ball, a changeable. So let's see Oh, he does.
Yeah, what's it going to do? Here he is bowling to Michael Pepper. Pepper drives. That's driven past Abbott. That's going up towards the pavilion. John Turner's after it, and he slides into that and just slides it back to the fielder who's backing him up, and that's kept that down to 2.
Can we change the ball, please?
Mind you, a half volley is a half volley, isn't it?
That is
really?
true,
No matter
yeah.
what the ball is, but maybe it wasn't quite a half volley, but it was certainly in that region. Pepper moves on to 18, and it's 82 for 4. 38 now. Essex are behind. Yeah, we need a couple of more balls to see, don't we, really, as the sun threatens to shine. It certainly does at the far end where Abbott starts his run up. It's not quite reached us at this end of the ground yet, as Abbott's in and bowls to Pepper. Pepper's forward, pushes that into the covers, and Fuller's after that one, picks it up just inside the rope. Well, the ball seems to be coming off the bat all right. Maybe it's a little harder, so, which would of course make it go off the bat a little quicker. Essex 84 for 4. Let's get the other one back.
Yeah, definitely. No, I think Pepper's looked pretty good this afternoon. He's been very proactive, used his feet to come down the wicket a bit as well against Ageas, and he's tucked into that first ball of the over where down the ground for 3, and his batting partner's got a couple down to backward point.
Hampshire coaching staff walking around the ground below us as that's a length ball which Pepper's in behind, pushes it out on the offside. We've got Graham Welsh, the bowling coach, A.D. Birrell, head coach, and got Jimmy Adams, the former left-handed opening batter, who's now sort of second 11 coach. He's become sort of a bit of everything really. Second coach, I think he sort of fills in the batting coach's role as well at times. And
considering they got their back to us, wearing hoodies and caps, that's good knowledge from you there, Kev.
thank you.
That's really good.
Thank you. Well, I see him often enough.
Jimmy Adams still playing? I know he used to play at is it St Cross, I think, his local. Yes,
I don't know if I must admit I don't know that, Anthony. Nobody does not. Outside the off stump, it's a good leave. Ball hasn't really done too much though. But I must admit I don't know. Apparently his boy's quite a good player. I'm not sure how old his boy is. I think he's still quite young, but somebody was telling me the other day that he shows a lot of promise. So that'll be an interesting one to keep tabs on over the next few seasons.
It's amazing, isn't it, the amount of sports people they have. Children, and the genes are so strong, they come out to be good players. Obviously you've got Josh De Cares at Middlesex, who's I think currently batting now, obviously son of Mr. Atherton.
Yes. This is a few around. Of course Hampshire have one in Fletcher Middleton, Tony Middleton's son, former opening bat here a couple of decades ago. A bit more than that now actually. As Abbott bowls, he's walking into that one, gets wrapped on the pad, or is that that might be an edge, leading edge down to 3rd. What's the umpire signalling it is for? He's come down the wicket there, Pepper. Now he's done that to Abbas in previous overs. Now he's doing it to Abbott. Almost like quite running into the shot.
He's tried to flick that through square leg by the looks of things. And
huge leading edge. 8 runs off the over so far. 32 Essex are now behind. Well, will Ben Brown have to think about coming up to the stumps? That'll be a difficult decision for him to make. Abbott still a decent pace. But if Pepper's going to keep doing that, then I might have to think about it as Abbott comes in again and bowls to Pepper. Pepper gets one, it comes back to him a fraction, works that up to mid-wicket, and that is the end of the over. So 88 for 4. Pepper has 24, Critchley has 28. And what are these two put on now? 31? Which in the context of a low-scoring game is not a bad stand so far.
And as I said, Pepper's been really proactive. Runner ball 24. I think walking down the track to Kyle Abbott, who's obviously taller, slightly quicker, and tends to bowl it into the pitch more, is a lot more dangerous. And as Pepper showed there, he's tried to whip that through off the stumps through square leg, and it's just cleared backward point and gone for 4 down to 3rd man. So I'm not sure who would be. I think Kyle Abbott's very happy. I think he's just gone off now, so he'll have a break.
Ooh.
Can't quite see who the sub-fielder is, but he's going to be coming out to deep square less. Yeah, actually, yeah, good spot. So Tom Press comes on as a substitute fielder for Kyle Abbott, and he'll go out to the deep square leg boundary as Abasta comes in now to Critchley, and bowls nice and straight, pretty full, and Critchley just almost cloths that really to the mid-on fielder, Liam Dawson, who's getting a lot of action with the ball here. So wherever he moved from mid-off to mid-on, he was getting peppered at mid-off, so he went to mid-on, and Critchley's just hit it to him at mid-on. So same field as last over. You've got the 2 slips, and almost like a 4th slip gully, quite close actually. There's Abbas at the top of his run-up, runs into Critchley, onto his legs, and that Tom Press will be in action first here. Will he come back for 2? Tom Press picks up, no, oh, he picks up the ball. I thought he did, slipped over. Unfortunately, there was a John Turner just backing him up there and throws it in, and managed to save 1. So just a single out there to deep square leg. And that brings Pepper back onto strike, so run a ball. Be interesting to see how he plays Abbas. I'm with you though, Kev. I'm surprised Ben Brown hasn't come up to the stumps, considering you've seen Pepper come down the wicket a few times now.
Yeah.
As Abbas runs into Pepper. Oh, it just sort of held its line really. A bit of shape out away from the right-handed batsman, but just held its line.
That's the thing, isn't it? I mean, standing up to that, I know. I mean, every now and then, the ball's just kissing the surface, and there is a modicum of movement in that. I suppose as a keeper, you've got to make the judgment call whether you think there's more likely to be an edge, which of course standing back is a little easier than standing up. So you've got to balance that out. But I would say, how many balls have we got left in this over? 4? I bet you one of these Pepper comes down the wicket, don't you? Yeah,
I think so. Abbas into Pepper, who doesn't come down the track, but tries to play down to the mid-off, gets squared up slightly. Again, I think the pace of the pitch just showing there where it's a bit too pace, so squares up Pepper, and he just rolls out to the extra cover fieldsman. But yeah, I really like Ben Brown coming up to the wicket here. I think Abbas is skillful enough that he's consistent, he's going to hit that hard length, he's going to bowl pretty straight, brings LBW into place as well. I reckon he's going to come down the wicket this ball. I'm going to call it early. Abbas into Pepper, and he does come down the wicket. Unfortunately, doesn't get much of it, but hits it down to Dawson. But there you go again. He's used his feet, a couple of steps down the wicket to try and work him through the big gap between deep square leg and mid-on. Yeah, and Abbas just pushes a bit wider, I think.
Yeah, he came down a little bit. I mean, he's been down further, but he did, didn't he? He did shape.
I'm taking that, Kev.
Yeah, well, you're right. No, he did, definitely. I mean, he's taken half a pace there, isn't he? But, you know, I don't know. Oh, no, they're not going to change. They're going to try and change the ball again, are they? Vince is having a look at it at first slip.
Well, it hasn't really done much, has it? No, so I think we'll try.
Oh, yeah, you don't want this one. No, we've seen enough of this
Vince is walking from first slip down to the square leg umpire.
We've seen, I'll tell you how much we've seen of this ball. 12, 16 balls, and he's obviously seen enough to know that we don't want them. They don't say we. Hampshire don't want this one either. I shouldn't say we, should I? Both umpires are looking. This is not a done deal either way. Oh, they are going to change it. Oh, yeah, well, that's
we've seen it all now, haven't we?
We'll just keep changing until there's a wicket.
Paul in the background saying that will be done by 7 p.m. this evening, the way things are going. So we'll be surprised the floodlights to come on soon. It's gone overcast again. The sun's hiding it behind the clouds. So I haven't seen this, if I'm honest.
No, weird.
Changeable.
Actually, it's less than. Sorry, I tell it's 10 balls that they've bowled with this. Say what you like about the Kookaburra. Have you used a Kookaburra before?
Yeah, we use Kookaburra on white balls though, so not red balls.
No. Well, in the 2 games that the last 2 games, sorry, not Notts, the 2 games before that Hampshire played, and it would have been the same for Essex. That I think off the top of my head, in the 2 championship games with the Kookaburra, there was about 1 ball change. There might have been 2, but I think there was only 1. And here we are with another ball change here on day 1. This will be the 3rd ball.
And as I said, the outfield's lush. I can't imagine there'll be too much moisture in it now. It's been it's not a massive breeze, but you can see there's a breeze going from easterly to west through to the nursery grounds. So I can't imagine why, how that ball was gone out of shape so quickly.
Weird, isn't it?
And the umpires choose the ball, I assume. Otherwise you'd be getting a nice dark one.
We can imagine the batters having a look, or the bowlers, or
Yeah.
you'll get two totally different versions.
I know Ben Stokes wasn't happy with Marnus Labuschagne asking to see the ball.
Oh, really?
Yeah. When they changed the ball in the Test match, but I think it's within the right. I think if you're going to change the ball, I think it's right that the batsmen get to see it as well. Not that it can make a difference, but so we've just got the one ball to complete now. So Abbas is at the top of his run up. Fuller's got the new ball now. It's not a brand new ball. They tried to keep the balls to be similar sort of age, so whether they can use it in practice games or whatever. And the umpires will have a suitcase full of balls. And Abbas is at the top of his run up now. Bowling to Pepper. So he approaches the umpire. And that's wide outside off stump. Pepper climbs into it and he'll come back for two. Didn't quite get it, but I mean, Abbas tried to give it an opportunity to swing, got it up there, but I think it's slightly too wide, and Pepper threw his hands in it, and he moves to 26 off 28 balls. It's the end of the over. We had a no ball to start that over. You get 2 runs for a no ball now, and we have 1 ball, so we get 2 runs on the no ball for county cricket. Not in international cricket. Do you know why that?
I do not know. Go on.
I don't.
Oh, don't. Oh, right.
If anybody's listening, please let us know as Abbas comes in to finish the over. So, when he beats the outside edge, that's better. Good to see. Second ball now with the change ball, and we had a player miss, so Hampshire will be happy with that. Critchley is 29 off 69 balls. I wonder if Abbott will be coming down the stairs to finish his spell off, or is it going to be I think it's going to be the youngster.
Yeah, well, it has to happen, doesn't it? Has to happen. He'll get a round of applause. I think there is 1 or 2 in the crowd. Yep, there we go, because John Turner is coming on. Great 2020 season he's had, and playing just his second championship game.
I'm excited to see John Turner bowl. Obviously, like I said to you earlier this morning, his white ball career so far has got off to a very, very good start. He picked up his first professional wicket last year, I think it was Alistair Cook. So yeah, he's bowled some really good pace. He's quite tall as well.
So here we go. He got a wicket in each innings in the game against Northamptonshire here, which Hampshire won fairly comfortably. Only bowled 11 overs in the game, but tidy figures.
Does he more of a hit the pitch similar to Kyle Abbott, or does he swing it?
Yeah, he hits the pitch a little earlier. Oh, now here's a proper applause now. As it's been officially announced on the ground. Yeah, he hits the deck a bit harder.
Okay.
Yeah, he'll get it through. That's for sure. He's very strong in the shoulders. And we'll just give Hampshire a slightly... He'll do a James Fuller type role, really. Here he comes in, but just hits the deck a little harder. Bowls. Oh, he's wrapped on the pad. First ball, and he's done it.
What a start.
Straight on. And a wicket. First ball as Critchley goes for 29. He was stuck on the crease.
Well, we've been calling for him, haven't we?
Amazing.
That is superb. That is a great start.
You could almost start to say that he's a bit of a golden arm. Really.
Well, that's a better wicket than caught mid-wicket for sure. So what a great start from John Turner there. We've been calling for it, Kevin and I, pretty much most of the day since Hampshire have been bowling. It's taken them 32 overs, or 33 overs, sorry, to get a chance. And I'm sure even himself, standing out with fine leg, chomping at the bit, asking the captain, get me on, Skip, come on, get me on. Gets his chance, first ball, LBW, fantastic. That's the main man, really, Critchley. Brilliant.
He hadn't looked in too much trouble with that Matt Critchley until then. He just looks up at the skies 2 or 3 times as he's walked back to the pavilion. I think he realises that just got stuck on the crease there, didn't he, really? He's been using his feet really well up until then. But for some unknown reason, which only he knows, that he's tried to play a shot on the up. Now, I've got to disappear, so I'm going to ask Paul to come in where Anthony is. Paul Newton from BBC Essex is going to come in for this next period of play, and Anthony, I'm going to get you to come in where I am, and they will take you through the next half an hour of play with Essex. Now 93 for 4, and Adam Rossington, the Essex keeper, who normally opens the batting in T20 cricket for Essex, is coming in at number 7, and he'll face John Turner. All yours, Paul.
Thank you, Kevin. Well, I think we all wonder why on earth John Turner hadn't been seen at all, and I'm sure part of the great cheers that greeted his coming into the attack is that the crowd here, much like ourselves, were thinking, well, what on earth's he playing for if you're not going to bowl him? And first ball, I saw him bowl 4 overs here in the T20 game that effectively won Hampshire the game. He bowled so well. Here he is now. And there's another appeal for LBW. I tell you what, that's well worth a shout as well.
What a great start this is. It's certainly woken up the Hampshire faithful in the stadium there.
I wouldn't have been surprised, I really wouldn't, to see the finger go up here.
Just going down leg. I mean,
yeah, probably is there. But Rossington, a bulky man, and there's, when the ball hits him, it creates the impression, that it's got to have a good chance here. He stands waiting for John Turner's next ball. Again, it's accurate. He's right on the spot from the word go. Ball played into the covers, and I think Essex are very grateful that it's taken Hampshire so long to bring him into the attack.
Yeah, just squared him up there, didn't he? He's definitely on the money. Considering he's fielded for 33 overs, comes straight into it, and wow, what a great start from John Turner. Can he get another in his first over?
Well, it wouldn't surprise me, as he comes into bowl to Adam Rossington. Essex 27 behind. Single here, make that 26. Rossington off the mark, just playing that one behind square on the leg side, and gets a single as the ball is retrieved by Mohammed Abbas. Pepper, 26 not out, has become a rather important player for Essex now, because they're struggling to get to the Hampshire score of 120. I think they need a first innings lead of some sort, and after a bad start which saw them slump to 16 for 3, we had Wesley possibly a bit unlucky to be given out LBW on the stroke of tea for 19, and then the wicket of Matt Critchley just now for 29. Turner bowls. Appeal for LBW. It's not going to be upheld, but my word, that's some first over, and we've still got 1 ball left.
It's a bit high, that one.
Yeah.
Wow. It's definitely woken up everybody, isn't it? Even the Hampshire fielders.
Yeah.
Just nipped him, that one. So, have you heard anything about Shane Snater? Is he going
to? No, I haven't, I'm afraid, Anthony. But I think those supporters who gave him a tremendous cheer when he came on to bowl will feel totally vindicated, as Turner, to complete a terrific over, is in and bowls, and Pepper manages to play this out into short extra. But Turner's looked every bit as good in this 1 over as he did in the 4 overs I was describing in the T20 game here, which Hampshire looked as if they were losing but ended up winning, and a lot of it was down to the economy of his bowling. He's bang on the money with every delivery.
Yeah, that was, and it's a hard length as well. That was really charging in. You can tell that he's got a lot of, as he gets some applause there from the Ageas fans here. Yeah, he's definitely got the confidence, as you can tell, maybe taking it from the white ball into this game. In the first ball, right on the money, pinned Critchley back onto his crease in LBW, and then obviously close call on the first ball for Rossington, which was going down leg. But so that Mohammed Abbas stands at the top of his run up, and Rossington will be on strike to face his 4th ball as Abbas runs in past the umpire and makes Rossington play, which is exactly what you want to do when the new batsman comes in. It's definitely getting chilly now. You can feel the breeze coming from where we are. It's getting quite dark actually as well.
It is, yeah. We've got another of these sort of heavy clouds, not necessarily threatening in terms of causing any interruption to play, but obviously batting gets harder, I think, when it gets darker. And Essex's best periods in this innings have been the couple of periods when we've had a bit of sunshine.
Definitely. That's now into Rossington. And it just nips away and off Rossington's thigh pad into a vacant square leg area. Their man picks the ball up, but they do come in for a leg bye. And that brings the Essex score to 95 now. So effectively 95 for 6 then. I think
you're right.
Shane Snater, unfortunately, from what happened earlier, he was in his first over of play, and then coming in to complete his over, he pulled up and it looked a really sore one. I don't know whether it was calf or Achilles, but I can't see him batting unless he's desperately needed. We saw Nathan Lyon earlier in the Ashes series do the same thing at Lords as Ageas bowls to Pepper, who again uses his feet, clips it through to mid-wicket for a single. I just really would like Ben Brown standing up to the wicket here.
Yeah, I'd take your point entirely there, because Pepper is frequently, and from the word go, he's used his feet to the quicker bowlers. To be fair, he's played very well here so far, Michael Pepper.
Like you said, a really handy 27 off 32 here, so going at a good lick as well.
Not so sure about the one he did hit for 4, but he gave the charge to Kyle Abbott. He's a bit too good a bowler to do that to and keep getting away with it.
And the Bass now into Rossington, and that's on off stump, and he just blocks that back to mid-off, where Holland picks it up, gives it a good shine. Obviously we've changed the ball now, so this is the third ball of the Hampshire innings, after I think we had 12 balls of the second changed ball. So I know Hampshire will be working on the ball now to see if we can get it to swing. Dawson working on the ball, throws it to Ageas at the top of his run up now. Maybe it's a bowler. Maybe the bowler doesn't feel comfortable with the keeper stood up. Maybe I know some bowlers do get a bit put off with that. So Ageas now runs in past the umpire into the crease, gets Rossington to drive it. A couple of bounces into Dawson, who is getting a lot of action at mid-on certainly in the last sort of 5 or 6 overs, which is a good sign. Ageas is bowling nice and full, getting the batsman to play.
And just the bowling brigade of Simon Harmer, Sam Cook and Jamie Porter to come for Essex, assuming we're right in thinking Snater will be unable to bat, and I think we are.
And Ageas now coming in to complete his over, comes to the crease, slightly wider. That's a lovely shot from Rossington there, off the back foot, cuts it through points. There's a vacant point, and well fielded. Well fielded out there. They rolls it back in. I think that was Fletcher Middleton out there. Rolls it back in and throws it into Ben Brown, and they ran 3. So that brings the score to Essex 99 for 5. 21 runs behind.
Yep.
So yeah, if Hampshire can get, if John Turner's back on now, if he can get another wicket here, I think it'd be a really interesting sort of next 20 minutes, I think.
Well, he has the outstanding quality of just about every ball is on the stumps on a good length. John Turner, and certainly Essex must be grateful he wasn't produced earlier. Comes in now to bowl to Adam Rossington from the pavilion end, and Rossington plays this well enough down to mid-on, no run, and Kyle Abbott does the fielding. So 99 for 5, Brown making 6, Cook 4, Walter 0, Wesley 19, Critchley 29, Pepper is 27 not out, Rossington 4 not out, and Rossington it is who faces the next Turner delivery, played to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Fascinating first day here, no shortage of action. You wouldn't think the game was going to go further than the third day at the most. You wouldn't be all that surprised if it were all over tomorrow. Low scoring games often produce quite a bit of excitement. And in comes Turner and bowls to Rossington. Rossington dabs this ball through the covers, 2 runs of certainty, won't quite reach the boundary. Coming back for the second now, and that's all it's going to be. The Essex 100 comes up, 101 for 5.
Just shows you how short that boundary is out there. That was really was a
push,
a push, and you get back comfortably there for 2, but nearly went for 4.
So 101 for 5, 19 behind as Essex try to inch their way into some sort of first innings lead. Turner again from the pavilion end, in and bowls to Rossington. Rossington has hit this one away through mid-wicket and will get 1 run as mid-on runs round to cover. 102 for 5, Rossington up to 7. And still most of the blue sky, well, what there is of it left, has disappeared away to our left, as the wind I think is still a sort of northwesterly direction if anything. In comes Turner, bowls, and Pepper goes on the pull and comes off some part of his body down to second slip.
First short ball we've seen pretty much, I think, for all day actually, from a Hampshire point of view.
Yes,
certainly.
no, it's true.
Looked a bit uncomfortable there, did Pepper?
Yes, he was through with the shot before the ball arrived. And Turner, one ball left of his second over. Certainly his first over was mightily impressive. Comes in and bowls to Michael Pepper. Pepper just stabs the ball down to ground. The bowler himself fields, there's no run. 27 to Pepper from 34 deliveries. Rossington 7 off 12. And Essex at 102 for 5 are 18 runs behind.
Yeah, so there looks like to be a bowling change now from the Hilton Hotel end. So Mohammed Abbas will be replaced by Ian Holland, who took the wicket on the stroke of tea earlier of the important Tom Westley. So again, well, as I said, Paul, earlier, the keeper coming up the stumps, I think it must have been a Mohammed Abbas not liking to bowl with that setup, because Ian Holland's coming in and Ben Brown standing up to the stump straight away. So this will bring LBW into an opportunity here as Ian Holland bounds in to the crease here. And nice shape straight away. And Abbas, that's good fielding there from the Hampshire bowler. Down to his left, a bit stiff I think after a few overs today, but good shape there from Holland, getting Rossington to drive.
Middlesex have lost another wicket, 182 for 8, but having bowled Warwickshire out for 60, and at one point not looked like making many more themselves, they're now 122 in front.
It's Holland back into Rossington again, similar shot there. They want to get Rossington driving here, so they've got the 2 slips there. They've got the backward point, they've got a cover. Liam Dawson, who seems to be getting in the action quite a bit today. Sorry, that was a Mohammed Abbas there. They've actually moved one of the slips out now, so they have a gully, and they have a really quite close actually catching cover.
Not dissimilar game to this one at Taunton. Somerset 170 all out. Surrey 107 for 4.
So Ian Holland now into, and it's just on the leg end. He's played that lovely. That is a glorious clip off his legs there by Rossington, out to the boundary for 4. Got a bit too greedy there, Holland. Went for the magic ball, a bit too full on leg stump, and Rossington I think will want a few more of those, I think.
Different games featuring Northamptonshire 293 for 4 against Lancashire, and Nottinghamshire 213 for 4 at Trent Bridge against Kent.
106 for 5 now, Essex. Rossington moves on to 11. Good start from him as Holland comes in. That's a much better length, and good take there by Ben Brown. So he's just played a miss just outside off stump, but that's exactly the length that I think Holland would be looking to bowl. He's got a catching mid-wicket, catching cover, a really straight mid-off, mid-on. There's a gully, and then you have a sweeper out into point and deep square leg. Then you have the mandatory deep fine leg as well. So that was a much better ball there, I think.
Very much so.
From Holland as he comes in to Rossington again. Again, similar length, which is good, getting him to drive. Good proactive fielding there by I think it's Nick Gubbins.
Essex running out of batsmen, bearing in mind Snater almost certainly will not appear. Thing about these two, they will both try to score up every ball if they possibly can. More frequently, they are numbers 1 and 3 in Essex's T20 batting lineup.
Holland again, and Felix Auden good down to his right. That completes the over, so just the 4 off it, I think, on that over.
Now, oddly, they're only just putting up the 5th ball of the over there. Yeah. They have now called it over, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 15, but they either got rather behind there, which is probably the way of it, or was that a 5 ball over?
Middlesex have lost another wicket, so they are now 887 for 9, so they do lead by 127. after bowling out Warwickshire for 60 this morning at Edgbaston. Surrey cruising along at 111 for 4 as well. They trail Somerset by 59 with 6 wickets in hand. North Hampshire 296 for 5 as John Turner comes in.
And this ball just produces a single from the blade of Michael Pepper into the offside. And every run precious here from both sides' points of view. Pepper moving up to 28. Could even be top scorer here because he's one behind the current holder of the yellow jersey, Matt Critchley on 29. Now it's Adam Rossington on 11 who faces the next turn of delivery. Plays it defensively into the offside and no run, fielded at cover. 107 for 5.
Yeah, I think Pepper's definitely been the most proactive batsman we've seen today. Used his feet a lot. I think John Turner definitely tried to keep him back in his crease by dropping a few short in the last over. So it'll be interesting to see what happens later on. But Rossington's on strike at the moment.
Facing John Turner. Bowls. Rossington punches it into the offside, but the same result. No run there. We hear from Anthony Mercer. Thank you for your kind words to myself, Anthony. And you say, viewing the game on YouTube with your commentary, the wicket looks very patchy. Is it a strip that may turn, or are the pictures a little deceiving? No, it does have a sort of mottled effect, as we said earlier. There was certainly good carry this morning. 1 or 2 kept a bit low, actually, as the days worn on. As Turner comes in, bowls to Rossington. Gets down and defends this into the offside, and at the moment Rossington has probably played about 6 balls out of the last 7 he's received into the covers.
Yeah, he's looked good actually.
Yes,
Rossington.
he has.
Hitting the ball nice and hard into cover as well. It's not just sort of dropping down. He's committing.
Ian Holland has fielded all the balls in this over so far. Here's the next one, and they give him a rest this time as the bowler himself nips across and prevents a run as it was on its way toward mid-off. They wouldn't have taken one anyway, actually, and but good control of his bowling from John Turner.
Going back to Anthony's email, I think we saw Simon Harmer spin a few, didn't we, earlier? So
yes.
It does look a bit dry, this wicket. The patches, I think, are small areas of grass, which I guess they've tried to keep.
Next delivery is played back, fielded by John Turner himself. Again, he's on the mark all the time, John Turner, and it's no wonder he's such a good one-day bowler. 107 for 5, Pepper 28 and Rossington 11. And yes, I mean, Simon Harmer picked up 3 wickets, but that's the great strength of the man. You know, even when the ball isn't turning right angles or even turning just enough, he still picks up wickets.
Almost a mental game as well. You think, oh, Simon Harmer's on to bowl. I might need to do something different here. If I hang around here, he's going to, there's going to be a ball with my name on it. So
you've put that so well. He gets so many wickets with his brain.
Yeah.
And that's lovely to see from a spinner. Going to be in Holland to continue from the hotel end.
Holland in to Pepper. Lovely shape there. That swung a lot more than previous balls, actually. So maybe this change of ball has worked, and the Hampshire guys have been working on this ball now for the last sort of 15-20 minutes. And
bring back the middle ball.
Yeah. So this is sort of hung that outside off stump. Pepper didn't fancy throwing his hands at it like he did earlier, but there's definitely a bit of movement here for Holland. Let's see if this one continues as he comes in now to Pepper again. Gives it a good try, and Pepper drives to mid-on and snatches a single there to Kyle Abbott, who I think after bowling his overs, fantastic spell earlier, it's a bit stiff getting down to that. After bowling his 12 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 30. Bowled well, didn't he, Abbott, earlier?
Yeah, well into his 30s now. Kyle Abbott, still a magnificent bowler. Well played that by Pepper, though. He waited for it.
Holland now into Rossington. And that's almost a Yorker. So he's obviously trying to change things up here, trying to get the ball up there to swing. Is Holland.
I think it's very much a pitch to pitch the ball up.
Yeah.
As you were rightly saying, we have one short pitch delivery from Turner in the over before the one he's just finished, and we couldn't remember any other really short ball that anyone had bowled.
No, I think the field's set for this as well. You've got the catch and cover, catch a mid-wicket, 2 guys straight. As Holland into Rossington. Again, nice and full. Bowling to the field. The captains will be happy with this. Getting driving. I think that's what we want. When there's pitches a bit too paced like this.
Test of Rossington's patience. Here, nothing he likes better than to be charging at every ball, as he does in one-day competitions around the world.
Will he be tempted to go over the top, do you think? Or?
Well, I don't think he'll take the temptation, but you may prove to be right with that thought.
As Holland comes in, and not this time. Rossington just plays it again to mid-on. Mid-off, mid-on, getting a lot of work here. It's good pressure from Hampshire the last few
overs. No, just what I was going to say. It's a good contest going on out there. Both these players know that Essex have to value every run they can get from here on. So they're both trying to curb their normal aggressive instinct and keep the ball on the ground.
Holland to complete the over. That's slightly too full, and Rossington just opened the blade. Lovely through backward point, and he'll come back for 2. He's played that lovely. That was more of a Yorker, I'd say, outside off stump, and he's just steered it through almost a gully area. And he comes back to an easy 2 there. So that brings the score to 110 for 5. Through 39 overs, trailing Hampshire by 10 runs. Effectively 6 down, we believe, because we're not sure if Shane Snater will be batting in this innings. He had a horrible injury. Looked like he pulled up a bit on in his first over this morning, and needed help walking off the field. So I'm not sure we're going to see him with a bat, if I'm honest, Paul.
I think it's more likely that he's been to hospital in the meantime. Probably we weren't sure, is it ankle, is it calf, Achilles tendon or whatever, as here's the first ball of a new over from John Turner. Facing initially is Michael Pepper, who keeps that one out, plays it back to the bowler, an indication of how straight Turner is bowling. Essex are 10 behind at 110 for 5, but it's not quite as good a situation as that on the face of it sounds, because all the rest of the batsmen are one up in the order from where they were intended to bat, due to the injury to Snater, who would have come in certainly ahead of Porter and Cook, not Harmer. So Harmer will come in at the fall of the next wicket in his usual number 8 position. Turner's in, a little bit of sunshine breaking through again, nicely worked off the pads by Pepper for a single down to long leg, and he moves along to 30 and now becomes the top scorer in the innings, although Rossington has made a good start here in his 13 not out, might yet overtake him. And we've got some really lurid evening sunshine now.
It's lovely, isn't it, now? Yeah. It just comes out for that single there for Pepper. And just as I say that, I think he's just going to go behind the clouds again. But
here is Turner bowling to Rossington. Rossington drives pleasantly, but without real timing. Goes down to a very straight mid-on. And it's an indication of how straight the bowler bowls, that both mid-off and mid-on are as straight as they are, particularly mid-on.
And I think the pace of the wicket.
Yeah.
I think if you're maybe a bit quicker wicket, you're probably playing more balls behind square, but it looks like a bit of a slow wicket, so they're finding mid-off cover, mid-on quite a lot today.
In comes the next delivery, and that'll again finish up at mid-on. Score 111 for 5. Paul Newton here with Anthony Clapham, Kevin James for BBC Essex, BBC Radio Solent, and from time to time 5 Sports Extra.
So just gone for the 6 runs so far, John Turner, in his first spell. I think he'd be pretty happy with that, considering one of those went for 3.
Wicket with his first ball, priceless wicket of Critchley, LBW for 29. Turner in again to bowl to Rossington. Rossington forces off the back foot, but only to Holland in the covers. 9 behind Essex. And it's been a match really where so far the top scorer for Hampshire I think was Nick Gubbins with only 25, and the top scorer in the match so far is Michael Pepper, not out 30. Shows you how hard batsmen have found it out there today. As Turner's in, bowls to Rossington, whips this one away, get at least 2 runs here, outside chance of 3, but Rossington not the quickest between the wickets, and almost as if acknowledging that, Michael Pepper, who is very quick between the wickets, just knows that that's going to be the 2. Rossington moves to 15, And Essex at the end of that over, 113 for 5, are currently 7 runs behind.
Yeah, good fight back here from Essex. Looked as though at tea, what will be 50 odd for 4, Hampshire are right back into the game, but the partnership between Pepper and Critchley really sort of steadied the ship, and now Rossington's come in and done a great job as well. So I think Pepper will still look to be positive. Obviously can't come down the wicket really now with Ben Brown up to the stumps.
Yes, I mean, from 16 for 3, with Alistair Cook and Paul Walter going in the same Kyle Abbott over, I think Essex, if you'd said, well, 113 for 5 in a couple of hours' time, I think they'd have said, better take it.
Ian Holland now into Pepper. A full toss on his leg stump, which he misses out on, really. A low full toss, but straight to catching mid-wicket.
Yes, he needed to have hit that a little bit squarer and would probably have picked up 4. Having said that, I never quite go along with the thought that if you haven't got a boundary off a full toss, you've missed the boat. No. Because so often that type of delivery can take a wicket.
I've seen it for sure, and the short ones as well.
Yeah.
It's Holland into Pepper again. Much better length. Oh wow, that's come off the inside edge down to fine leg. Better length. Yeah, I think it's almost the batsmen don't set up for the full tosses or the long hops from spinners. So when that happens, they kind of panic and feel like, you're right, I need to hit this for 4 or 6. But
yeah. He's done very well here, Michael Pepper, to give him his due, because he's played very little red ball cricket in the last couple of seasons. Hasn't had much of a feel of the ball at all recently, so he has done well.
Holland into Rossington, who plays the forward defensive there, straight back to the bowler. It's much better from Holland in that line and length bowling. You've got Ben Brown up to the stumps, you've got a catching cover, catching mid-wicket, you've got just a one slip in a gully, and then your men on the boundaries are deep square leg, fine leg, and like a backward point almost on the boundary. Holland in again. Wide outside off. Rossington climbs into it. Picked up out there. Looks like Felix Auden who throws it into Ben Brown. That was a good looking shot, but obviously they've got the man out there for that, which is fine. I don't mind that with Holland. That's exactly why he has the man out there, so he can push it out. He's got a bowl full here with the field he's got, so not much swing there. I think your call of bring back the second ball might have worked. I know they haven't got the second ball, but the swing seemed to have stopped a little bit. It's Holland now into Michael Pepper. Drives it straight down the ground, and it goes to the single and gets told to go back. Rossington, the running today between some of the Essex batsmen have been questionable for sure. A few barbecues, I think. I think certainly Michael Pepper fancied a run there to Mohammed Abbas.
Well, he would certainly have got away with it, but Rossington is not as quick, and in many ways he's therefore justified, because he can't just start running immediately because the ball's been hit back pretty straight. But it was hit very firmly, so I think I'd support him on saying, no, get back.
Holland comes in to complete his over to Pepper, who just flicks it off his legs down to deep square leg for a single. Moves Essex on to 116, just a 4 behind now off the 41 overs. I think always in run chases and a small total, there always seems to be a run out, so I fully expect to see one.
You may well be right, yeah. But certainly there's no mistaking that when one of those heavy clouds has been overhead, I think the ball has swung more. Yep. Now, the intriguing point I would make at this juncture is that we're about to see what should be the final over of the day. There'd just be time to fit this one in, coming up to 6 o'clock. But before anybody starts to prepare to have their tea, I would point out there are still 14 overs left to be bowled, and we are certainly not going to get much, if any, change out of 7 o'clock.
No, I think we'll be here till around about 6:45, 6:50. Depends if Liam Dawson comes on. Holland is getting through his overs pretty quickly, but certainly with the seamers they're bowling, John Turner, and this doesn't help either when the umpire's running off for not sure whether we're not having another ball change. Another ball change. Wow.
If so, it's ball number 4.
Wow.
Of an innings where Essex are 114 for 5.
Well, I've seen a few Essex comments on Twitter earlier. They're not too happy with the 2 ball changes, so they're not going to be best pleased with the third change. So,
I mean, it hasn't done Essex any harm, actually.
No,
okay,
no.
They've probably lost a wicket here and a wicket there with the ball changes, but that was happening anyway. It's yet another delay, and I'm beginning to wonder whether it's worth going back to my hotel tonight, or whether to sort of kip down somewhere on the balcony up here.
I think they might be able to squeeze you in somewhere, maybe, Paul.
Yeah.
But I think that one thing we have seen when they have brought the change ball is the balls have been a lot harder, so they've been coming off the bat a lot easier. So I think with Rossington and Pepper in now, I don't think they'll mind a sort of a harder ball. But in the same situation, the ball's not doing a massive amount with the swing, not really seaming. So I think Hampshire will be desperate for something to happen now, with John Turner going to be approaching his 5th over.
Well, the umpires have now got to their feet, but for a moment or two while you were talking there, Anthony, the two of them were crouching down on the ground, rather like a couple of people having a picnic. Well, the umpire now has to run off. I mean, I was listening to Phil Tufnell on 5 Live's hour-long programme last night. Very interesting discussion on the Test series generally, and obviously one of their main topics was games that go on till well after the prescribed hours, and still you haven't had anything like the proper number of overs bowled in a day. They were making the point on the Old Trafford situation that a good session was missed through overs that were never actually completed that should have been.
When they came off the second day, knowing what the forecast was going to be for days 3 and 4, and they came off to glorious sunshine. I mean, it's supposed to be Test cricket. We want to try and give the public, like ourselves, as much viewing as possible.
Yeah, I mean, 10:30 starts definitely have a lot to recommend.
Yeah.
So here's John Turner in, and that's played for another single. And Michael Pepper, I would warrant most of his runs since he got to about 20 have just been singles, and that's not a criticism, because I think he's actually played a very important hand here to get Essex into a position where they'll have some sort of first innings lead, because they're now within 3. Even that's a dangerous thing to say, I know, with Essex only having 9 wickets to fall. Pepper has 33, the top score in the match today, and Rossington 16. Turner on his way up from the pavilionette. Bowls to Rossington. Rossington very carefully behind it, and contents himself with defensively pushing it up to mid-off. We've got callers to bbcessexcricket@gmail.com, including Jacqueline Stringer. Greetings from Horsford in Norfolk. I'm pretty sure that's a place I pass through if I'm going past Norwich and up towards the North Norfolk Railway, steam engines being one of my obsessions. So nice to hear from you, Jacqueline. You say thoroughly enjoying the commentary as the next ball is played defensively to mid-wicket. There's no run. Essex 117 for 5.
You just told me why you're staying in Alton. They've got a lovely steam train in Alton, the train station. Is that why you're staying in Alton? Have a quick look at that.
Yeah, well, many a time. The Mid-Hants, absolutely wonderful railway. Sadly, until a few years ago, they'd 4 magnificent locomotives that were, domiciled at the line, but all 4 of them currently are not there. As here, this next ball is pulled away by Rossington to deep backward square leg, 118 for 5. Rossington moves to 17. Just finishing Jacqueline's email, she says, I was wondering if something could be done about the score strip. It's 3 balls behind. It gets very confusing if I glance away or make tea. This looks like being a very close contest. Yes, I don't think we can do anything about your other difficulty, but you're absolutely right. A very close contest, and a very important one, with Essex just 14 points behind Surrey, and their game at Taunton also looks quite close, and Hampshire a further 15 points behind in 3rd, as this ball is edged and taken at slip.
What a catch.
A very fine low catch by
James Vince, I think.
James Vince, indeed. And that is the end of Michael Pepper, who walks disconsolately off, but he's played a fine hand here, making the top score of the day so far, 33. Caught Vince, bowled Turner, a 2nd wicket for the excellent John Turner, and Essex now have, we think, only 3 wickets left and are 3 behind.
Good low catch there from James Vince. Not as
Yeah.
quite as impressive as Simon Harmer's one-handed left to his left earlier on, but that's a good solid catch there from the skipper. And again, John Turner. What a day he's had so far. Good couple of wickets, and important wickets as well. He's got them the main man Pepper there, so I'm sure he'll be wanting to. This is his 5th over. Got 1 ball to go here, which he'll be bowling at Simon Harmer. If he can get another wicket here, you never know.
Oh, absolutely right. And what I would say about Simon Harmer is his last innings was 83 not out, but he struggles mightily in the early stages of an innings and has a lot of single-figured scores, even though if he ever gets into double figures, you've then got to be worried about him because he's a very capable batsman, but he isn't a good starter.
So how will these two play now then? Will they, they've only got a small target. Will they just try and tee off now, knowing that you've got a couple of bowlers, Sam Cook, Porter, to come? Do they, these two now, do they try and tuck in and try and get a quick 30, 40 runs? That could be really valuable in this game.
I would actually recommend, I thought Pepper and Rossington were doing the right thing, picking up the singles, letting the runs come to them. I think Harmer's, first of all, he's got to survive his normal tricky start and get himself in. Rossington maybe could hit the odd lusty blow, but it's the last partnership between 2 accomplished batsmen out there, and I think they need to try and see if they can get Essex past 150. So Harmer now out in the middle. Turner is preparing to bowl again. We had another email from Kevin Mansell who says, regarding the on-screen score, why is this always an over behind? Very annoying. Well, I sympathise, but not much we can do about it, Kevin. Here's Turner in, bowls to Harmer, who leaves this one to the offices of Ben Brown. Essex, I said there were 3 behind, they're 2 behind at 118 for 6, and a very good round of applause, and rightly so, for another fine over from John Turner. So Anthony Clapham making way for Kevin James, and we're going to see Liam Dawson replace Ian Holland at the hotel end. Previously bowled a couple of overs from the pavilion end for 4 runs. Rossington will initially be on strike, and Anthony taking his leave, so good to see you, Anthony. Thank you very much indeed for your contributions on the day. Anthony's debut today did us proud, and Kevin and I will attempt to see if we can stay awake long enough to bring you the finish here of the day's play. It's some long way off yet because we still have 13 overs to be completed. Entirely possible Hampshire's second innings will start tonight. Dawson, slow left arm around the wicket, hotel end, and that ball is late cut by Rossington, so late that Dawson was beginning to fancy his chances of getting a wicket there, but he keeps it out of his stumps, and Essex continue 2 behind. Dawson in to Rossington, waits for it, steers it out to short extra, no run there. 118 for 6. Welcome back, Kevin.
Thank you very much. Yes, the game continues to move forward, although not as quickly forward as we saw in the first 2 sessions, but even so.
Dawson bowls, steered out into the offside, no hint that there was a run there. And 17 to Rossington from 39 deliveries. Pepper just gone. Another victim for John Turner, who's picked up 2 wickets. The only 2 to have fallen since tea. Dawson to Rossington, all defence. 118 for 6. Uncharacteristic innings from Rossington, but he did get 100 in similar style at the Oval last season. Easily his best score for Essex. Dawson's in again, bowls to him, And he is going to get a run here as that ball is played down. They may be able to come back for 2, but they settle for the 1. Kyle Abbott races after it behind the bowler's arm to retrieve. 119 for 6. Essex are 1 behind, but have only this and 2 other wickets to fall, we believe. And Simon Harmer now yet to get off the mark. And feature of Simon Harmer's batting is plenty of single-figured scores because he doesn't start well, but if he ever gets to double figures, he tends to go on and make a very useful score. What will happen here? He's facing fellow spinner Liam Dawson. Big difference in their styles because Simon Harmer off-break bowler and Liam Dawson slow left arm. The last ball of the over just played by Harmer into the offside for no run. So 1 behind, 119 for 6 and still 12 overs to go.
Yeah, still plenty of cricket. Time for Essex to get a decent lead. As you say, time for maybe Hampshire to bat for a second time. And there are a couple of games that are moving through the gears today. Let me bring you up to date with what's going on in the rest of Division 1. Let's bring you up to date certainly with one game that's going through quickly. The Warwickshire Middlesex game, where Warwickshire are batting for a second time already. Here comes Turner from the pavilion end, length ball to Rossington, who pushes that back to the bowler. Warwickshire much earlier today, were bowled out for 60. Middlesex were bowled out for 199, and there's already been a Warwick wicket in the Warwickshire second innings. They are 10 for 1, so Warwickshire trail Middlesex by 129 runs. With just 9 second innings wickets remaining. I can't believe I'm reading out a situation in a game where it's still only day 1. Meanwhile, at Taunton, as Turner comes in and bowls, Rossington just pulls that away, short arm jab out away on the leg side. Felix Organ out in the deep. Rossington moves on to 19 and scores a level with Essex 120 for 6. Somerset earlier today bowled out for 170. Surrey in reply are 138 for 4. Nottinghamshire 237 for 4 against Kent. And there's a close of play score between Lancashire and Northamptonshire, where Northants are 302 for 5. They've already finished. Lucky them. 120 for 6 then as Turner comes in and bowls forward. Is Simon Harmer. The last time I saw Simon Harmer with a bat in hand, he biffed Nathan Ellis for 2 sixes in the last over to win the T20 semi-final up at Edgbaston a couple of weeks ago. I have to say, much to my surprise, because Nathan Ellis very rarely goes for more than a handful of runs at whatever time he's bowling. So to hit 13 off the last over and win with 3 balls to spare was a hell of an effort. Here's Turner, bowls to Harmer. Harmer gets one that bounces outside of off stump. That's a beauty. A few in the crowd that are still here applaud as well. Bounce outside of off stump. Beat Harmer all ends up.
Yeah, very important spell this from Turner, because he's the only wicket taker since tea. And that is quite an important point. You know, just when Hampshire needed someone other than the opening bowlers to come and do some good work, up he pops.
Comes in and bowls. Harmer gets a length ball, pushes it up to mid-on. Yeah, well, he just offers something a little different, doesn't he? Hits the deck. It's needed something a little different as well, hasn't it, really? Because this pitch feels a little slower, feels a little easier to bat on, and it's taken somebody with that bit of extra pace. Fuller was a little bit wayward in his 2 overs.
Well, Turner doesn't bowl a bad ball.
No.
You know, nearly every ball is on the stumps, and you miss it, you're in trouble.
Good line, isn't he? Bowls a nice tight line as he comes in again, bounds in and bowls to Harmer. Good leave, and that carries all the way through to Ben Brown. So we've got 11 overs to do today, and Essex, who have batted for 44 overs in their first innings, 120 for 6, with Rossington on 19, Harmer for no score. Yeah, Matt Critchley for 29, Michael Pepper for 33. The 2 wickets that have fallen, both to John Turner.
That's right, and they both played very well, to be fair. Neither was out to some sort of folly or silly shot or anything. The bowler earned those wickets, with Critchley trapped leg before, and Pepper just getting an edge and superbly caught at first slip by James Vince. Meanwhile, Liam Dawson will bowl his 4th over of the day, 3 overs for 5 so far. Slow left arm round the wicket from the hotel end, Top ball here. Rossington just playing it up to short extra. There's no run.
Doesn't really feel a lot out there for Liam Dawson at the moment.
No, it doesn't mean he'll be easy to score from, but as you say, ball not doing a great deal to help him. He's in again to bowl to Rossington. Nagging length. Rossington just plays this one out to Ian Holland. Short extra. Doing a lot of the fielding recently.
May just have straightened on Rossington a fraction.
Just the slip in. Dawson is in bowls and cracked away by Rossington to give Essex the lead. 121 for 6, single out to deep per square leg.
Whoop whoop. Celebrations.
20 to Rossington.
It's been a good effort from Essex, really. Hasn't been easy out there.
No, it hasn't at all. Dawson to Harmer. Harmer cracks it off the back foot. Shouts of catch it, but it just evades the man at sort of deepish gully and has gone away for 4 runs. And as Kevin has been illustrating, anything Harmer does hit tends to go quite a long way. He's got 4, and those are his first runs. 125 for 6.
Yeah, Fletcher Middleton is there at backward a point. Needed to be a bit finer for that one.
And Dawson with a man up to a backward square leg, about 25 yards from the bat. Top edge sweep is the reason why he's been posted there. This instead goes to the backward point that Kevin was describing for no run.
I think even that one might just have straightened a fraction for Dawson. There is a little bit there. It's getting off the straight, but that's about all.
Bowls again. Slightly fuller delivery. Harmer back to the bowler. The over ends. 4 overs for 10 to Liam Dawson. Turner, a very impressive 2 for 11 in 6 overs. So economical, so successful. And Essex have a lead of 5.
A hard-earned lead.
Certainly has been.
Yes, yes. The wicket's still showing signs of being a little bit of crazy paving, but those green patches seem to be slowly but surely disappearing in amongst those lighter shades of brown areas, almost white areas on this wicket. It's an interesting pattern which you don't often see on playing surfaces here. Here is Turner, bowls to Rossington. Rossington pushing on the front foot, goes out towards mid-wicket, thick inside edge there a little bit, wasn't quite where he was aiming. Rossington on 20 or 47. Handy player to be coming in at number 7. Always like the look of Adam Rossington.
Yes, he's played very responsibly out there.
Yeah, he has. He's, just looking at his stats for this year. As Turner comes in and bowls, length ball, which Rossington's in behind.
Yes,
only 100 runs actually.
Injury plagued.
Yeah, 14 he's averaging.
Missed a good 2 months.
Did he?
Yeah, it's as much as that. So his opportunities have been very limited indeed, and only made it back around about the quarter-final. I think it might have been the last zonal game he came back for, and obviously played in the quarter-final and final stay.
Here's Turner again from the pavilion end. 2 slips weight as he bowls, and that's a fuller delivery which has worked to mid-wicket. Now I've just noticed the slips. James Vince, who took a really good catch, did need to get rid of Michael Pepper. Super catch, that quick and low to his left. But there is Scott Curry on as a substitute fielder, for who at the moment I know not. Mohammed Abbas is still out there.
What about Kyle Abbott?
Kyle Abbott is he's at mid-on.
Yeah.
I think. Looks like Kyle Abbott at mid-on.
Yes, that's right.
So I don't know who's off at the moment as in comes Turner. That's pulled away with that short arm jab that Rossington plays. Ball makes its way out harmlessly to Abbas at deep fine leg. Rossington moves on to 21 and it's 126 for 6. So Fletcher Middleton is out there, Liam Dawson is out there, Ian Holland is out there, James Fuller is out there. Felix Organ is at deep square leg. Who have I left off? Nick Gubbins. Is that Nick Gubbins? Oh, maybe Nick Gubbins is off. Can't see him at the moment. Here's John Turner. Length ball, and this time Harmer's forward. to the bowlers. So Middleton at mid-wicket. I think Nick Gubbins is off, which is unusual.
May have just gone off for a comfort break.
May have done. Yeah. Maybe he's got an important function to go to tonight.
Yes, indeed.
Sorry, lads, can't stick around.
Could be.
Need to go. Now somebody's coming
coming
down the
back,
steps.
yes.
Is that him? Could very well be. They have to walk right across the front of the pavilion, don't they? So that's driven up to mid-off by Harmer. End of another over from John Turner. 7 overs, 2 for 12. Impressive spell from him. 9 overs to do tonight. And Nick Gubbins it is who's running on, and Scott Curry running off. So yes, the players that, when we look back towards the pavilion from the northern end of the ground, the Hampshire dressing room is to the right and the Essex dressing room is to the left. Now, where the Hampshire players are on the first floor, they have to come down some steps, walk in front of the pavilion behind some white sheeting that is put up, some white netting, almost probably 3/4 of the way along the pavilion, and then come down some more steps. So it's a bit of a trek. You can understand why some of the batters have taken a little while coming out, and it's been their turn to bat.
Dawson begins the 9th last over of the day, gets his line wrong here. It's outside leg stump, and Adam Rossington can just ease it to deep mid-wicket, pick up his 23rd run, and Essex to 127 for 6. In fact, the board that preceded me there is 22nd run, and Essex lead by 7, with Dawson now bowling to Simon Harmer. Just 4 runs to his name so far. Plays this to Ian Holland, just a few yards towards mid-off. It's moving to his right from short extra. Dawson again. Bowls to Harmer, and Harmer steps away and opens his body up, enables him to play it to the man on the deep cover, Felix Organ. 128 for 6, 8 runs in front. And there are sort of 2 short extras, one a little bit shorter than the other out there. Ian Holland, the finer of the 2, Nick Gubbins, the wider of the 2. Dawson on his way again. Bowls to Rossington, who returns it whence it came. 22 to the Essex wicketkeeper. 128 for 6, 8 overs to go at the culmination of this over. They're getting through the overs a little bit more quickly now we've gone into the player's own time, as Harmer plays it to deep mid-off and steals a single. 5 to him. 129 for 6, leading by 6, by 9.
Funny that pull, wasn't it?
Yes, who'd have thought it?
Yes, they noticeably speeded up.
And of course it helps to have Dawson into the attack. Bowls, and Harmer plays this ball into the offside. Sorry, earlier I said Harmer when it was Rossington who's moved up to 23. Harmer has 5, and 129 for 6. Not a bad over by any manner of means from Dawson, but not one that really threatened to take either of these batsmen's wickets. And Essex, well, they were 16 for 3, and bearing in mind that they know they've only got 9 wickets to fall, 129 for 6, it hardly puts them in a commanding position, but they probably just about have settled for that after the start they had.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, John Turner out of the attack, 7 overs, 2 for 12. Mohammed Abbas, who's going to change ends, bowling from the pavilion end. But you're right, yeah, it's been tough going, but you do get the feeling out there, as well as the Essex batters have played further down the order, that conditions have just been a fraction easier. We've had 4 ball changes in total, 80 for 4 in the 31st, 91 for 4 in the 33rd, and 116 for 5 in the 41st. Those are the ball changes that we've had.
And they're not cheap these days. Admittedly, you can say that they, apart from the first ball, the others have sort of already had a fair amount of use.
Yeah.
But it's not insignificant expense. And these balls, I think they reckon it's because the guy who used to stitch them retired, and whoever's taken over doesn't appear to be quite in the same class.
He hasn't learnt his craft properly yet. Here's Abbas, right arm over from the pavilion end. Bowls, keeps a little low on Rossington, who pushes that back up the pitch. Yeah, well, he's obviously had to learn fast, but he's not learning fast enough. Needed a bit more of an apprenticeship, obviously.
Yes. I suppose it's a classic case of we can't get the staff these days.
It's an obvious one to go to, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
The obvious one to blame. But clearly a problem. And these kookaburras, which we used a couple of championship games ago for 2 rounds, they might go soft early, as everybody was saying, but they keep their shape. I think we only had 1 ball change in 2 matches.
Remarkable.
Yeah, I don't know how many you had in your games as Mohammed Abbas comes in and forward is Rossington. I don't know how much you did of the championship games.
No,
Kookaburra balls were bowled.
I think I missed the 2 that featured the Kookaburra balls. But I don't, as far as I know, don't recall anybody saying that there have been lots of ball changes. As we have some particularly squawky seagulls coming around to see what sort of food remnants they can scavenge this late in proceedings.
I think 1 or 2 people have said to me, have I noticed more of these seagulls around this year than ever on cricket grounds? And I think I have. Oh, Abbas just pulls out of his action there. He was just about to let the ball go and he's decided not to. I don't know about if you found that.
Yes.
A couple of grounds I've been to and you think, I don't remember this many gulls here.
We had a veritable invasion on one of the days of the Kent game.
Did you?
Yeah, it's it's absolute swarms of them, and they held play up at one stage.
Really?
Yeah. Matt Cole of BBC Kent was intent that he said they're all herring gulls.
Of course, he'd know. He does a lot of his Abbas bowls. Washington forward goes out on the offside. I think he does a lot of when he goes on holiday, he goes to sort of places that are in this country that are a bit wild, doesn't he? He's
yeah.
Sort of, middle of nowhere sort of thing. So he probably knows that sort of thing. Yeah, as he was telling me. Yeah.
Does a lot of twitching on the quiet.
Yeah. Tunbridge Wells. Those sort of wild places out of the way. But he goes sort of in the middle of nowhere in Wales and Scotland and things like that. So probably comes across a lot of these and probably has a bit of experience of that. They've quietened down a little bit now, fortunately. They're still flying around, but they've quietened down for the moment. As Abbas comes in and bowls. Rossington gets one that bounces on him and he just drops the hands at the last minute. That's a good delivery and well played.
It was. They did extremely well to keep the bat out of harm's way there.
Just every now and then, there's still the ball, isn't there?
Yeah.
That just does something that you don't quite expect, and then we'll go through a few overs where the ball seems to come onto the bat. I wouldn't say well, but it just seems to be all fairly dead, and then all of a sudden we just get one like that.
Well, we've seen 18 batsmen on the day, and nobody's got more than Michael Pepper's 33.
It says a lot about today, doesn't it, really? It's been difficult for the batters. Forward is Rossington. If you bowl accurately here, it seems to be quite difficult to get away. If you bowled a good line and a good length.
Correction, 19 batsmen we've seen on the day, and still no one more than Pepper's 33.
Yeah.
Rossington, if he's not out, could pass that because he's already on 23.
So Abbas just taking his time going back to his mark. We thought that the over rate was speeding up, but Mohammed Abbas has brought it back down.
He has.
To normal levels. Here he comes in and bowls, and Rossington gets a straight delivery, which he pushes to mid-wicket, end of the over. So we've got 7 overs to do. That's a maiden over for Mohammed Abbas. 129 for 6 means, at the moment, Essex lead by 9.
So we can't complain that we've not had a lot of incident during the day. And of course we'd hardly sort of made ourselves comfortable, as it were, before Shane Snater suddenly collapsed in a heap. A horrible injury to some part of, we think, his lower leg, which disappeared from under him as he was just about to deliver the last ball of what was to turn out to be his only over. Might be the last ball of his season, sadly, because it's, now it's a rather sad thought, but we're 2/3 of the way through the season as this ball will produce a run as Harmer plays the first ball of a new over from Liam Dawson, sufficiently wide of mid-wicket, gets a single, goes up to 6, and Essex lead by 10 at 130 for 6. The end of this over, there'll be 6 more to bowl this evening. Dawson in to Rossington. Plays it to short mid-wicket. The bowler himself does the fielding, and there's no run.
Looks like he's playing for tomorrow now, doesn't he, Rossington?
And we were warned there might be a few showers in the afternoon, and thankfully haven't been any. And it's actually brightening up a little bit where the weather's coming from. Dawson in, bowls to Rossington. And he plays this one down to short extra for no run. 23 off 61 deliveries, Adam Rossington. Essex's last accredited partnership together here. Rossington all of a sudden, and with no warning, has hit this ball down the ground for 6. And I'm just wondering if that's the first 6 of the day.
That could very well be.
He rockets up to 29, and 136 for 6 means Essex lead by 16.
Just when I thought he was playing for tomorrow.
Me too.
Unleashes a shot like that. Yeah, that is the first 6 of the game.
Yeah, over long on. Of course, he's a very strong man. He gets employment at the various T20 tournaments around the world. And, of course, in the 100 last year, he got the fastest 50.
Okay.
Here is Liam Dawson, reunited with the ball, which, strangely, they haven't changed. And Rossington plays it back to the bowler, no run.
Well, we haven't had a ball changed now for 7 and a bit overs.
Yeah, it must be getting to the end of its tether, I would have thought. Dawson, slow left arm around the wicket, hotel end, bowls, and just a little bit short of a length, but Rossington can't take advantage, plays it to the wider of the 2 short extras, and that brings an end to the over with 7 off it, 1 to Harmer and 6 to Rossington. That was strictly their runs they got off that over. Harmer is 6 not out, Rossington 29 not out, and Essex leading by 16 are 136 for 6. And so we have 6 overs left of the day's allocation.
So we are looking, we're looking at least a 1/4 maybe 10-2 here, aren't we, tonight? With the Bass. Those goals are back, but they are a bit quieter, but there's quite a few of them, isn't there?
Yeah.
Certainly more than I remember here. They've always had the odd 1 or 2, but certainly a lot more. As Abbas from the pavilion end comes in again, and he's walking into that one, is Harmer, as he pushes that up towards Dawson at mid-off. Oh no, there they go. Sounds like we're on the seaside. We're not far from the sea, but sounds like we're right on it.
Does indeed. And you might not be well advised to be sitting out having some fish and chips.
Or an ice cream.
Indeed.
Yeah. Don't hold it up. Otherwise it might not be there for very long. 136 for 6. Lead of 16 as Abbas comes in again and bowls to Harmer. Harmer's forward. Well, things look a lot easier now, I have to say. But, the ball's not doing too much.
No, and I think it's also partly down to the fact that the ball was at its most difficult when there was heavy cloud cover. And although there is cloud around, but we've got sun shining at the moment. And whenever the sun has come out today, batting from that point of view has looked rather more comfortable.
Just as you speak, the sun does come out. Warwickshire haven't lost a wicket for a little while in their second innings as Abbas comes in. Bowls Harmer again is forward. They are 36 for 1 in their second innings, so they trail Middlesex by 103 with 9 wickets remaining. I'm not quite sure how long it was since the last wicket, but in the context of that match, where 21 wickets have fallen, that does feel quite an age.
And I'll tell you what, I wouldn't put it past Warwickshire to end up winning that game. So difficult have Middlesex found it to beat anyone this season.
That's right. Well, actually, just as I speak, they have lost a second wicket, Warwickshire, so they are 36 for 2. And the ball is being looked at once more.
I said it was coming to the end of its tether, as indeed are we, as we move towards the end of an hour's overtime.
So 36 for 2, Warwickshire trail by 103 with 8 second innings wickets in hand. There's another closer play score between Somerset and Surrey, where Surrey are 138 for 4, trail Somerset by 32 with 6 first innings wickets remaining. They haven't changed the ball there. The umpires decided we can't keep changing every time you ask. So we've only had 4 ball changes. That was very nearly the 5th, although you have to say with 5.5 overs to bowl, that might not be the last time that Hampshire ask for another ball change. So here is Abbas. There's a fielder out deep for the hook. Might be a short ball at some point. That's not one. As Harmer plays it back to the bowler. Lancashire, Northamptonshire, there was a closer play there for quite a while ago with Northamptonshire 302 for 5. They're still playing between Nottinghamshire and Kent, where Nottinghamshire are 252 for 4. Those are the other games that are going on in Division 1, or the other ones that were going on a little earlier and have finished for the day and back for tomorrow.
Rather poignantly, after what happened at the weekend, they've had a full day's play at Old Trafford.
What a shame all that's at the end. There's the short ball. Harmer ducks underneath that one. What a bad one. A little bit too leg stumpish if I'm being slightly harsh, but it was a good height. I think if Harmer had ducked that one, it was a little straight, he might have been in a bit of trouble. As the sun just shows itself as we get towards the end of day 1. Still the goals flying around. Because we're quite high up, the goals look as though they're quite near the players. They're obviously not, but it does look it at times. Although 1 or 2 have settled on the outfield at the far end. As Abbas comes in and bowls. Harmer, I think, had a little nibble at that one, although he tried to pull the bat away. I think that was a little late.
Yep.
End of the over, a maiden over for Mohammed Abbas. 15 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 32. Essex 136 for 6, with 5 overs still to do.
Yep, good delivery that last one from Mohammed Abbas. And going to be, won't quite be as late as 7 o'clock. It'll be round about between 10 to 7 maybe. It's just 25 to at the moment. Should think it'll take, with Dawson bowling potentially 3 of the overs, it shouldn't take a lot longer than a quarter of an hour at the outside to see the day out. Brilliant sunshine now as Dawson from the hotel end bowling to Rossington, who remains unmoved and to watch the ball very well. He's kept it down very well, apart from the 6 the previous over, and you're not meant to keep 6s down. And this ball has gone out to the usual Ian Holland. It's the finer of the short extras, no run. 136 for 6. Dawson again bowls, and well, action replay. Dawson, Rossington, Holland. And 136 for 6. Done a grand job, Adam Rossington. 66 deliveries, steered Essex into a narrow first innings lead. Here he is, all defence again. Once again, it's you-know-who with the fielding.
Well, this is all very calm now, isn't it, really? As we get towards the end, it's pretty obvious Essex are just playing for the close of play.
Yeah, main action now coming from the Seagulls as Dawson's in bowls, and they will get a run here as he chisels the ball out into the onside, and the wicketkeeper has to go towards the edge of the square to retrieve, and 137 for 6 means that Essex lead by 17.
Yeah, apart from that one shot of Rossington's down the ground for 6 off Dawson, there's been little action for a while now.
Dawson again, this time to Harmer. Harmer plays it to mid-on. The bowler collides with the non-striking batsman.
I have a joke as well.
Yes, they have a joke, and probably a little bit of argy-bargy would be to the favour of Rossington, who's got more padding than in more ways than one than the bowler. Liam Dawson again, bowling to Simon Harmer. Harmer angles the ball into the onside, and another single, 138 for 6. Harmer moves up to 7. And that's the end of the over already. Essex lead by 18.
Sunshine out. Still a bit of cloud around, but probably about, I wouldn't say it's quite the warmest time of the day, but it feels pretty warm at the moment.
It does. Yeah, nice to have a little bit more warmth than there was just after lunch when it got very chilly.
So, who have we got? We've got Abbas still, haven't we? Oh, no, it's Kyle Abbott. Kyle Abbott. So 12 overs, 2 for 30. And Kyle Abbott is going to bowl 2 overs, I would presume, from the pavilion end. Liam Dawson will finish with 2 overs, I presume, from this northern end, and then we'll be done. This last half an hour, 40 minutes has felt quite a long one. There's been not a lot of action. Ball's not beating the bat. The batters have been quite happy just to prod, haven't they, around on the front foot? And
and the real problem, I think, Kevin, is with such situations as these, is that it's a very long final session. It's not your sort of normal 2 hours.
It isn't, is it? Here's Abbott then, outside the off stump to Harmer, and that just about carried through to Ben Brown.
And that's why, it's one of the many reasons why I think 10:30 starts are not a bad idea, in that it's easier, I think, to negotiate a long session, the longest session of the day, first up.
Yeah.
Then you get hopefully a nice meal like we were able to enjoy today.
Yeah.
And you've got more energy at the start than you have at the end of what's already been a long day.
It is. Here's Abbott bowls to Harmer, down the leg side. Again, that ball's died on Ben Brown, does well to cover that. Diving low to his left, almost on the half volley second time around. This pace of this track in lots of areas now really has lost it. That heavy roller that was put on earlier, I think he's really started to have an effect.
Yeah, both wicket keepers have done well, I think, today.
Yeah.
Now, when Rossington was wicket keeping, the ball was moving, a lot faster. Had to make 1 or 2 very athletic stops.
Here's Abbott again. Oh, he's left that one alone. It's wrapped on the pad, but it looks quite high. Let's just nip back a little bit on Harmer, just to prove that when you think this wicket's quite dead, one just does a little bit, but it's really few and far between, but one does. We've seen one sort of kick through every now and then that one.
Yes, that certainly caught Simon Harmer on the hop.
It did.
Sort of literally, really, on the hop.
Quite literally.
But, as you say, height would have ruled it out, and I don't think the bowler even bothered appealing.
Seagulls loud as Abbott comes in. Crowd quiet as Harmer on the back foot there pushes that up towards mid-on.
They're reminding me, these seagulls, of the cleaning ladies at the school I used to work at, and they would come round at 4 o'clock when you were just beginning to heave a sigh of relief that you got through another day as a teacher, and suddenly these squawking voices would come round, and you'd think, bring the kids back with you. They used to make a heck of a racket. Lovely ladies, but they didn't half make a racket.
They all congregated down this end as well, which doesn't help. There's no seagulls at the far end. Here's Abbott. It's just probably straightened a fraction outside or stump. Harmer doesn't play at it. Very few shots being played out there by these 2 Essex players. They really are just playing for time here.
They are, and in a sense, I wouldn't blame them, because it's such a tight game. If they could, at some point tomorrow, get this score up to, shall we say, 170, which isn't totally impossible, even though there's some way to go. They need another 32 to do that, but that would get the lead up to 50.
Certainly would. Here's Abbott. Comes in again and bowls. Harmer gets a length ball. He plays that up to mid-on. That's the end of that over. And we've got 18 balls to do, assuming no wides and no balls.
And of course the other factor is they I imagine would know that Snater is not going to be available, and he's good. He's a quick scoring batsman. Okay, he doesn't have a great average or anything, but he got several innings in the sort of half century to 70 sort of mark last year, so he is a big loss. I wouldn't put it past Sam Cook to add a few. Jamie Porter will probably get his head down and try to make sure that he's not the last man out, as it were, by keeping the more capable batsmen company. For instance, at the Oval last year, there was a last wicket partnership of 40, of which Porter got 1 and Simon Harmer got the other 39.
Wow.
So, penultimate over of the day for Liam Dawson specifically, not the literal second last over of the day. And here's the first ball, which is nudged away to backward point, and there is no run.
Well, it's It's a very quiet period in the game. I'd love to work out how many runs has been scored in about the last half hour.
Dawson's in and bowls, and the ball's played back to the bowler. There's no run.
I can tell you in the last 40 minutes, 20 runs have been added there. And then one of those was a 6.
That's right. Came out of the blue, didn't it?
Yeah.
Next delivery on its way to Adam Rossington. Plays this firmly to the wider of the 2 short extras. So for once it isn't Ian Holland, but rather Nick Gubbins who does the fielding. And Dawson coming in again. Ball to Rossington. Nudges this to the finer of the 2 short extras, and that is Ian Holland. Again, there is no run. 7.4 overs, no maiden none for 22 to the slow left arm. Abbott 13 over 6 maidens, 2 for 30. Dawson again. Bowls to Rossington. And he didn't know a great deal about that one, and Ben Brown removes the bails, but batsman hadn't left his ground. Rossington is very close to being the day's top scorer. He's 30 not out. Michael Pepper is the actual top scorer at this point on 33. There's another good ball to end the over there, and that goes past the outside edge of Rossington's bat. Applause for a maiden over, I think that was.
Yeah, that ball that beat the bat, that definitely straightened.
Yeah, it did indeed. 8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 22. And 138 for 6. Essex lead by 18.
But it's no pitch like Dawson bowled on here against Middlesex when he got 12 wickets in the match. That really did turn. This one's not like that, but he's just finding a modicum of movement, as did Harmer. That
was a game where he got 141, something
as well,
like that.
And the 12 wickets in the match. It was Liam Dawson's match. It will be known forever.
Yeah,
Liam Dawson's
absolutely.
match. Here's Abbott with the penultimate over of day 1 to Harmer. Harmer drives. That's gone down towards fine leg. Picks up a single. Got a run there. I'm surprised nobody in the crowd has applauded that one as Harmer moves on to 8. And it's 139 for 6. The lead now is 19. It's almost as if Essex are being overcautious here in terms of coming back tomorrow morning, probably with only a couple of batters in Porter and Cook left. I don't know if they think that Snater is going to improve miraculously overnight. I'm sure if it is an Achilles it won't. But when I look at the first class batting averages of both Cook and Porter, I can understand why these two are playing the way they are this evening, as that's driven by Rossington into the gap in the covers. There'll be at least 2. Gubbins will pick it up just inside the rope. Rossington moves on to 32, 141 for 6, because Sam Cook averages 9 and Jamie Porter actually averages less than Mohammed Abbas, and that is saying something. I very rarely come across batters with a batting average first class cricket of less than Mohammed Abbas. His is. It's just 5.
He's better than that figure might suggest, and the reason I say that, he's usually not out but has hardly scored a run.
Well, I agree with a lot of what you say, Paul. Here's Abbott as that's pushed out on the onside, but I have to say somebody walking to the crease with a batting average of 5 wouldn't really grab my attention too much.
But what is interesting about his career with the bat is if you saw how long he batted, you'd say, crikey, he's actually lasted longer than people who've averaged 20, because he will apply himself to be not out and support the batsman who's there.
Good club man then.
Yep. Oh, he is.
Just what you want.
Yep, absolutely.
Abbott halfway through his 14th over here, trying to make something happen as he bowls to Rossington. Something does happen. Oh, it's gone past the outside edge. I think there might have been an inside edge there. That has not missed the off stump by very much. If you're watching the live picture feed, have a look at this. That's just nipped back. It's gone between bat and pad. Ben Brown diving to his left does really well. Almost right at the end of day 1. Hampshire very nearly picking up the 7th wicket.
Yes, even when obviously Abbott isn't quite as lethal as he was in that terrific spell where he removed Sir Alistair Cook and Paul Walter in the same over, but he'll still suddenly produce a Jaffa out of nowhere. Yeah, just marvellous bowler.
Just the odd ball, isn't it? It's just something happening in the odd ball. But not as much as it was this morning, although it wasn't a lot. Washington's gone on the back foot and cracked that through the covers before. That's a good shot. Staying alert, Rossington, even though he hasn't really been looking to score for long periods. He's been alert to that one. Bit of width there from Abbott. And Rossington on the back foot cracks that away. 36, he's on 145 for 6.
Yeah, lovely shot that, and a rare loose one from Kyle Abbott. Gave him the width to crack it away through the covers, and he is the day's top scorer.
Whoop, whoop.
He wins a Milky Bar.
Other white chocolate bars available, of course. Yeah, probably not. Here's Abbott again. Rossington pushes it out on the onside, and that is Abbott's job done for the day. 14 over 6 maidens, 2 for 37.
I'm going to award Kevin Howells the award for the day's most pertinent question. There you were saying other Milky Bars are available, and with his wonderful brevity for which he is rightly renowned, he said, are there? And brilliant question. To find that question this late in the day's play was exceptional. And it's a great privilege to suggest you have another mint from my bag there, Kevin, as your reward. Do help yourself.
They're very nice, those mints.
They are, and the same applies to you.
Yeah,
Do help yourself for all the help you've given me today. Thank you very much.
No problem, it's a pleasure.
145 for 6, last over of the day, we promise. As Dawson is in bowls, and it's played to short extra, and there's no run, or at least if we're wrong to promise you it's the last over of the day, we don't intend to be here to describe any further over that may develop against all the odds. We've got 2 slips in now. And Dawson bowls and Harmer defends. He has 8. Rossington, the top scorer of the day, 36 off 79 deliveries. And Essex lead by 25. Hampshire having been bowled out for 120. And Dawson comes in again, bowls to Harmer. Harmer once again plays it out to short extra. And now we have just 3 deliveries left of the day's play. Not even that if a wicket were to fall. They'd all walk off. Wicket fell from the 4th ball of the last over before tea. Dawson bowls, tosses that up. Harmer digs it out, plays it just to the right of Kyle Abbott at mid-on. No run. 4 dot balls in the over so far. Penultimate ball of the day, we think. Dawson is in. Bowls. Oh, what a snorter that was. It lifts, straightens, and goes past the edge of Harmer's proffered bat. Ben Brown removes the bails, but to no avail. So 1 ball left, 145 for 6. Well done to those of you who are still listening to us. The crowd down now to about single figures as I look round, and there is the last ball, and it's in terms of what happened from it, nothing much. It's played to mid-wicket. That is the close of play. Dawson 9 overs 2 maidens, none for 22, and Harmer remains on 8 not out, and Adam Rossington on top score of the day, 36 not out, and at 145 for 6. Play will resume tomorrow with Essex leading by 25 runs, and we think with 3 rather than 4 wickets in hand.
Thank you very much, Paul. Thank you very much for your efforts. You'll be here tomorrow. Kevin Howells will be here tomorrow. I'll be here. Kevin James will be here tomorrow. Charlotte Taylor from the Southern Vipers will also be joining us on commentary. So join us just before 11 o'clock tomorrow morning.